Ronnie, if I come back in an hour, we both know that my ADHD will not allow me to do anything for that remaining hour. I'll just sit here, waiting. Hello, it's nice to meet you. Actually, I might turn the alerts on for recordings again, because I don't think there's anything copyrighted anymore. That one might be, I don't know. But everything else I don't think is anymore. Maverick, welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Congratulations on being Yennefer. Yeah, it's DST. I'm not happy about it either. It's just how it is. What murder? Shadow, welcome back as well. Thank you for the resub. Hello, hello. Timing. Good morning. It's even more morning now than it usually is, because it feels like 9 a.m., which is the real time. Hi, Tyndall. Hi, Ice. Hi, Stig. Good morning. Well, I hope your birthday was wonderful. I hope you had a lot of fresh fruit. It was also my niece's birthday yesterday. Hi, you guys. Good morning. Hi, Jamie. Hello. Good morning, Ronnie. Oh, sorry. I'm early. But we are going to finish the part 3 story today, because we're already on chapter 4, and I think it only has like 4 or 5 actual chapters, and we're at the finale of the Princess League, which may or may not be rigged. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out when we actually get there. I'm hoping that we're gonna beat up the people who rigged it, and then it won't be rigged, but you know, you never know. Hi, Revenant! Hello! Oh, I could have probably walked over there in my spare time, actually. Oh. Your luck is terrible! Things won't be going your way, so avoid anything involving luck. I wasn't gonna gamble, if that's what you mean. Is this faster? Is this faster for where I'm going? Oh, it doesn't actually tell me where I'm supposed to be going. Come again soon! Oh, no, I actually just have to take a taxi literally anywhere? Oh, I see. I got you. Hello, Dog Soup. Welcome in. Yakuza's pretty good. Protest by pretending the clock did not change. I think that might screw me over if I'm doing it alone. I'm scheduled to beat someone in the face. I'm not police, though. She didn't even ask me. She didn't even ask me who I was to ask such questions. Yeah, exactly. The midnight taxi going anywhere, except it's the agency where I'm gonna beat people up. Presumably. I don't think she should be here for this. He does feel Yakuza, doesn't he? Yeah, did you kill her? Why would I get an audience immediately with the entire president if he didn't have anything to do with it? You know what I mean? Yeah, Akiyama's my favorite one from the sets. Oh, he googled before coming here.
Oh,
I'm sure he'll be back, Jamie. What are we doing? We're beating this guy up, maybe? Not usually known for its acting. What a thing to say, sir. Why is that your business?
そうでしたか。債権者のお一人だと。まあ確かにパク社長の自殺は彼女の人となりを知る者には信じがたいことです。
Wait, did she owe him money too?
私も未だに自殺したということが信じられません。
彼女が他殺だという証拠があります。
He's playing along because
彼
he's
女
an
の衣装は
actor.
偽造されたものでした。
偽造？
そして偽造屋にその衣装を描かせた謎の依頼人はどうやらあなたとつながっている人物のようです。
なるほど。それでここまで押しかけてこられた。
あんたが彼女を殺させたのか？
Oh, it is? Okay.
なぜ私が
Episode today will be gory, kids.
あんたの事務所とダイナチアには朝からの因縁がある。それに現に今もプリンセスリーグでしたっけ？確かあれでお互いの秘蔵っ子同士が争ってるはずだ。
だから私が殺したと？
Yes.
少し冗談はお控え願いたい。
パクさんの衣装を偽造したということについては？
さあ、わかりませんね。ただ私もこういう仕事ですからいろいろな人間と関わることがあります。もしかしたらその中にパクさんの死に関わっている人間がいたの
No,
かも
he's
しれない。
definitely Yakuza. Come on.
Ta-da.
The way he behaves?
私には全く関係
There's
ない
no
こ
way.
とだ。
There's no way he's not got something to do with it. Hi, are you trying to pay me off? Is that what this is? That looks like a check. Even though I don't speak Japanese. Yep, there it
これで
is.
お引き取りを。
Buddy, I'm Akiyama. I am so
口
rich.
止め料？買収？
名目はどう取っていただいても結構です。
I am the most unbuyable man in all of Yakuza Town.
ということですか？
そうではありません。だが身に覚えのない
I
噂
like
だとして
eyes.
も
Let me do, buddy.
人一人の死に関わっているなどと騒がれては商売に支障がありますからね。大阪芸能という組織のトップとしてその噂の火種買い取れるものなら買い取りたい、そういうことです。
Me when I'm
どう
definitely
も誤解さ
innocent.
れているようですね。俺はそんなもんのためにここに来たわけじゃない。勝也さん、なんて本当に演技が上手だね。
も
There it
し
is.
そうなら今でも役者を続けていますよ。
こちらも材料が少なすぎたようだ。あんたを見くびってた俺のミスです。今日はおとなしく引き上げた方が良さそうだ。
I'm gonna get attacked on the way there. Don't
疑い
even
は晴れな
lie.
かったようですね。でもそちらも収穫は何もありませんでしたね。
でもあんたが手強すぎる人間だってことが分かっただけで収穫でしたよ。それじゃ
Maybe I have to win the Princess League first. But I still feel like, especially now, I feel like the Princess League is rigged. I don't want it to be. It just like it feels like it would be. Because they definitely killed them to get something out of it, right? I'm gonna have to find Ogita. Yeah, that little weirdo.
もしもし。
秋山さんですね。パク社長の自殺のスカイファイナンス。
Oh, this is the cop. I recognize that
こっ
voice.
ちの質問に。
少なくとも私は。
This guy's everywhere. I still don't like him. I still don't trust him. Especially because he's everywhere. He's just, I don't know, man. He's gross. Oh, I thought I went to bed. I guess I didn't go to bed.
ほんなら早速レッスン始めよう。
A full
プリンセスリー
rehearsal?
グの本番想定してる
I'm
から
already
な。
almost maxed out.
いつ
Love the
もより
Princess League
難易度
story
上げて
way
る
too
で。
much.
これがクリアできひんかったら T セットには
I
勝たれへ
feel
ん。
like I have over prepared for
踏
it.
ん張りどころですよ、はるか。
What about
勝
the
てば
people
誰
he
もがあなたを
murdered?
認めることになります。
I
ただ
undo.
し負ければ
More months until I'm at the perfect number.
こ
Oh,
の
I
事務所は
I
終わ
gotta
りや
make sure
ね。
that the alerts actually
あ
work
ん
for
たも
that, because
大阪
damn.
芸能に飼い殺しにされる。
失敗すればデビュー前からこの緊張感を知る。
はい。準備はええか？
This is the regular practice session, right? Are we gonna go on hard modes? Is there such a thing as hard modes for the dancing? Potentially, I guess. You still only need the B to actually make it, but it's a different dance, I think. Different song too? Then this is gonna be the one we actually do in the finale. We get 3 songs total. But my singing isn't maxed. So maybe I should, maybe I should. But also my basic isn't either. I don't even know what basic is supposed to do for me while dancing and or singing. No, it still says it's on easy. Wait, then what does it matter? Okay, now I could technically stop because I already made it. You know I won't, but I could. I took my meds today, so I can actually, like, talk a little bit while doing this. Oh, just a good Jinsey. Don't let Haruka down. Disgusting. Deserves better than that. I wonder if there's an achievement for, Oh! Oh, that was multiple. I wonder if there's an achievement for doing all of them perfectly. I feel like there probably is. Like a full great rating set. Zelda designed every boss is 3 stages. Yeah, apparently. Oh, whoops. I was gonna try to press something else. I did not. That one. That was what I was trying to press. She deserves an S rank, okay? And I fucked up twice. One with an actual miss. Ew. There we go. Wait, was that literally at the end? No, okay. I was gonna say, that was very close otherwise. Okay, but pretty close to the end, though. That was cutting it a little bit too close. Saints Row 3, so Shinzi should get that one? Why? Is it actually good? Oh, I leveled up, though. Alright. Does that mean my basic is maxed? No. No, it is not. But my singing is almost maxed. Maybe I should just max it before we go. I feel like she deserves that.
Yeah.
But I did it on easy mode. I should do it on normal modes. Do they allow me to practice again? He's handsome. No, he is. He is pretty handsome. It's about the murder. It's not anything else. We don't have a crush on the president, I promise. The results of the first 2 rounds will be added to today's final score. I won the first 2 rounds, so I'm going in with advantage. I can't let it go to waste. Well, but you're gonna make it go to waste anyway if they're lying, right? Yes. No crush on Obama-san? Wait, he's not in the game. Was it this one? Because I have you? I think so, right? Okay, so I want to know what hard mode looks like. Because I just did the easy modes. I don't think I've ever done a hard mode song at all. Yeah, I'll probably actually need my idle heat. Okay, I need A and a ton of great ratings. 170. How many are in the song? I think that's almost double. This starts the same as easy though. Is the only difference that you need a higher score? It seems like it. Okay, yeah, it seems like that's the only difference. But it's the same... Like, there's not more buttons to press. I just have to pay more attention to my great ratings. Okay, don't fuck this one up this time, Jinzy. Okay, well, that was one good. But if they make me do this one in the finale, I have to practice anyway. Imagine if they make you do it on hard modes. I'll be so prepared. Wait, do you not have to press buttons on this? Am I crazy? Somebody actually spoiled this for me? Because I swear I missed one there because I was thinking about something else. If you have heat mode on, do you not have to press buttons? Am I crazy? Okay, hard mode is literally... It is the perfect. That's what they want from you. Okay, I have to get it perfect. I'm sorry. You never tried that? Not too bad. I fucked it up. Oh, that makes you hurt, apparently. Okay. Like, you actually cannot miss a single button press. I have to do better. That was terrible. I technically failed that mission. By one press. Yeah, it's already DST here, Vartkas. I want to just try it. I want to try it. They don't make you do it on hard? Yeah, but now it's a challenge. Hi there, hello. Good time zone. I missed it by one button. And it has to be great. Okay. Well, then idle heat also doesn't actually matter, though. But I am wondering about that a little bit. It just seems like it would actually make sense. Let me try it. No, okay. It does not. Oh wait, can you not stop? You can't stop? Oh my god, seriously? You have to do the entire thing now? No! Well, fine, I guess. I don't... Wait, but now it's different. Am I crazy? Is it not different? Maybe I'm crazy. But it seems like it's different now. It is like, it's definitely different. Wait, so did it bug out the first time? And that's why I literally only had exactly 170. I was supposed to have way more buttons. Fucked up? I definitely did. It actually definitely messed up, didn't it? That's messed up! Okay, well, you still have to press when you have the idle heat on. Unfortunate. I guess she's gonna get even more hurt now because I'm definitely not making it here. Because I straight up ignored the first set. Rip. It's way different, right? Wait, artistic dominance? I was trying to get the hard modes. I fucked up. The other one was like stuck on easy. Ah. Never mind. Wow, they just fucked me over the first time. They just fucked me over the first time by giving me the easy notes, which was exactly 170. That is outrageous. Unbelievable. Okay, well, she's still hurt, but that's just because she did, like, a really good job. So, no worries. Oh, it's, like, it's still an easy thing to do, but I mean, just the notes are very different. Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, sure. We'll go to the third floor. I'm gonna go check my jobs. I wouldn't mind getting, like, hella XP still, if there's a possibility.
はるか準備できたらこれわかりますはるか今日ティーセットに買ったら普通の生活には戻れんやり残したことがわかりました
Oh, they're like, if you have anything else to do, do it right now. Didn't Haruka have a ton of money? I sent some of it away, but yeah, technically. Make the rounds at wait, oh, that's a story one. We should do the story one. Just cuz, right? Does she do this out of passion? I guess she does for now. Are we gonna get more story with tea sets or... Oh, this guy's a fortune teller or whatever, who was really on point. What does he say this time? Read my palms. Does it say I will beat tea set? Incredible! You have a star sign! It's extremely rare. I'm practically invincible. Wow. He says you're definitely gonna win. You have to win. Well, I feel a lot better now. Thank you, sir. Tilty spoilers. Yeah, basically. And one more thing. Yes, Columbo? What did you tell me? I saw that your Mount of Venus is prominent. That can indicate romance or sensuality. If you don't shut up right now. That is not the thing I want to hear. We do not have time for this. She says no. I don't want to do that. This is spoilers. You're gonna date somebody? But who? I don't think I know anybody who's like a romantic interest. T-set, maybe? Maybe the one girl from T-sets. I don't think they would allow that though, would they? Okay, let's see. Any more story? No? Any more side? Oh yeah, we could do this one. Do a little bit of side stuff. Okay, I can't do the pool one. We're not gonna do that one, because that one freaks me out. Oh, we have this one. Oh, that one's A, and then we can actually do I Have You. Yeah, we should do that one. On normal? I've already done it on hard. think my horoscope also predicted that Mercury was in Uranus, but that could have been a broken thermometer. A little bit of both, don't worry. It still means you have good luck, I think. As long as Saturn isn't in the microwave. I mostly just want the basic skill up one more time. Oh, and I leveled up! I should have probably used that, actually. See, now I only need 60. That's loser behavior, that is. I'm very invested in Haruka doing really well. I've definitely done the most for Haruka's side story. Like, I did the hunting, but I'm invested here. The bear I was only barely invested in. Haha, haha. But you know what I mean. But if Haruka fails, I will cry, so... Oops. When normal has a more of a loop than hard. I need to fix my combo rating, damn. Oh, I am not fixing my combo rating. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. That also was a shorter version, though. A few of them looked bored the whole time. Man, I fucked that one up. At least I got a little bit of singing. You love how Majima dances and sings in this game? Interesting redesign. I mean, I already figured he wasn't dead on tier, but like, that's technically still a spoiler because at this point we are still told that he is dead. Okay, I want to do... Do I want to do another one of these? That's Loneliness Loop. I like Loneliest Loop the most, I think. Out of the songs? You didn't know that part? Understanding Haruka Majima? Oh, listen. How was I supposed to know that? Hold on. Yeah, he's dead. He's, well, I don't think he's dead. They say he's dead. I don't think he's dead. Okay, don't fuck this one up now. I don't think he's dead. I think that would be weird to kill him off screen. That's like the main reason, is because you don't see him die. This one has like... Hold on. I can't fuck it up again, you know? Okay, I already didn't fuck it up. This one has the most energy, I think. Out of all of them. Last one seems not sad, but a little. And also I like doing the chorus, I guess. Okay, I already made it. But the ballad, yeah, I agree. Has to be peppy. Okay, yeah, they seem a little shorter when you do these, which is fine. We find lots of booty on the Eternal Seas. Don't worry, we'll probably find him again. That or his body, whichever. And I got a gift! Because I didn't mess up this time. Is it a Tariner? Yeah, it's toughness. Close enough. I do need my health back, actually. Oh, she needs so much experience now. I'm almost maxed on singing. Can I do this without max singing? Do you get singing for doing the dancing one? Oh, you get another one. Oh, now you get to do because I have you. Now one's an A rank. Okay. Okay, it's time to redeem myself. Watch me fuck it up again. No, it's time to redeem myself. I will do better this time. A better singer! Hi, Lolius, hello! Was the Majima we saw Majima of the past? Yes, he was. Unfortunately. But I still think we'll find him. Again, that or his body. At the very least, we will see Majima again. Oh, now I only need 25 for a combo. Okay, then that must be a really short one. Like, it must be hella short. I guess that's technically also hard for the rank. I want another heat, I think. If I can. Okay, this one was much easier. I don't know why the other one was so hard for me. I wonder if you can lose the Princess League. Like, they do make you do the league, so I feel like you can. But then the story would still have to go on as usual. Which makes me feel like you have to lose, but I don't know. That would feel bad. Can we mod this so she sings Megalovania? There's no lyrics to that we know of. Yeah, I did do incredible, and I got another gift. Is it a Horner this time? That I can't use? No, a stamina, even better. Thanks so much. Oh, you get barely any experience. I don't think I can get the basic level up. But I did max singing. I mean, when I lose the Princess League of Legends and have to become a mushroom boy, it happens to the best of us. I know, Branson, it is. Hi, Branson. Hello. Okay, now we've maxed this one out. Can be learned after Rainbow Prism Star. Wait, huh? This beautiful dance battle move will earn you a lot of bonus points by tracing a rainbow through the air with a showy backflip? Wait, why does it only say can be learned after Rainbow Prism Star? I don't know what that means. Does this not just teach me how to do it? Well, not as it matters, because I'm assuming I can't even use it. Let me max out my health. I wish I could wear that, but I'm not allowed to. A lot of health? Oh, doesn't restore a lot of health. Okay, that's okay. Okay. That one was also not that good. Is this one small? Sure. Okay. Now we feel better. I should probably just, put that stuff away. Put that shit back where it came from, or so help me. I already saved, so I'll keep my sushi. There. There. That should be fine. I'm keeping my food. So she can have a snack after her dance battle. Hi to Fluke! Hello! Welcome to Yakuza. We're doing the final round. Wish me luck. Oh, you can still select in different difficulties, so we're gonna go on easy mode because we are not taking any chances. We have prepared for hard modes, but we do not need to do that. Steal the money tree and give it to me. Okay. Dance wa. I don't know if I'll need to do both. I feel like I'll need to do both. Dance and sing at the same time. You playing all the Yakuzas in order? Yes, I did. Because I want to make sure that I can follow the story from start to finish. What? Oh, that one, yeah. Why? What do you mean either way the chips fall? Why do you keep talking to us? Are you obsessed with us? Are you just like really obsessed with us? Yeah, I think so, Loneliest. They literally have zero decency. Like, I can hear what certain words they're using, and they're being very rude. Just stop it. Not yet. Also, once again, they're just terrible role models. They're really like, these people need to learn shade. That's what they need. Haruka, somebody's gonna teach you how to shade people because they're not even saying anything interesting. Like all of their clapbacks are terrible. Like y'all do not know how to fuse. Should they learn all 50 shades? Yes, I think so, Jack. I think that would be good. I know! No, but I agree. Okay, I will destroy them. No, I will destroy them. Learned someone was in her Mound of Venus and it must be a decent member. Listen, I don't know anybody else I'm romancing, so... But I'm guessing it's gonna be a boy. She looks very cute. I think she looks very cute. Hello. Hi. Once you leave this room, there's no turning back. Wow. Oh, okay, like that. Yeah, I get that. The black outfit's more than the pink ones. I'll have a wardrobe change in the middle, if that helps. Any new turns today? She's literally saying, this is gonna suck no matter what you do. I mean, I'm gonna have to. What, am I supposed to say no? I don't think she should be an idol, personally, because I think the idol industry is trash. But I'm hoping that maybe Kiryu just comes to sweep you away so you don't have to stay. After you win, obviously. It is Loneliest. It's the very best parts. And she has a new outfit again, so she'll have a different princess transformation. But I don't know if they're... I'm assuming they're gonna make us do both dancing and singing, but I'm not actually sure. Yeah, good for you, Haruka. Just crying. Only after winning. You still have to stomp these people easily. Okay, see, but that would be hard to cheat though. Because wouldn't people know? Like, you could see who's actually at their stage. It'd be so funny if they are all at our stage. It does, Lilius. Yo, I want to play another Persona again. I want to play 3 soon. Take my coffee, peace, so much DDR Yakuza. I hope it remains quiet. Probably because of DST. Everyone's just tired. Everyone's still in bed. Flawless fashion? They have 1 outfit. Babe, they have 1 outfit! What do you mean flawless fashion? You know what's flawless fashion? Me. I change outfits at least once per stage, and also every single princess battle. You guys are mids. She may be young and uncertain. I feel like I'm getting shaded again. Unbelievable. Wonder Girl. We're no longer young. Unless? And you have the flawless fashion. You only need 1 outfit. Their fashion is definitely not flawless. It is okay. It's an okay outfit they have. I don't hate it. Okay, now we're doing because I have you. Alright. Oh, I still don't have the max heat though. I thought I'd get another one. But I guess we both have the same amounts. Oh yeah, I have like a giant advantage. Full concentration. Okay, no mistakes so far. Can we... Are we switching? Not yet. Okay, I actually didn't fuck that one up. I fucked that one up every other time before that. Okay, now we're switching. Let's go. Full color change. Damn, that's one good. Okay, 0 misses there. At least. Not that it was hard, but still. Ah, that was one good. Okay, so I got 2 goods and all greats otherwise. 170. Maximum combo. Didn't miss a single one. Has absolutely nothing to do with Yakuza. That's all Yakuza's joke. Thank you for glow sticks. It's too bad I don't have my lighter emote yet. No. One of them did way better, and it was me. Also, it's very interesting that we both have the same song.
この後の結果発表で優勝が決まっちゃうんです。皆様の気持ちは十分伝わってきます。ですが、はい、たった今集計が終わったようです。
Okay, time to know if it's crooked or not.
じゃあ結果発表の前に両アイドルにコメントをいただきましょうか。 T セットの2人決勝戦を戦い終えて今の気持ち
It's
は
an
どう
okay
でしょう。
performance.
自分たちのパフォーマンスを出し切りました。結果発表が楽しみです。
Like, how are they pretending to be
はるかちゃん
cute?
今のお気持ちは。
Well, it could be, they could have bought it.
今はとってもすがすがしい気持ちでいっぱいです。
はい、2組ともありがとうございまし
Like,
た。
if they bought him out?
さて、いつまでも余韻に浸っているわけにはいきません。はるかちゃん、T セットの2人、そして会場の皆様、心の準備はよろしいでしょうか。よろしいですね。それでは
Why am I nervous?
結果発表です。
I'm annoyed.
プリンセスリーグ2012、数々の戦いを乗り越え栄えあるプリンセスの座に輝いたのは。
But if we lose, it's rigged. We know it's rigged. If we lose, it's definitely rigged. Because we did a flawless victory. We only had 2 goods. Not a single miss. And lots of heat. And like, we are just really good.
沢村。
Okay, it's not rigged. It's not rigged. It's not rigged. Get fucked, T-sets! Get fucked. Cry about it. Cry about it on stage. Have a breakdown. Fuck those two. Oh, I hope they cry.
はるかちゃん。
私、
そうです。
That doesn't matter if they are bought out though, Ronnie. That doesn't matter if they strike a deal. Which is what was implied earlier.
はるかちゃん、プ
By
リン
these
セスとしての
bitches.
最初のお仕事をしてもらいましょうか。会場に来ている皆様、そしてテレビを見ているファンにメッセージを
You need to
お
run
願いし
away.
ます。
You're okay. You just go to Tokyo. Just go. Just leave. Don't go to the Princess League.
わかりました。
Guess they should have
何
thought
もか
about
も
that.
未熟な私が今ここでプリンセスになれたのは応援してくれた皆さんのおかげです。会場にいる人、テレビの前で応援してくれている人、私を支えてくれている人、皆さんの思いが伝わってきたから私も信じることができました。
Clappies for
どんなに遠く
Haruka.
離れていても
Clappies for
思いを届けること
Haruka.
ができるんだって。
I'm very proud of our girl. She has come so
私の
far.
思い届いたかな。
She's thinking specifically about the people in the orphanage. Hi, Pippin. Hello. I did win, Sassy. Can you lose it? Is it possible to lose? Or do you just get to redo?
会場の熱気も冷めやらぬ中ではありますが、この辺で失礼したいと思います。それではまた来年のプリンセスリーグでお会いしましょう。Goodbye.
My show.
Next time.
Well, you're no Mike, but you're doing an okay job at presenting. Oh, goodbye.
いや、社
山浦
We're gonna tell
さす
Horito,
が社長の
obviously.
見
He's
つけ
still
てきた
alive.
逸材やわ。社長との夢果たすことができる。
ありがとう。
Hehehe.
せや、クリスティーナに事務所の留守番はよ戻って。
ね
You should have brought Christina. You should have been here for this.
え、待ってよ。
What do you want, losers? Literally
私た
losers.
ちに何の挨拶もなしに。
Yeah, I don't like you. You're the
どういうつ
worst.
もりや。まだなんか用か。
さっきのステージ、オンエアをチェックしたわ。
I think you cheated.
それ見てさ、ここで黙ってあんた返したら。
Or they're just gonna say I'm better than them.
違う。言っておきたいことがあるだけ。
They're gonna apologize now. They better.
悔しいけどさ、あんたのパフォーマンス。
She said, "Oh no, I fell in love with you." Yeah, runs away.
私たちも楽してここまで来たわけじゃない。
Yeah, but you're a
だからわ
bitches.
かる。
All of a sudden?
できるようになるまでどれだけ練習を積まなきゃいけないかがさ。
Nah.
相当の根性がなきゃああはいかない。
あんたら。
それだけよ。それじゃ。
I don't care. Like, good for you for experiencing growth, but also they are literally the worst. They are still the worst.
決勝戦があなたたちじゃなかったら、ここまで頑張
You're
れ
gonna
なかった
have a lot more growth moments, I hope, until you're no longer the worst.
だから。
やっぱバカよあんたは。
See? Still the worst.
ねえ、あずさ。
そんなんでいちいち泣いてたら、この世界でやっていけないよ。でも、それがあんたの魅力なのか。
Your
でも
innocence
私
betray
たちに
you.
も別の魅力があるってプライドあるからね。
そう思います。それじゃあ、もう行くわ。
またね。
はい。
Why is the Yakuza boss smiling around the corner? He's not allowed to talk to us, I guess. That's why.
案外ええ子らなんやね。見直したわ、ほんまに。
With that one conversation? No, absolutely not. Unearned.
だったら
Unearned.
事務所で祝勝会やろ。ええな。
はい。
Like bullying Haruka the entire way here, and then they're like, I guess you're okay, and now all of a sudden we're giving them all this credit? Get out of here! Alright, let's go talk to the cop, I guess. Because it's definitely the cop. I too have growth moments. Ice, you've already grown so much over the years. I'm already so proud of you. All of the time. Should we, you know, burn them? Is it time? Oh, we have an ad in like a minute. I could start my inventory in that time. Or have like random battles until the ad is over. I can do that. Let's have some random battles until the break is over. So we don't have to miss anything important. Okay, well, you tried. Not very hard. That was one guy. You were making a penis joke? Listen. That's okay. I'm still proud of you. Well, the marche. Do I want to buy anything? Oh, I have these iron plates I can sell. Technically. No, I don't want to do the side quests. You can't make me. Does anyone want to fight me? The one time I want to fight people, nobody wants to fight me. Oh, I can't actually go. I have to go around. Well, I absolutely murdered this man. Or that's an insurance scam. Whichever. Standard fiction redemption arc. I was mean for the entire story, but then I did one good thing. Yes. Like, I showed a sliver of kindness. That must mean that I'm, deep inside, I'm a very good person. Oh, you're... Oh, oh! Okay, no, I'm sure he'll stay there no matter what. We are not going to talk to him. Let's put some stuff away. And maybe also get some stuff? Because I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. Unless they're going to make me play with jokers. Wait! Oh, my item box. Okay, I thought we maybe shared item boxes. I guess that is not true. Okay, max health. Health boost. Should I go buy some? Maybe I should. Let's go eat some food. For full health. Wait, am I not allowed to? Are you a side quest? Because there is a question mark there. I don't want you to be. I just want to eat some food. But you never know. No, just an irashaimase thing. Thank you. I would like... Oh, everything already fills me up to the max. I'm just not that hungry, I guess. Alright, well, we get the most expensive one. That kind of looks like a donut. I know it's not, but it looks like a donut. Thank you. Bye. I gotta go beat someone up again, because the ad is literally just started. Oh, but he's on the corner right here. Where have all the people who want to kill me gone? Come on, fight me! Unbelievable. The one time. I guess I'll just buy some food for later in that case. Is that the most expensive one? Yes. I'll buy 6. I'll just fill my inventory with takoyaki. No problem. Hi Garth, hello. I will take what he doesn't finish. I'm quite hungry. Fanta, do you want one of my 6 takoyaki? Because I have an outrageous amount of takoyaki. Okay, now nobody wants to fight me. I guess I just don't have enough of a punchable face. Oh, you know what I could do though? Because I don't have any gear. Are you a normal shop? We could go pick up some gear. I hope you're a normal shop. Are you? You're not. You sell more food though. Oh, secret soy sauce flavored takoyaki? We found the secret takoyaki? Okay, well I have to get each of these. I might not have a weapon, but I do have a lot of food, and I think it counts for a lot too. Wish I could fill my inventory with takoyaki. You can! I'll send you some boxes. I hope you're having a good day today, Phantom, my love. Okay, we have a minute left. Will he say anything of particular interest within that time, do you think? I don't think so. I'm gonna go inside. I think he'll just say hello first. And I have to call an elevator, so, you know. They're gonna miss like 30 seconds of conversation. It's okay.
どちらさんですかね?
先ほどお電話
There
さ
he
せられた
is.
ものです。お待ちしてました。
It's always him. Stop smoking in my office. I'm the only one who has to do that. Go away.
勝手に人の事務所に上がり込んで名前も名乗らない。フェアじゃないな。
秋山さん。あなた、パク・ミレイさんは自殺じゃない。そうお考えのようですね。
もう一度聞くぜ。誰なんだ、あんたは。
Okay, you didn't really miss anything. We just got here. Let's just say I'm with the police. So you're not really. You're not really with the police? Is that what you're saying?
警察の人間が俺に何の用だ? それもこんなコソコソした相方で。
まず私の話を聞いていただき
No,
ま
I
しょう。
don't actually like him.
殺した犯人はダイナチェアでトレーナーをしている。
I know it's Ogita. We've already figured that out.
マネージャーの堀尾ビルから突き落しかし彼がダイナチェアの私は
Yeah, and the organization is Yakuza.
裏で糸を引いているのは
Omi
フロン
Alliance.
ト企業
大阪工業。金井?
That's probably the big guy. Yeah.
人弁士を使ってパクの衣装を
We figured that already too.
我々警察は事件後彼ら近江連合は今7代目のそういうわけで。
本当かい? あんたの目的。
忠告はし。
You've been warned for what? You didn't even show your police badge. I don't have to believe anything you say. Is a blade playing free post him tired? And DSD happens? Oh.
大阪工業にパクさん。
Yeah, it's also DSD. Everyone is a little bit tired today. There it is! I knew we were gonna get attacked at some point. Now we can beat some information out of him.
So yeah.
Good timing.
Good timing.
実はさ、近江連合のフロント金井って男に会いたい。
大阪こう。
答えは？
これはただのし。
なるほど。
何を調べようとしてんの？しっかり。
It's okay. We'll beat you up, and then you'll tell us. Leather made it to bed before 2 a.m. The real 2 a.m. or the new 2 a.m. Wow. They're not really putting up much of a fight, are they? He took that personal, I think. Okay, hold on. Let me kill your friends first. Oh, right! I could do the thing! Well, he gets this one instead. That one is also very funny, in fairness. It's a good time. New 2 AM. Hate the new 2 AM. About an hour's drive from Sotenbori.
Desk work ね。
Desk work.
俺が言うのもなんだけど、いずれにせよ。ああ、そうそう。
Is it if you come back, I will beat you up again. And again and again. I will never stop beating you up. Okay, I have to take the cab. That's okay. I haven't prepared because I have a lot of takoyaki in my inventory. They say it's the same great taste at less calories, but I think it stinks. And you're right. Tells no lies. Fuck daylight savings. All my homies hate daylight savings. And you don't even have to deal with it, right? Oh shit, there's an M store literally right here. Okay, let's see if we can get a cool weapon in one of our boxes. Hey guys. Oh. A key. I haven't checked on any of the keys. I don't know if I should at this point. Hello. I would like... How many are there? There's 8. I've barely picked up any. A stamina, a toughness, a torner, a brick shitter beer. Okay. Well, not a lot of, I guess, equipment. Sure, I guess we'll use that one. This beer bottle is for gags. It makes a loud noise when hitting someone, but that's about it. Okay. Well, we'll use it, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, exactly that. I guess you shit bricks when you hit people with it. I have to deal with it in a sense that every stream changes time and yours is at the worst time for me. I'm sorry. I'll start streaming late at night instead. I've already gone to Osaka, so I don't know why you even still asked. Sounds like laxatives in a can. What if it is? I guess I'm streaming like directly on your workday, Ice. They just leave the door open. Wow, that's kind of asking for it. Pinky eyes. We work around Jinzi. This is not a cult. No, it is. Are we about to get jumped again? I guess that counts as getting jumped. They're pretending that they're just a work crew. Just working.
Yeah. カナイさんって人によ。カナイ。やっぱりって。ここ。一つは大阪工業の。なんだよ。
Of course you knew it would happen.
どう言い訳しても。ここがど。
That's why we don't like the police guy.
参拝でしょ。
そこまで分かっとんな、お前の死体。
They really think they're gonna take on Akiyama? That's so cute. That is very adorable. Not smart. Cute though. I don't want to use my heat on you. You though. Sorry, daylight savings has messed with my throat, clearly. This is the gory part? So hold on, I leveled up. Okay, well I guess we'll see what happens. Do I want something... What do I want? Let's get some of these. That's even more squatting. This is, again, a lot of taunting. Okay, that's also still taunt. I was hoping for something other than taunting. But we are not gonna get anything other than taunting, apparently. Hey! I have a lot of takoyaki on me. I will eat it in the middle of things. Don't think I won't. Oh, that turns itself off if there's not enough to kick. Oh, his name is also Ogata. What does that say about these people? Oh, there's also an item. Is it just because I'm going to be able to beat up a lot of people that it's going to be a little bit boring? Because there really are a lot of people. Damn. Oh, he just died in general? Okay. Here you go, buddy. I've seen people get really put off by it. Fair, fair. Sorry, I had to cough. Oh, sorry, hold on. Where's the item? Here you are. Wasn't not gonna get the item. Recovering from being crushed by a dragon by eating 79 apples and cheese wheels. Oh, Jesus. Wait, is it not gonna swim back? I feel like it would swing back. I guess that doesn't happen today. I don't want to use my... but I guess we will. This is just how I kill people now. He was already dead, but I'm gonna extra dead him. Which I don't know how to feel about, but you're welcome. Oh, why did I prepare? Yeah, is it coming back? There's gonna be another quick time event? I don't trust it. No? No, just people being people. Nope, never mind. What the hell? Yeah, I think that's murder. I think that counts as murder. Oh, my inventory is full. Okay, hold on. Let me eat a nice takoyaki. Yum yum. I over-prepared. You know? No idea how much takoyaki heals, but I just, you know, feel like it was a good investment. Sometimes enemies just aren't dead enough. Yeah, they could stand to be a little bit deader. That way they feel like I respected their time, you know? Like, if I don't finish my heat move, I feel like that would just be disrespectful. And I leveled up! Oh my goodness, even more of these. Okay, that's like a yellow one. Yeah, it's just a little health boost. I don't think those are that good. Like the small ones. Like, I don't need this thing either. I could just toss it. There, we'll just... I just wanted to toss it. Oh, that's how. Here, little health boosts. Not even once. Because I probably just got them back anyway. Ooh! Big stick! Non-lethal backbreaking, yeah. Non-lethal throwing them off a skyscraper. What do you mean? They're fine! Oh? Suspicious? Oh, that's a corpse. Was that the off-putting part? Oh, that's Ogita! Right? From his gear? Oh. Why is he beaten up? I feel like they scraped his face on the floor. So now, okay, maybe gory stuff incoming. If you are not in the mood for that right now. Oh, he's not gonna be able to talk. He's definitely gonna die. I don't feel like you're surviving this, buddy. See, this is why You should not be screwing people over like that.
仕事絡みでいろいろあったからな。金の恨みか。いや、そんなんやない。
Yeah, I couldn't stand her either. Like, I agree. Bitch, hello! Sorry about your time zone. Time zone's not even once. How's the floodwater going?
おまけに途中で契約解除されても違約金さえ取
Yeah, like he has very valid reasons, I think.
それが普通だろう。芸の世界
No, Akiyama, don't agree with it. Didn't flatten the worst is over goods.
明確にするのが難しい世界だ。パクにも同じこと言われたわ。その恨みでパク社長を殺したってのか。堀江ちゃんにまで手をかけて。
Maybe he wasn't the one who did Hori though.
いや、そうやない。実はある仕事を頼まれたんや。仕事？ああ。実は俺は
He's gonna tell me everything and then he'll die.
多額の借金があって
Oh,
な。
I forgot to take my pill. Jesus Christ.
バクに契約を解除されて金がないから返済を待ってくれって言ったら逆に仕事を頼まれたんや。あるものをパクから奪ってきたら借金をチャラにしてくれるって。
Was it the pen?
パクが
Oh!
旦那から受け取った手紙や。なんだそりゃ。どういうことだ。
Okay, we already said that not reading the letter was a terrible idea.
パクの手紙からその居所をつかもうとしとんや。とにかく俺はダイナチエの事務所に忍び込んでその手紙を探した。金井っていう。あんたともやりようたヤクザと一緒にな。
Yes, Ice. He is.
だが結局手紙は見つからんかったわ。
I feel like the X should have included a burn after reading clause.
戻ってきたパクを捕まえて手紙のありかを聞き出そうとしたんや。でもあいつは口を割らずに逃げ出そうとした。ここで逃げられたら俺は終わりや。そう思って夢中で追っかけて気がついたらパクの頭を廊下に叩きつけとったわ。それっきりあの女は動かなくなってもうた。くそ。
I know, Lolius.
ってこと。自殺の偽装は全部金井がやった。恐ろしく手慣れとったで。他殺の証拠が残ってたら事件現場にあったものは何でもかんでも警察に押収されちまうからな。その間になんとか手紙を探し出してパクの元旦那の居所を突き止めるつもりやったんや。だから自殺に見せかけたってわけか。堀江ちゃんを殺そうとしたのはなぜだ。堀江を殺そうとしたんは金井や。手紙のありかを吐き出させようとしたんが。堀江は何も
He didn't know. Why would he know?
そして揉み合った挙句突き落とされたんや。パクさんの別れた旦那ってのは一体何者なんだ。そこまでは知らん。俺が知ってることは全部話した。なあ頼む。俺も被害者なんや。死にとうない。全部洗いざらい警察に話す。せやから俺をこっから連れ出してくれ。頼む。お前に被害者面されちゃパクさんが浮かばれねえよ。頼む。死にたくねえ。助けてくれ。今から騒ぎが起こる。逃げたきゃその隙を見て勝手に逃げりゃいい。なんやあんた何する気や。
I'm gonna beat a bunch of people up again.
もともとは金井に会いに来たんだがお前と話して奴を殴らなきゃいけなくなったんでね。やめとけ。あんた少しくらい腕が立つからって。
Yeah, but I'm fast.
金井は
It'll be fine.
あいつはバケモンや。
Non-lethally, yeah.
このままテーブルじゃ
Well, maybe a little lethally. Hey, guys.
金井は施設の中か。
だったらどないする。
通させてもらうぜ。
おもろいこと言うやないかい。
ああ、そう。やるならし。
Okay.
よう言う。
I was gonna say, that was just gonna go to us beating them up again. Smidge of lethal as a treat. He should at least walk away without his teeth. After that commentary. Oh, what? You're already dead? Well, now you are. All that talk. All that talk. And for what? Okay, I really don't need these items. I have takoyaki. I came prepared with takoyaki. Oh, you can go inside the rooms. Hold on. Let me take my brick shitter beer. Or wait, brick shitter beer should be for the final boss, right? Final boss deserves to get his shit bricked. Are you like the boss guy? Oh, you are. Oh, that was it? Why did I think there was gonna be more to that one? Get out of here. I would have almost missed that one. I mean, he doesn't have teeth left, right? We can agree he doesn't have teeth left. This guy's fully out of teeth. See, I like that he's just so fast. So that even when he is trying to retaliate, it doesn't matter. Like he literally can't. I was gonna do the thing, but then I didn't. Sir? How do I do a leg sweep? Am I allowed to do a leg sweep? I feel like there is a leg sweep motion I can use. Hi, pizza! Hello, Bowyer. That's just such a good hit. This one, I think, is the most satisfying one for me. First floor office key. Oh, okay. That explains. I don't need to heal. I'm okay. This one. That's not really opening the door. That's kicking it, but that is almost the same thing. Ding! Thank you for leveling me up before we do anything else. Appreciate it. There's a lot of chairs to use. Okay, let's get something else then. Not the seizing one though. Nice rising kick. Allows you to break an enemy's guard with certain attack. Okay, that's useful. I don't know about that one though. Well, I do like technique. A vicious finishing blow after a double finishing kick. Aw, he has so many combos. Boost the attack speed of rush combo? No way! I should have done this one first. Upsetting. That's on me. I should have definitely done that one first. Wait, there's no more guys to deal with, right? Didn't I just deal with all the guys? Oh yeah, I did. We'll glue the core of my girlfriend's bow together today. The core is the most important part. The meat of the bow. He looks... That's what he used on Ogita? Jesus Christ. I feel like I should be the first to leg sweep. I've had to checked out. Yeah, we'd all like to check out Akiyama. Hey, hey! Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. I'm not gonna answer, am I? Yeah, of course you would ask.
知らないね。知ってたところであんたには渡さないけどな。
そうか。そしたらやっぱあんたには用がないの。何？
Oh, sorry. Oh! Rip.
秋山は例の手紙の件あんたが知らんねんやったらやっぱしあの子に聞くんが
She'll dance battle you to death, buddy.
何？
沢村遥パク社長が可愛がっていたようやし
You're not gonna be able to touch Haruka. She has like 5 dads. And they all know how to kick your ass. Every single one of them can kill you.
わしがゆっくり聞き出したろ言うんや
He should have done more checking in on Haruka.
やめろ！あの子に手を出すな！
Just follow him.
くそ！
Beat the shit. Okay, never mind. Guess we're getting obstructed. You do not want to fuck with Haruka. He just signed his own death warrant, straight up. Majima is gonna come back from the grave to beat the shit out of him. Kiryu is obviously already on his way. Now Akiyama wants to kick his ass too. Seijima wants to kick his ass. Is there anybody who does not want to kick this man's ass? I don't think so. It's like a collective ass kicking on this man. He's gonna get the worst gangbang of his life. God, I love his fighting style so much. He's so fast. It just feels satisfying. It feels satisfying to play Akiyama. 5 dads enable VGO could be an interesting rom-com story. It's the premise of Haruka's role in the Yakuza series, right? And then everyone died. Sorry, I said everyone died. Thank you. I want to kick his ass because he doesn't deserve my foot grazing his ass. That's fair. That's fair. I understand. Maybe he's into bad gangbangs that result in death? It's gonna be too late, isn't it?
俺だ。秋山だ。
山浦です。
山浦さん。はるかちゃんは？
ヤクザみたいな連中に連れてかれて。
Yeah, figures.
くそ。
Figures.
あいつらいきなり事務所に押し込んできて、はるかを。
She should have police protection like around the clock at this point.
なんとか。それよりどないしたらええ？
警察には通報した？
通報したら殺すって言われて、もうどないしたらええか。
I feel like it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't at that point. Like they'd kill her anyway. Maybe it was Kiryu? No, she'd know. No, then it'd just be like, oh, Dad! You know?
おう。ご苦労さん。んで、手紙は見つかったんかいな。
それがこのガキ一言も口を聞こうとしないんで。
Yeah, of course.
だったらさっさと口割らせんかい。
It's very hard to talk with tape over your mouth, in fairness.
遊んどる暇ないんじゃ。おとなしゅうはけや。持っとるんやろ。ダサな社長の二の舞やぞ。邪魔すんなや。
That's the president, though, I think. Yep, there it is.
お前を相手に手加減できるほどの余裕はないんだ。
会長。
I knew it was gonna be him. Of course he's Yakuza. Like, that was... You could see that from 5 million yards away. Why did she faint at that? No, he's not nearly as cool. This guy at least has some style, you know? Please don't want the job because they will eventually look bad and she still gets abducted. I'm gonna go! Hello! Hello. Don't worry. We're gonna get the dads together. I feel like this is the moment where we have to get the dads together, right? Come on. This is a dad savior moment. Wait. Get out of my way! My daughter's in danger! I have to find the rest of the dads. Because I'm guessing that will be the end result. Oh, this guy's gonna want to fight me. Because he hasn't... yeah. Okay, fine. Fine, I'll beat the shit out of you. God. Dream Daddies assemble! Silly boy. You really thought? Yeah, you better be scared. Well, do you too. And not in a fun way. Loser behavior. And Yakuza 4 together, part 2, yeah. But maybe this time with Majima? Can we have a little Majima? As a treat? Hi Mike! Hello Getizone! Ja, Jüngeren sind zurück in der Stadt. Boys are back in town, boys are back in town. Are you here? Yes, you are. Have you asked?
秋山さん。
はるかちゃん。
いえ。
そうか。
秋山。
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
そんなもん、まさか。
ああ、なんで。
このまま。
はるかちゃんがどこにいる
？Are we swapping out of Akiyama? We better not be right now.
失礼します。
Oh? Wait. Huh? Why are you bringing her back? Is this a ploy? This is a ploy, isn't it?
Katsuya.
Are we ploying? Okay, well I guess that is dad number 5 now. Yeah.
Haruka? Haruka?
Fair enough.
眠っているだけです。
Once again, it's a Yakuza.
どういうつもりだ？
この度は御社の大事なお嬢さんを大変申し訳ございませんでした。
He says business first.
私はね、秋山さん。大阪芸能の社長であると同時に、もう一つ裏の顔を持っています。近江連合本部長直参、大阪工業会長という顔を。
Yeah, so he's not even just like a low ranking, he's like high ranking.
パク社長と堀江さんを手にかけた金井という男は私の部下です。お詫びのしようもない。
ふざけるな。
信じていただけないかもしれませんが、私もその事実を知ったのはつい先ほどなんです。ですが、我々の目的はあくまで手紙だけ。パク社長の別れた夫を追う必要があったんです。
I really want to know who her former husband is at this point.
何者なんだ？その男は。
彼女の別れた夫、それは東上会の大幹部。
Tojo office. Majima!
なんだと？
She was dating Majima! I am every level of jealous right now.
死んだはずでした。しかし実際は生きて。
Yeah, I also think he's very much alive. How is it Majima?
マジマの行方を追っています。
In my head, I have been like joking about that a little bit. But
我々はその中身を知
る。Majima the family man?
手紙なんか知らない。
What?
そこのお嬢さんならご存知のはずだ。
Well, that's another dad's.
彼女の持っている万年筆です。パクが何より大事に持っていたものだ。彼女はそこのお嬢さんに自分のすべてを託した。
Majima is literally the family guy. Oh my god! And he was sad because he wasn't getting a child.
かつて同じ業界で生きた十数年来の友人、いや戦友とも言うべき仲でした。
Would make a wonderful house husband. He would! Fanta! He absolutely would.
辛く悲しい出来事なんです。はるかさんが目を覚ましたら手紙を私に渡すよう言ってください。それがお互いに
This is literally still a ploy though.
選択です。
ずいぶん勝手な言い分だな。
分かっています。だがヤクザとはそういうものだ。できればいい返事を期待しています。
Like, what are you gonna do if you find Majima? He can also kick your ass. He'll just kick more ass. It's just time to kick more asses at that point. More asses? More asses. It's starting to stop being 2 words at this point. Kicking more asses.
これからどないすんの、秋山さん。
とりあえずははるかちゃんが目を覚ますのを待つ。ただ手紙があろうがなかろうが、この町にじゃ俺たちに逃げ場はない。
大阪出る気？
Well, she has a...
朝一番で。
Doesn't she have a concert in Tokyo?
あそこなら東上会の力があるから、近江連合も迂闊に手が出せないし、何より 彼女にはやらなきゃならない。
Yeah!
それって日本ドームでのイベントのこと？
Exactly.
そうだ。
Saving it for events? Ooh.
それをやらな
He's
きゃいいん
stronger
じゃ
than
ない。
I am.
なんとしてもパクさんの夢を叶えてやらないと。
もともと東京に行くつもりやったけど、まさかこんな形になるとはな。
とにかく今ははるかちゃんが目を覚ますのを待とう。
わかったわ。
Is it Kiryu? I hope it's Kiryu. I don't know if all of these stories are happening around the same time or not. But I feel like that's the implication. Okay, that's not something you should ever do. Haruka? That's not something you should ever do. Okay, we're gonna do it anyway. She would be toast on the internet day one. Is that literally just the guy from just now?
もしもし。
Yeah, there it is.
そうですが、メールを見たんですけど、どなたですか？
大阪芸能の社長の勝也です。
Oh, Sassy, maybe that's the next
一体
one.
何の用ですか？
That's the next one.
旦那さんからもらったという手紙を
It's gonna
渡
be
してほ
Stardew
しい。
with Majima.
今、君の手元にあるはずだ。
どうしてですか？お断りします。
君はパクさんを殺したのが私らだと思ってい
You
るんだ
are.
ね。まあ何を言っても信じてはくれないだろうが、それじゃあ不本意ではありますが、脅迫するしかないですね。
脅迫？
実は君のことを調べ
If
さ
you're
せて
gonna
もら
bring
い
up
ました。
Kiryu, like,
君のような素晴らしい才能をパクさんが一体どこから
Buddy.
発掘したのか興味があったものでね。君沖縄から来られたそうですね。朝顔という養護施設で育った。
I'm gonna destroy your career, okay?
そうですが、それが何か？
その施設の前の経営者の名前を知って驚きました
Yeah,
よ。
previous.
桐生一馬。まさか君があの
Katsuya is just angling to die at this point.
登場会との構想から数年が
He's
経ったとはい
fucking with
え
both Kiryu
我
and
々
Majima
の内部にも彼に恨みを持つ
and a handful of Akiyama.
もし桐生さんの居場所が知れたら仕返しに向かうものが出ないとも限らないでしょう。
They can try.
彼をおびき出すために朝顔に手を出すくらいのことはやりかねません。
そんな、朝顔はあの手紙と関係ありません。
だが脅迫というのはそういうものだ。どうでしょう。桐生さんの命と朝顔の存続。
Kiryu would not want you to do that. Although whatever they do, if they find Majima, I don't think it matters.
君のアイドルとしての才能は私も買っています。本来なら順調にメジャーデビューを飾ってほしい。でも私もなりふり構っていられる状況じゃ
Sorry,
な
I
い
can't
ん
be
で
a
ね。
fan right now.
どうですか。
わかりました。その代わり手紙を渡したら、今後二度と私たちに関わらないって約
Oh,
束し
you
て
have
くだ
to
さい。
promise.
関わらないね。でも現実的に
Why would he
は無理
even
ですよ。
like? He could say yes and then still not do
君はま
it.
た現場でお会いすることもあるはず。同じ業界の仲間としてね。まあその時私に向かって笑顔が作れるくらいじゃないと芸能界では生き残れませんよ。それが芸能界。君が
Everyone keeps telling her how terrible the idol industry is in terrible different
手
ways.
紙の受け渡し場所ですが、新大阪駅の23番ホーム
Oh,
ま
I
で来てく
hope
ださ
I
い。
hope Kiryu just shows up.
新大阪駅。
Just show up, please, somewhere.
私もスケジュールが詰まってましてね。申し訳ないがそこまで私に来てほしい。ああ、そうそう。もちろんお一人で来てください。私も
Someone has to
一人
show
で行きます
up. I don't care
本当で
who.
すね。
Somebody.
約束します。では待ってますよ。
But I hope it's Kiryu. I hope it's Kiryu. Please, Kiryu. Kiryu or Majima. I will settle for Majima, but I hope it's Kiryu.
目を覚ましたんですね。
Christina, hello. Hello, Avermedia. Welcome in. She doesn't listen. She wants to save the orphanage. I get it.
大丈夫です。もう。
怖い思いしたね。俺がついていながらすまなかった。
いえ、そんな。
Am I gonna tell him?
パク社長の
Like I
元旦那から
do.
の手紙って君が持ってるのか？
ええ、場所は社長の金庫の中に帳簿が入ってた金庫です。
We still haven't read it. I want to know what it says.
待ってて、持ってくる。
参ったな。あそこにあったのか。
I mean, here it is, Dave. Technically, this agency wasn't.
手紙はもう読んだのかい？
いえ、読んでません。
We're gonna read it together.
そっか。差出人はね、君も知ってる人だったよ。
え？
真島五郎、登場会の大幹部。真島の組長が
Our wild little friend. He's kind of tall.
そうだったんですか。
勝也の狙いは手紙の中身。行方をくらませている真島組長の居所だったんだ。
I think he's gone off grid with Dojo. Yeah, Dojo Man. I think they've gone off grid together and they're planning something to save the Tojo clan because it's crumbling.
この手紙、私が預かっててもいいですか？
いや、しかし、それじゃ君が狙われ続けることになっちゃう。
She's not gonna tell him.
大丈夫。私に考えがあるんです。任せてもらえませんか？
The plan is I'm gonna give up the letter. Wait, Haruka.
そうか。わかった。
Haruka, you have another plan, right?
私、今日はもう家に帰り
You
ます。
have a better plan, right?
ちょっと疲れちゃって。
Haruka!
ほんなら私が車で送るわ。
心配ないですよ。もう一人で大丈夫ですから。
I don't think she has another plan, guys. I think that is the whole plan.
あんまし無理せんと。辛い時は辛いってちゃんと言うんやで。
はい。ありがとうございます。
Akiyama knows, I think. I think he's noticing her odd behavior. Yeah, she does live alone. That's why she had the weird stalkers, right? The side quest with the 3 separate stalkers. Oh wait, I don't think you were there for that, Lonius. Yeah, she had like 3 stalkers outside. Playing us for nerds? I'm a nerd!
秋山さん、どないしたん？さっきから浮かへん顔して。
We are all worried.
はるかちゃん、何か隠してる。
Okay, he knows.
え？
I'm glad I can rely on Akiyama.
目が覚めた後からずっと様子が変だった。ひょっとしたら勝也に先手を打たれたかもしれない。
ひょっとしてさっきの
With a text.
どうした？
さっきはるかが目を覚ます前、部屋から話し声が聞こえました。新大阪駅って言ってたような。
新大阪駅？
Okay, we're gonna run over. It's gonna be us. It's not gonna be Kiryu. Hi, Vulcan!
本当にそう言ってたの？
We had a good weekend. Yes, nobody here is happy with daylight savings.
他に手がかりはないしな。しょうがない。今はそれに
Okay.
すぐにあ。
We running. We running. I didn't even save. Wait, I should use this one. But I have takoyaki in my backpack. It's fine. I will live because of takoyaki. She probably took a taxi. I'll take one too. How are you gonna gain in on her if you're both just taking a taxi? Oh, that's actually a while away. The almost stumbling, falling, running is still so funny to me. Nope, nope, sorry. She's literally here for me because she said Sky Finance, but I'm sorry. I have to get to the train station to not catch a train. Okay, you know what? We could still find Kiryu there. What if we take a cab and it turns out to be Kiryu? Well, I guess he wouldn't really use a cab driving service here. I gave a ride to a big pop idol a few minutes ago? Seriously? Well, then I'm definitely gonna be too late. Can't let another Haruka fan down. Oh, he's gonna do a terrible job driving in that case. Should just be removed. I agree. They are Vulcan. They are. I brought a whole bag for it. Okay, so the bag is gonna get grabbed because she is also holding it very, very loosely. But I'm not getting recognized by other people here. Thought they said I wasn't gonna have a normal— oh god, it's him.
Oh.
Why him? Why would you send him? What are the chances? The same cab, I know. Why are you also sending an entire team? I thought you were gonna... I can't believe I've been lied to this badly. No, that was not the deal. Yeah, that was not the deal, but there it is. She's gonna dance battle, yeah. Akiyama, flying kick in! She actually brought a gun. I don't think she brought the letter. I think maybe she put it away somewhere.
わしらその手紙一つのために散々振り回されとんだや。この後に及んでも偽物つかまされた日には無駄惚れもええとこや。わかった。渡さんのやったらお前ごとさらうまでや。さっさと乗りや。
そんな。
The cab driver is not going fast enough at all.
どうせこないな状況じゃデビューコンサートなんかできへんのや。わしらに東京観光の案内でもしてくれや。手紙もろた後でな。
Why wouldn't my debut happen? Wait.
何よその顔は。まさかまだコンサート諦めてなかったんか。ガキのくせにどこまで。
What does that mean? She worked really hard for that concert. What does that even mean? Yeah, I think she's got something else in the bag.
手紙はそんながやな。
I don't think that's what the letter is, actually. It's gotta be a fake, right? Right? Gee. Oh, this poor man!
走るとしんどいね。もうタバコやめるか。
またお前か。一体何や。
Really gotta stop smoking, man.
お前には関係ない話やろが。
関係ならあるさ。
That's my daughter. I'm one of her 5 fathers.
パクさんから引き継いだ。
Oh no, wait, it's back to 4 again. Because the other guy is not a nice guy.
はるかちゃんが日本ドームでコンサートをすることはパク社長にとっての夢だった。そしてその思いは俺が受け取った。その子の夢は 俺の夢でもあるんだよ。
なんやそれ。
お前らの世界にもあるだろう。親の夢を子が継ぐ。最近のヤクザったらそんな教育もしてないのか。
貴様。
No, I think we already heard that they were losing their way, right?
夢ってのは人から人へと受け継がれていくもんなんだ。だからはるかちゃんの夢をお前たちに潰させるわけにはいかない。
青臭いこと言いよって。この世界なんぼ夢見ても力のある者にはかなわへんいうことを教えたるわ。ああ、お前らこのガキいてもうたれ。
Okay, but we're actually fighting him this time, right? He's not gonna run away? I think we're actually fighting him. Him plus trash mobs? And everyone at the train station is just so invested. Yeah, it's him plus trash mobs. Okay, well, that means I'm just gonna be able to use... Oh, hold on. No, don't do it. I was gonna use my... Not you! This guy. Oh! That is still a very fun ability. Just use all of my energy on him. The rest gets normal kickies. Silly boy. I said you're a silly boy. Cease. I could also just take potions, in fairness. I could literally take potions and make this work. You missed. Okay, you didn't miss there. Fair enough. That's all of my heat? Okay, never mind. I got it back. Hold on. I said hold on. No one ever listens to me, man. That's all my heat again. Okay, well now your friends are gone at least. I can focus on you. I think I do still have more speed at least. And I have takoyaki. Yeah, I have way more speed. I should get some heat for this. Sir! Oh, there goes all my heat again. And I am apparently not allowed to do anything heat-wise. I can't hold him. Okay, wait. Wait, hold on. Wait. Yes, that's what I need to do. Oh, but I still only get one. He immediately starts blocking again. I get like one hit in. So I definitely need the heats. I'll just take a potion. It's okay. And he got more friends again. That or use the trash can, whichever. I think at some point they'd spare us all the time. He doesn't understand that I have potions. Oh, I could use the trash can for a heat action, actually. Oh, I accidentally got that one right because I didn't realize there was going to be an action, I'll be honest. Oh, wait! We're already getting a finishing move? Oh, damn, okay. Okay, easy. Akiyama, like, how many gangs of people do I have to fight? All of them. Every single one of them. And all the salary men in the background like, well, at least it's more energizing than normal. Completely out of breath.
俺たちに黙って解決しようとしたことは後でたっぷり説教してやる。だけどどの道俺も
Wait, does that mean it was the actual letter?
どうしてですか？
さっき言っただろ。それがパク。夢ってのは叶えなきゃならないもんなんだよ。
はい。
それに大阪にいてもまた近江連合に襲われ続けるだけだ。それよりは東上会の力があるカムロ町に行った方が安全だと思う。
わかりました。
Maybe we'll just read the letter together now and go find Manjima.
よかった。納得してくれて。
私も社長と約束したんです。コンサートの前の日、待ち合わせ場所に行って社長の代わりに旦那さんに会うって。
Okay, we are gonna meet
こう
him.
なった今は社長が亡くなった。
I know I already said I didn't believe he was dead, but I'm very glad we're actually gonna see him.
そうか。よし。それじゃあすぐに向かおう。この新幹線に乗ったら東京で近江タクシーでと。
はい。
Yeah, we'll take a taxi and hope it's Kiryu. Ah, he's still here! You should have just come yourself and it would have been fine. Sorry you're a coward, I guess. Loser behavior.
会長、すみませんでした。
I don't think he's gonna live through this.
どうして勝手に行動した？
Oh!
俺が一人で会いに行けば手紙を渡すよう話がついていた。
He messed up!
そのことは
Never mind, never mind. He can still be dad, I guess.
それはまたあの秋山という男が出しゃばってきよると思ったもんやさかい。
俺の手に余ると。
ちゃいます。ただわしらも予防線張っておこう思て。
だがその結果、お前たちは秋山に敗れ、手紙を手に入れることもできなかった。
You got the shit beaten out of you. I still don't have what I want.
まあお前も組のためを思ってやってくれたんだ。それを責める気はない。
However,
といえば、俺が片木の仕事に手一杯で、極道の仕事は任せっきりだったのが原因だ。
いえ、そんな。
He's going to be a boss fight. I know it.
次こそ逃さなければ、それでいい。
Is he gonna kill him? Is this an execution moment? Is he picking up a gun out of his pocket right now? No, that's a cigarette. Maybe it's both. It's both, isn't it? It's gonna be both. This is the least trustworthy cigarette I've ever seen in my life. And that's saying something because all cigarettes are untrustworthy.
芸能界で仕事してるとよ、顔が気になって仕方ねえんだ。
I don't even smoke. Exploding cig.
所詮ただの幻。
Well, at least we won't see him again.
ファンの目に映るのは外面だけ。だから俺はいつもアイドル志望のガキを審査するときは、人を引きつける何かが顔ににじみ出てるかどうかで判断する。
This is acceptable too. Yeah.
顔が大事なのは極道も同じ。いくら脅し文句並べたところで、
I don't know how you strangle giant man like this.
怖さがにじみ出てなけりゃ
He must be bodybuilder levels of muscle. They just can't see it under his suit.
あの桐生一馬に育てられた少女。それこそ極道なんて見飽きてるくらいだろうよ。
Do you think he knew about that?
お前があのガキを脅した結果どうだ？ビビって手紙を差し出してくれたか？違うよな。
His question is, are you stupid?
ますます渡してくれなくなっちゃう。
Are you a stupid, stupid man?
つまりな、お前は全然
You need
怖
a
くねえ。
scarier man.
沢村遥に舐められてんだ。
Majima
極道っ
is...
て
Hi,
のは
Duke!
人に恐れられてなんぼだろうが。
Oh
脅すんだっ
no.
たら一度でちゃんと決めてこいや。
In his eye? He barely made a sound. That's a thick neck.
どんな手を使ってでも手紙や奪い取る。俺たちも東京に行く。
You could just literally follow Haruka for the meeting, but I guess they don't know about the meeting. Strong to crunch. He does care. He says now it's drama. I like drama. He also wants to be the... Oh, he's the other faction within Omi! I completely forgot about that. You're not dealing with Majima. Majima deals with other people. She's giving him a hug really, 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 really tightly, Blint. Tamris, look away. Don't worry. Tamris is at work. Yeah, he's iron biceps. Oh, she's reading it.
一人で参上するので遠慮は無用に願います。真島五郎。
I guess I didn't really assume he ever had like a serious relationship, but he was literally married. Yeah, now it's, or set it on fire or something. Don't let the letter live. It's already in your brain, and then they can't kill you either because they need you. No matter what. If you eat it double, then it's double inside of you. Hello, Rachel buddy. Shimada? Do I know this man? I don't know if I know this man. Subtle something with the blind one from Zero? Because it wasn't the only time? Wait, the blind one from Zero? Oh! Yeah, but I think he was just in love with her at the end. But they didn't start anything. I don't think I know this man. Oh, but this... Okay, hold on. Sorry. I have to snooze the ads because that's like... We can't interrupt that for the people.
さあここまでワイバーンズ打線を抑えているギガン澤田投手にとっては長打を警戒さえしておけばいいわけですから。
I don't recognize him.
一安心というところでしょう。
Well, it's like basketball, don't you? He's a weird guy, emotionally and in all other ways. That's why you love him, exactly. Do I still have him on my desk? I do. I do. Our boy. Our man. The man that he is.
どういった球を投げるんでしょう。2球目を振りかぶって投げた。
またカーブうまくカットしましたね。
Am I gonna...
ファウル。6球目もカットしました。品田。カウントは2ナッシングのままです。
Is that good or bad?
全て積極的に触れに行ってますよね。なんとか澤田投手のカーブにね食らいついていこうという姿勢
I
が
don't
見えますね。
know. Is this good? Or is he doing well? Basketball or not basketball? Baseball knowers? I'm a computer person. I'm not a sports person. I can't help you here. Sussy, thank you for big emotes. Files a do-over. So then, I guess it's a neutral? That's a home run, right? That's... Now he can just saunter.
しかもサヨナラですよ。カーブ連投の後のストレートですよ。普通のバッターだと差し込まれるんですけどね、よく打てましたね。
ワイバーンズの新たなヒーローが今夜誕生しました。ワイバーンズ品田達夫。
Is he gonna be our character? The baseball guy? Is it gonna be the thrower or the batter? Okay, we are the batter. And people are immediately angry with me. It's the only time picking this emote is worth it. That emote is always worth it. Was he dreaming? Okay, I don't think it actually happens. Because he hit it? I guess. I hope someone caught the ball in his dream. Fastball was a bad choice. He should have thrown a breaking ball to the outside. If only he had done that.
聞こえたぞ。もうちょっと待ってよ、宇野さん。あ、やっぱいるんじゃねえか。ドア開けろこら。
We're playing the loser archetype. Apparently.
俺と宇野さんの仲じゃん。俺とお前の仲だ。俺はお前との腐れ縁をなんとか切りたくて仕方ねえんだよ。
I can't wait to get you out of my life. That.
俺は宇野さんとの縁を切りたくないの。
As he goes back to bed?
どういう意味だよ。金の切れ目が縁の切れ目って言うでしょ。完全返済なんて俺まだしたくないの。そうやってなんだかんだ言ってビタ一文返さねえつもりなんだろうが。
Why does the voice kind of not fit his face at all?
お宅も切り取り。時間かかるならうちは出直そうか。
いや、そんな。
どうしたの？じゃあ俺も手伝おうか？
Is he gonna break down the door?
大丈夫です。もう帰るんで。品田、出た方がいいぜ。本業さんだよ。
The real things here. Is he Yakuza? Is he just gonna pick the lock?
高杉さ
ん。いや、さっき大家さんに会ってね。ここの大家さんいい人だね。家賃を代わりに取り立ててあげるって言ったら喜んで貸してくれたよ。
いや、困るな、大家さんったら今日振り込もうと思ってたのに。
Wait, why didn't he use the key himself then?
さっきの彼からも借りてんの。ダメじゃない。仇同士でお金の貸し借りしちゃ友達なくすよ。
Wait, is he Yakuza?
そうっすよね。さすが高杉さん、いいことおっしゃる。
Oh God.
でももっとダメなのはよ、本業から借りて返さねえことだよな。今日が何の日か忘れたんじゃねえだろうな。
覚えてますよ。利息の返済に。
だよな。
Okay, Yakuza loan shark versus whoever this guy is. He has a few pennies. Oh, an ad is gonna start. When it does, I'll pause. I'll actually have a break. Oh, I just realized I wasn't recording either. Guess I'm downloading the Twitch VODs. Didn't even take off his shoes.
俺がもっと割のいい仕事面倒見てやるよ。
まさか今さらマグロ漁船なんて王道じゃないっすよね。
以前借金の方に小さな板金屋の権利を抑えたんだが社員不足でな。
板金屋？そんなに稼げるんですか？
金属の板をプレス機の上に乗せるだけの単純なお仕事なんだけどよ。まずはそこの正社員になる。で、
Not taking off your shoes in a house? Could not be me.
金属と一緒に自分の夢をプレスして落とすんだよ。
I know, Branson. Oh. Ads are playing. I'm the same way. I don't even understand, like, I really don't understand sports. I'm sorry. I can't get invested. The only thing I could get invested in is figure skating because it looks pretty, and I like that. Writes fanfics and has those arms and shoulders? I guess he must be writing, like, really hard. Alright, I'm gonna be right back for a second and refill my water. Alright, hello. Hello again. The ads are not over yet, so I'll give it a minute. I'll give it 2 seconds. Also, unrelated, earlier we had Aver Media in the chat. It did not even register to me that it was probably the company. I used their capture card. Incredible. It's quite good. Cold. Yo, it's getting warmer here, and I'm so excited about it. It's gonna be in the 10s on Thursday or Friday. Thank you, welcome back. It's like 1 degree right now. Sorry, 7. It didn't update. It's like 7 degrees. It's gonna be 12 and 16 over the weekend. It's actually gonna be spring. I'm very excited. I like the ball throwing. Fair.
お前の場合だと1本2本3本まあ関西しても鼻くそくらいほじれるだろう
He says lose all your fingers.
紹介はありがたいんですが
You can pay us back.
今日の夕方取材1件入ってるんでちゃっちゃと原稿書いてギャラもらってそしたら高杉さんとこに直行しようと思ってたんですよ
ほう関心じゃねえか
でしょさすがに利息も返せないんじゃやばいことぐらい俺も分かってますよ
だったらよなんでこんな時間まで寝てんだよ品田あんまりクロートの金貸しなめてると出すとこ出すからな
出すってどちらに
He's gonna take all your organs and sell them.
名古屋組にケツ持ってもらうことだってできんだぜ
やだな高杉さんご冗談を
冗談で済ませてほしけりゃさっさと仕事してこい
I mean, fair though. Asking as in tall, so your head in clouds. Maybe both? Good manager always has a personal touch. I don't know that we can call him a manager. Wait, so but then this is the next part, right? Or of course I'd oversleep on the day of the interview. Is that oversleeping? Did you even set an alarm? Were you gonna get out? Okay, yeah, we're on part 4. Okay. Well, he's definitely a guy who exists. We don't know him, I don't think, from any previous games. I don't mind hockey, but it's not for me. What if a fight breaks out on the fields? Would those be funny enough? I wonder what his fighting style's like. Oh my god. This place is very obstructive. We'll call it that. Massage parlor manager. Wait, am I? You gotta write about us again. We got clients singing our phrases left and right because they read your article. Wait, so I'm actually a decent writer. If I'm a decent writer, why is everything going so poorly for me? Maybe I'm just not getting jobs. Oh, I just keep punching people. Another Barker! Are you also happy with my writing? How about dropping by for some cleavage? Sir, I don't have any money. I straight up have negative money. And apparently not by a little either. It's just motivation to get you to work. That's not really a manager. I'm gonna call that a slave driver. Whip worker. Is that about the... I think it is. The baseball? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Follows are anonymous, of course. Gotta get to the club as he stands still to look at this other thing that is not the club. Not really into fighting sport. Just feels so weird to me. Yeah, I don't watch that much either. I can respect it. Is your back ever agonizing? Thank you for the stamina. Okay, so he is well liked at least. But not be surprised if he likes to use weapons. Yeah, I feel like, well, we can probably tell. Let's look at our abilities. Let's see what he likes. Try being an indecent writer. Oh, that pays pretty well too, I think. Your attacks grow more powerful while you're drunk? Okay, so he has the drunken fist style? Potentially? Okay. Okay, well, I can work with that. I guess he needs to be drunk all of the time. Club Sexy! What a great name! Let's get down to business to pay off my debt. Guess that's where our money goes, yeah. Too random guy. Me every time. I know, I overslept even though I didn't set an alarm. Whoops.
もうあっちこっちの店からさ、うちを特集してくれたの、新人が入っただの。でも安心して。次の関東グラビアはミルクちゃんと。
I vow to mold Milky Chan's mature muffins? What?
今日からしばらく店休むと。
No, you're not. Milky's gone.
知らんが。店長。店の子のプライベートに女も40超えると。
Women in their 40s go through all sorts of wild mutations.
まずいよそれ。夜中に入校しないと印刷間に合わないんだ。まあ今から体験取材しせんで。ダメだよ。絶対ダメ。今日はな一応きっちり体験。プレー代経費で落とせるからって講師今度。でも俺が。まあそれなんだけどね。この。そうやそうだわ。どうしても。
Oh, you used an old photo?
ほんでも相当前だろうね。今月は何が何でも現在の。それに今日原稿料もらわないと俺の指がほとんどなくなった。
Okay, I don't like this character. If your only interest is being able to stroke Milky's thighs with your fingers, and you're also consistently in debt because you cannot stop going to whatever this bar is.
もしもし、ミルクちゃん。
I've already given up on this man.
どうしちゃったのさ。
実はね、私の弟がね、久保田警備っていう警
You
備会
bring
社
me daughters when I ask for sons, especially here.
警備会社。
美術品を運搬する警備中に高価なもの壊してまって責任問題になっとるらしい
Okay,
んだわ。
Milky's brother is in
賠償金を払わんと
trouble.
怖い上司に殺されるかもしれんぜ。
それは
彼の上司、以前なんかあると決まって名古屋組
名古屋
警察についた私下でごめんね。
ちょっと待って今日
Okay, I have to go save her brother. Otherwise, I cannot get the interview with Milky and stroke her thighs. Are we allowed to castrate him? Faith, valid question. Maybe he'll redeem himself? That's kind of been the theme in 5, people redeeming themselves. Not in a good way necessarily, but they try. I hope your day is going well, Faye. Should have just stayed in bed, then you would have lost your fingers anyway. By dressing in drag saved the day. Twice. When my spouse was in her 40s, she grew scales and could read minds. Then his teacher named Professor Xavier something asked her to join school. Okay, well, I'm looking forward to that. I'm suddenly really looking forward to my 40s. It's gonna be the best time to be alive, I think. Done singing? What did I miss? I have to go beat up some people to save a brother so I can interview Milky. That's all we got. Oh, he literally only writes for adult entertainment things. I see. Are we gonna beat up a group of people? I think so. Yeah, it's we're gonna fight moments. Kyle, hello! Happy time zone. I'm sorry about DST, but it's still a pretty happy time zone. While in heat mode, press triangle again after a triangle attack to trigger my meteor tackle. Okay. I don't have... Okay, well, I don't have a heat mode right now. He seems like he just has a very regular fighting speed. It's not bad. He's not slow. I like that he's not slow. He's not as fast as Akiyama. These team flying to Zeta's been losing 2 hours? That is not right. And the wee baby's 80? Is he just gonna be fisticuffs? It seems like it. Okay, so why didn't you fire him if he messes up so often? Oh, it's a bat. Why would you let him handle it? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. So they have hired this man who is very consistent about dropping things, breaking things, messing up in general. And not only did they not fire him, they let him handle a priceless artifact? And then they're mad that it doesn't go well? That's self-inflicted, guy. That's what that is. That's self-inflicted. You inflicted this upon yourself. Unbelievable. Is he gonna fix it? They're all pretty drunk at the time they let him grab the bats. Maybe don't be drunk on the job. What's a compressed bat? I don't know what a compressed bat is. Yeah, I think we're a himbo with special interests.
反発力を高めるため
Both in
に木
baseball
材
and
に
women,
樹
I
脂
think.
加工を施してあるんだ。これしてないでしょ。あ、よく見ると松屋にもついてねえじゃん。これ間違いなく偽物だわ。ただのサインバッグ
Yeah,
な
I
んじゃ
think
ない
so,
の？
Loneliest. I think he's Zimbo.
ってことは。そうね。弁償金いいとこ1万円ってとこじゃないの？
Maybe. Absolutely king it. The little dude is doing great.
何者だ。ほら吹いとんじゃねえわ。
疑うんだったら鑑定出してみなよ。出すまでもないけど。
No, pay for the appraisal anyway. There are men. Men can only be drunk. It's the law. Fair enough.
あん
My
たは社
mistake.
長さん？だったら話が早い。鳥山さんが壊した高価な美術品ってやつね。あれ偽物だから。その鳥山さんの責任とか処分とかちょっと。何の話？
Yeah, explain it again, but off screen. Kyle's drunk right now.
おの。美術品の運搬俺は違う。
Oh, he was in on it!
また会社に来た。
Oh, he got. Oh. Oh.
おみやが勝手に何やろうが構わんがな。
Holy shit!
俺の会社に泥塗ったら肝臓。
Sir?
すみません。
I have a pen!
よその方にまで迷惑かけてまって。
I have a face.
もう一発あちらさんの
Face pen!
タイム。鳥山さんの件が大ごとにならないんなら俺はそれでいいんで。
Dear
そう
Lord.
ですか。そんならしっかりは見れないか。
If I had to be sober, I'd be doing a cool.
ございませんでした。
Oh, he lost teeth, I think. He's writing a love note in his face. Going to make this pen disappear.
もしもし、姉ちゃん。
Well, now I get to go talk to Milky, I guess.
姉ちゃんがパート？助かった。篠田さんは姉ちゃんはどこのスーパーか教えてくれせんのですが。
I'm not her manager, am I?
大丈夫だ。そうですか。今後ともはねを。はい。
Why does he think I'm her manager? That's a little weird. I'm just a writer guy. I don't manage anything, especially not my own life, apparently. Fairly harsh penalty. Duke? Can't believe you made me read that. With my eyeballs.
いいね、ミルクちゃん。今日は特にいいね。
Great interview. Is what she told him.
いいよ。
Not the lies.
やだ、たっちゃん、恥ずかしいだね。こんなおばさんの写真なんて。
An old woman.
私の写真を。
When you're 40 years old and you're an old woman.
また苦情殺到しちゃうよ。
この間の写真、苦情来とったの？
もう大変だったよ。雑誌見てミルクちゃんを指名したお客さんがさ、なんであんな写真使うんだ。実物の方が断然綺麗なのにって。はい、じゃあ今度はカメラの方を振り返って。
Are we gonna see her terrible looking for...
女が女を捨てなければ。
Ah, yes. Yeah, she does look horrifying.
初めて出会った15年前も綺麗だったけどさ。今日のミルクちゃんの方が綺麗だよ。
だっちゃん。
She's mommy.
ありがとう。
And she like doesn't even have any pores still.
弟のこと。
ああ、あんなのいいってことよ。それよりミルクちゃん。 これは外しておこうか。
What is that?
やだ、ごめんなさいね。
Yeah, Milky Chan, but that's not her real name, right?
体験取材しましょうか。
今日はお礼の気持ちを込めて、よーけサービスしたるわ。
それじゃシャワー浴びますか。
Not okay, not on screen if you don't mind. I did not tag the stream for that because I didn't know it would happen. Okay, thank you. Peace and love. My god. Yeah, not my favorite character, I won't lie. But he's nice to her though, so I feel like that's That's a redeeming quality. She's our girlfriend, kind of? Maybe. I don't know. She don't, like, there seems to be some kind of distance. In-depth interview, sir. This is written by a teenage boy. I thought that would happen if I save a hot woman's brother? Yeah, he's charming. Like, people like him. It's just that he has some weird moments. But maybe we can live with that? I don't know. We'll see where his story goes. We'll see how he develops. Wait, is that the guy who wants my money? Yep, it's the 30 grand guy.
返す気もねえくせによく言うぜ。んなことはない。どうせあの闇金にもな。図星だろ。
I will die and lose my fingers. So I hope you know that if I don't give him his money.
闇金って高杉さんのとこから
Backstory.
I
was about to say, do we need to hide stream if this one? Yeah, Revenant. No, exactly. I'm sorry. To call for her brother's saving? Oh, we called her, though, to see where she was. They're Yakuza, Shinada. Yes, they are. That.
宇野さん、名古屋組の組員って見たことある？
俺はねえけどよ。
俺も金栄町に来て15年だけど、名古屋組どころかヤクザっぽいやつさえあんま見たことないよ。
声でけえよ。
You can't really notice a Yakuza anymore. At least I don't have to walk, Plinth. They do it for me. He was just delivering soba, man. Not correct. Just that one guy, that gang that dressed the same, yeah. Don't mind a horny guy, she's grown up. Yeah, as long as it's not his only traits. But so far he's drunk, he's horny, he's very late on all of his loans. His friends are also all horny. Wishes he was a baseball star. Knows basically everything about baseball, I'm assuming. When he says old hag, I'm guessing she's what, 35? Wait, you said get out of here. Very relatable man, yeah? I hope he's not the Teddy trope, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Horny is an important trait. Maverick, we need more traits than just the horny traits. He's also just an idiot. Maybe, yeah, I was gonna say, maybe just actually pay off your loan. You weirdo.
全額持っていくってのはなんとか昨日から何も食べてなくて。
おいおい、どうなってんだよ風俗ライターのギ
Yeah,
ャラ。
because he doesn't know how to use a PC.
全額もらっても利子分も足りねえじゃねえかよ。
Hello, Din Mom. Hello, hello. Need more traits than horny? Yes.
だってもっとあるぜ。
I knew
小4だけどよ。
you do need more than just horny traits. Don't worry, you have
完
more.
済できねえな。いよいよ板金屋の社員だな。
そればかりは。
保険金で元本返して障害者保障で利子返してほら宛名自分で書け
What? Wait, what's the 25,000 for?
残金
That's a lot of yen. How did you even start borrowing that much, dudes? Maybe I'm an idiot. Alexis, 40-year-old lady, friend enough to save her brother? I mean... Oh no, don't make me do home runs. I don't know how to do the baseball game. Horny Idiot is a well-rounded character that applies to a lot of people I know. Yeah, such as there are. Don't be shy. The batting center is my only hope. Oh no. I'm really bad at this minigame. Reminds me the term spinster refers to an unmarried woman aged 26 or older. Yeah, and they also started calling women spinsters as a way to try to get them to marry. Like, it was literally just men who were upset that the women were happy single. I'm not even kidding, which is very funny. All of women take up yarn spinning at 27 anymore? No, they have to start earlier than that, I think. Your handwriting is atrocious. Oh, thank you. Interest is killer. Let's save a cop to fuck his sister. Playing baseball is just like dancing. You got this. Oh, I don't think it's close. I've did the minigames a few times and I never actually got enough points for prizes. The key points are completely illegible. Okay. How about the name of the club you visited? What? I didn't know I was supposed to... Okay. Alright. Okay. Google save me, cause what do you mean? Yakuza 5. Name of the club. Unbelievable. It's not the points that matter, it's taking part and having fun. No, I think he needs to actually make a lot of money. Unfortunately. Okay, Futomomo Club? This says Futomomo? Yeah, I guess so. What's the name of the girl you've read? Oh, it's Milky. I remember that one. Oh, that's it? That's all you needed? Futomomo from Milky? Okay, that's fair enough. I just did not know the name of the club. Yeah, I don't know why you sleep in at all, sir. I don't know why you ever sleep in. You have no money. And nobody wants to beat you up, so you can't even get money that way. You're in so much trouble, sir. Fat Peach? Is that what it means? Is that actually what it means? She get money from beating people up? Nobody wants to beat me up, though. That's my problem. Maybe this guy does. About Coco Melon. I wrote about Coco. Wait, no, melon. Coco Melon. Magical mystery melons. Uh-huh. They're soft, they're succulent, they jiggle to the touch. Yeah, he's not, like, doing better right now. Just too nice of a person. I don't know. I feel like this guy's pretty punchable. Wait. Huh? Did Melon-chan not tell you she's a working girl? And she still okayed my intrusion into her quarters? I think maybe you're just like a very weird fan. I think this is one of those people who thinks they're dating the hostess. Even though that's not the case. And you brought a knife. Fun. I picked up a sturdy iron pipe. Shinada is good at weapon attacks. Loneliest? Never mind. He'll learn abilities that let him gain the upper hand when fighting with weapons. When it fits the situation, use weapons in addition to my meteor tackle and punches. I mean... Okay, yeah, that's pretty sturdy. I didn't even get a heat action moment there. It just kind of happened. Well, that was easy. You telling me Noob is not dating me since I subbed to his Twitch? No, he's dating me. It was going pretty easy on you, so it shouldn't be that messed up. You beat him up with a metal pipe. What do you mean? Okay, that was normal. That was so normal of you. Do I have anything in my item box? I'm guessing not. Oh, I do keep the iron pipe. I have a stamina. I should probably save. Also stomped his face. I did. I'm pretty sure I killed him. But he was still walking, so it's okay. I hope if I fail, they just let me try again, because... Yeah, forever iron pipe. I guess I should probably equip it, actually. My one shot at redemption. 5k? Oh, I hope they have heat actions in this game. The buttons in the 4 sections of the cursor... Wait, they're the swim buttons? Move the cursor to the ball. Move the cursor to the ball and swing by pressing one of those buttons. Does it matter which one I press? The cursor is called the swing cursor. Okay. The smaller areas inside the swing cursor are the slugging ranges. You'll hit the ball much more powerfully if you hit it within the slugging range. Okay, but okay, understand that I don't know how to hit balls, period. We now pronounce you man and pipe. You forever be laying that pipe. Maybe you could have made him good with bats. I think we probably will be. Will you give us a reason why? He just likes weapons, I guess. That goatee looks like it's apply it with a Sharpie. What if it is? Maybe he thinks it makes him look cool. The ball's anticipated location is indicated by the pink... The anticipated location. Okay, we anticipate balls on this location. While this is only a guess, it will still provide a general idea of where the ball will be. A general idea? Okay. Make perfect contact by swinging right when the ball and anticipated course turn yellow. Move the cursor to this area, then press the corresponding button at the right time to hit the ball. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's have a try yourself. Why? Hit 1 home run. Oh god. Okay, I guess. Is that a home run? Oh my god, it is! Oh! I guess it's just because they gave me the easy outs. You have to win this one for that story. Do I just come here to get money? I'm only giving prizes for course 3. Oh, I did the easy course. Oh no.
Nice, but
he's here to take more of my money. Yeah. I was worried. I immediately lost my money, so you know. Ready for Major League Baseball. This guy should be. And now we're still hungry. Did you need to chew tobacco for that? For batting? Oh god, is this his minigame? That's his minigame? His minigame is baseball batting? Oh no. In Shinada's side story, The Cost of a Swing, Shinada's batting skills can be improved to gain an advantage when taking on challengers. Shinada's batting skills are improved by playing various courses at the batting center. Okay. It has 4 impact ranges that are assigned to 4 buttons. If an impact range levels up, its swing cursor is enlarged, making it easier to hit. If the impact timing levels up, the window of opportunity for hitting... Okay, so I should level it up and then I'll become a really good batter? If Heat Eye levels up, pitches will appear even slower when using the Heat Eye ability. Oh, I haven't used that. I make it. Yeah, it's Shinada. He is a drunk, horny man who likes bats. Getting out of debt is good, but he also needs to eat food, I think. Just a little bit. Okay, well, that's good. By progressing through Shinada's side story. View current skill levels by okay, but I can't though, because I don't have money. Shinada will face old rivals as well as new challengers. Facing them will also hone batting skills. But can I play for free? Oh no. Change your bats? Oh, I only have these. That's all I have. Am I picking them up? I don't... How do I actually play? Yeah, it costs money. I don't have money to play, so I can't even train unless I make more money. Have you tried using better equipment? Oh, you can get new equipment at the pawn shop. Oh, but I need money for that too. Oh no. Well, I guess he could go to the wait, can I leave like this? Yeah. I could go to the shop and get a little basket of things. Food, heat, shelter, so expensive, literally. Me too, just like dancing, it's basically the same thing. You said you missed Akiyama's part. I really like Akiyama. I can't. Okay, I get free food because I never have money. Time to be a teacher to these two, yeah. But I literally owe everyone money. There isn't a single person in this world I don't owe money to, it seems. Oh, did I equip my stick? I did, okay. I kind of want people to fight me. I kind of need people to fight me. So that I can collect money. I feel like that should be his side quest, is becoming a good enough batter to pay off his ridiculous amount of debt. Hi Jeff! Hello! Good time zone. Those are also Yakuza, right? Hello. I am very hungry. I thought he had soup for me or something. What? I don't have it. It got taken immediately. Did she not also tell you that? We said that on the phone. Did he not listen? Nobody listens. Like, I kind of get it, but like... Hi Dip! Hello! And again, he's making such a good point. I also get hangry when I don't get my spaghetti. I need a good spaghetti. Hi Lika! Hello! Does he not realize that they are Yakuza? Oh, wait, Azumi and Takachi. I know one of them. They pay their bills. Is it a cop? It might be, actually. A counter seat's opening right now because I'm leaving and I have no money. Yeah, that was spaghetti. I was thinking the same thing, Noob. I think maybe they just translated it as spaghetti, but it's not. I'm really enjoying the Kudelka and Shadow Hearts videos the last couple days. Thank you, Sig. I'm glad you enjoyed them. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, you did get a hole in your cheek. Sorry. Does juice leak out when you drink? Is he gonna try to beat me up? Wait, actually? Am I gonna play baseball with him? Oh no, that is a good point. He did. He was playing them. He didn't even drop it? Oh, well, maybe he did, but it didn't break. Let's shake him down. Hi, Ness. Welcome in. It's a fair question. He's an excellent journalist. Well, Kudelka hits different somehow. I really like Kudelka a lot. Apparently that 33 game, it has a lot of Shadow Hearts influences. I saw B talk about it. Oh, he's gonna try to beat me up. That's okay. Maybe I can beat some money out of him, so I can go to the batting center. But I'll have to bat at level 3, because if I bat at level 3, I can get the money back. We're dumb but smart. I feel like he knows certain things, like he understands how certain things work. Sorry, I have to take my thing out. But he's not... What's the word? There's a word for this. What am I looking for here? He's not diligent enough to make something of himself. Like, he's just lazy. He's lazy, is what I'm saying. It's not even that he's not savvy, because I feel like he is, or he could be. But he just doesn't... He doesn't have what it takes, you know? Not saying like the bootstraps thing or anything, but at the same time... Oh, he's not very strong either. I guess the stick is not that strong. Yeah, he's got no ambition. He keeps like borrowing money from everyone to then do nothing with. Like he borrows money to go whoring. That's literally what he does. That's his thing. And then he doesn't get up out of bed, even though he owes money to the literal Yakuza. He owes money to the Yakuza, he has no food. He owes money to the guy who gives him food. He owes money to his landlord. He owes money to his friends. Like, I can't respect that. I'm sorry, but I can't respect that. Lazy himbo. I don't think he's even necessarily a himbo at this point. Because if he was a himbo, at least he wouldn't know what he's doing, but he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows he's messing up. He's just doing nothing to change his attitude about anything. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna take the himbo away from him. I don't think he's a himbo. I think he's just a lazy idiot who really likes baseball. Like, he might put in the effort if he was given the opportunity to be a pro baseball player of some kind. But you don't just get to pick that. That's kind of hard to just pick. Feels like he doesn't know what's going on. Oh no, I think he does. He definitely does. He's just not taking it seriously in any sense of the word. You need more health, because you're very weak. Oh, it takes long to level. And I don't generally like characters like that, who do that. But we also only just met him. Did we get any money off him? We did not. Alright, let's see if I can go past the shop. Or if I'm even allowed to go inside of a shop. There aren't that many. There's the chef again! No, I will not be talking to you. Thank you, though. Is that where I live? Maybe he doesn't care about his life. Maybe that's what we're gonna find out. I did not get to loot that body either. Okay, there's the shady guy with the hat. Is that Daigo? That looks like Daigo. Am I crazy? I don't think I am.
平和な禁営に揉め事持ってこないだよね。
俺が探している男は一見この町に溶け込んで暮らしているが、誰もその男の過去を知らない。元プロ野球選手である過去を。
Okay, now we're getting his backstory. Sounds like Daigo, right? Looks a little like Daigo too.
知るわけねえじゃんか。気を抜くとまだ東京の言葉が出るんだな。元名古屋ワイバーンズ背番号47。
Okay, so did I actually dream of my past? Did it really happen?
頼みたいことがある。お前が15年前に全てを失うことになった。9回裏のサヨナラ。
Why did that cost him everything? Smells a little Daigo too. Too slow? That's true. Oh, that's true. You're right. Why is he interested in him, though? I should probably stop scrolling to the bottom for that every single time. Oh, that's chapter 2 already? That was very quick. Is it gonna have 4 chapters like the other ones? What truly happened? How did you lose your way?
お前が15年前に全てを失うことになった。9回裏のサヨナラホーム。
I love how we flash back to a flash forward to a flashback to the present. Like his bracelets? What if that's the reason he lost everything? Oh, he gave him the ball. Okay, yeah. Oops. You caught it?
その時のお前のホームランボールだ。
誰なんだあんた。
まだ近いところにおるはずだ。探
せ。返事は後日聞こ
う。ちょっと待てよ。これどうして持ってんだよ。さよならホームランの真相ってなんだよ。あれは実力で打ったんだ。真相なんて何もねえよ。
The way he says that makes it seem like he did not, in fact, hit it fair and square. That's a very suspicious thing to say. I didn't cheat. Why would you say that? Even though the cheating was never brought up. Awkward. Oh, hey, guy.
返事を聞かせてくれ。
ちょっとあんた、一体何なんだよ。昨日も言ったでしょ。15年前の
Me when I lie.
品田達夫はサイン島と野球賭博の用意。
Sign stealing? Sign stealing and Max? What?
プロ野球一軍初の打席。
帰ってくれ。
Okay, he was probably framed, right? The Elder Scrolls zoom in.
これは興味本位ではなく仕事の依頼だ。すべての真相が明らかになれば、このアタッシュケースの中身を報酬として払う。
Yo, he's paying me a full year of pro baseball?
2000万だ。
20 million?
それは言えない。
I am the head of the Tojo
15年前
clan.
の真相が俺なんで引き受けるのか。
Why do we need to know about baseball corruption?
あの一件で俺はな、俺だけじゃない。
What happened, dude?
早く忘れて。
Tell me more.
どんなに金積まれようがいい。
じゃあお前は
当たり前だ。ほら、
受ける。
It's gonna be the other loan shark, the Yakuza loan shark. Yep, there he is.
おいおい、物騒なもん持ってんな。そいつはしまってくれよ。俺はその男の身柄を預かってるような立場。
Doesn't matter. He knows who you are.
品田にはそれなりの額の金を貸していて。
$1 million something is what he owes.
それで
Maybe keep your hands up.
その仕事 受ける。
Sign stealing is decoding the signs used to tell what the pitcher will throw next.
高杉さん、このややこしい状況
How
を
does
さら
that
に
work?
かき乱さないでくださいよ。
な？お前俺にそんなこと言えた身分か？
Yeah, you're really
借
not.
金とこれとは無関係でしょ。
ああ、そう。じゃあ借金は指の保険金で返済っていうことでいいな。
は？
What did you think was gonna
とり
happen?
あえず今日は指一本潰すけど病院にはプレス機でって言うんだぞ。
何言ってんすか。社員でもないのに労災なんて降りるわけないでしょう。何これ。
You're an employee. He signed it for you.
お前が宛名書いた
Yep, there it
領収
is.
書にカーボン挟んで仕込んどいたんだよ。
Figured as much.
就職おめでとう。
ちょっと待ってくださいよ。
ちょっとだろうがたくさんだろうがいくら待っても風俗ライターに返済なんてできない
Again,
だろ。
good points. Good points.
まあ
You should write better
他
porn,
に
I
稼げる
guess.
仕事でもあるっていうなら話は変わるがな。
あのホームランは俺が実力で打ったものだ。東京ギガンツの沢田が6球続けたカーブの後、キャッチャーのサインを無視してまさかのストレート。俺がそれを完璧に捉えただけだ。サインを盗むなんてことはしてなかった。
サインを盗む？おう、いわゆるサイントってやつか。
But he didn't.
ではなぜ球界を追放になった？
Everyone steals signs or
野球
tries
賭
to?
博の容疑は晴れなかったからだ。
賭博は本当にやってたの？
やってないよ。
それは誰かに容疑を
Why did they want him out
知ら
though?
ないよ。俺みたいな無名の二軍上がりを追放して誰が得すんだよ。
得をした人間がどこかにいるはずだ。
Who is this, the
俺はそ
fall
の人
guy?
間が誰か知りたい。
Potentially?
探し出せるのは当事者のお前以外にはいない。
仮にこいつをはめた人間がいたとしてそいつを特定したら
We?
絶対に金はくれる。
We? It's a we now.
約束は守る。これは俺の連絡先と当座の金だ。
Is it all the spending money you could need? Yeah, he was gonna steal it, wasn't he?
確かにお前に依頼したからな。この人が立ち会い人だ。
了解。
それじゃまた連絡する。
Rip spending money. Pitchers have a 3-1 to 5-1 advantage in baseball. If you know what the pitcher's throwing next, you shift the advantage towards the hitter.
しかしな。
So you just have to be subtle about
ま
it?
さかあん時の選手がお前だったとはな。
It's very silly.
当時はかなりニュースになったもんな。
だから
違うって言うならお前をはめたやつを探し出せよ。
I can't believe he wasn't interested in the first
真
place.
相を知ることができてついでに2000万円も手に入るんだ。借金完済するチャンスじゃねえか。
高杉さん、悪いけど少し考えさせてください。
何言ってんだよ。もう引き受けちまったんだ。お前はやるしかねえんだよ。
But not all the spending money you could want.
断るならお前の
He
指
just took that with him. I don't know, Wicked. I don't know. They do seem really into it, don't they? Became a Japanese thing post World War II. Oh. Why specifically?
いいだろう。
He
でも
holds
これ
that
だけ
little
は忘
hammer.
れるなよ。
Ready to smash some fingers.
俺から逃げようなんて無理だからな。
Heartwarming, sir. Heartwarming. Don't get tired holding 2 pounds with a single hand. Exhausting work, too slow. Bokor Gluda, very nice, Vita. I hope it turns out well. I'm sure it will. Every time I see anything bow related now, I just think of you. Gotta get out of this funk of being paid 20 million to figure out what the hell happened to me. I feel like that is... Wait, is that... Okay, hold on. How's my health doing? Okay, it's fine. I need some money. I need some money. What a surprise! Playing this character. I have $17. Incredible. You are the bowman! You're gonna have to bring Jeff on all your escapades. Oh, that's you again. No, that's okay. Alright. Immediately cutscene, never mind. Are you gonna try to beat me up? Oh, you were a baseballer. Huh? He wants revenge for a high school baseball game. I'm skipping you, sir. I'm skipping you. You're not worth it. I'm skipping you. Okay. All this for the side questing. Incredible. I assume there was a match fixing thing where his team was supposed to lose, hence putting a no-name in as a sub. Then he hit a home run and messed up the fix. Ooh. That would make sense, actually. That would make sense. Wait, but I don't have money. 10 pitches? I'm gonna fail. I hope you know that. One of the most lengthy games I've ever played. It just never ends. So it's just like sometimes the conversations. But this is also the last game they made before Yakuza 0. They made Yakuza 0 after this one. So I'm assuming 6 will be more like 0. I love 0. Oh, fuck. Okay, wow. So I do have to pick a different one to hit then, don't I? Home run? Home run, baby! Okay, I only need one. Okay, I only need one. I was like, I can just hit the same button every time. Not so. I thought you threw hard despite your busted shoulder. But you suck at throwing. Okay, he's just mad he doesn't know how to throw anymore. You're also with the Yakuza? Is everyone? Oh, he's also still mad about the high school game. Are you serious? Why is everyone mad about the baseball game? Oh my goodness. We gotta stop. Both Like a Dragon games are freaking RPGs and they still have shorter speedruns than Yakuza 5. I think Yakuza 5 just has, out of all of them, it just has the most text. Honestly. And I don't think it's close. And I'm not the only one, because Momo also said she started skipping text for the first time in Yakuza 5. This is the first Yakuza game that I've started skipping text in. Because so many of them are just not it. And I think it's partially because a lot of what we run into is because we're switching characters a lot. Also, an ad is about to play, but this is not something that is interesting to miss, I'm sure. A lot of them are just like opening the side quests. Like we've had, how many we had? We had Kiryu, we had Seijima, then we had Haruka, and I guess Akiyama didn't really have a side business. But now we have him, we have this guy over here. So 4 times where you have to unlock all of their tutorial stuff, right? All of their side quests, and just unlocking, knowing the chef guy and the weapon guy, like all of that. And it's always just kind of like this. A bar called First Shot. Once you're done fishing, come see me. I'll consider it. Wouldn't be surprised if you're too broke to buy baits. Do I look broke? All the side games and stuff went hard too. I disagree. I know it's your favorite one, though. I just disagree. I don't think there have been... the minigames since Zero have all been vaguely disappointing. But like, you're going up against the Majima Hostess Club, and then I guess also later, I don't know if it was 1 or 2 that had Kiryu in the host club. They're going up against that, and I love those so much. Like, the Kiryu Taxi one, I really don't care for. The hunting one was okay. It was vaguely chill to do the hunting one, because you just go up the mountain, you just do whatever. I liked Haruka's side game a lot, because it was basically just a... Do I actually have money? No, I don't. It was basically just a rhythm game, so I like that one a lot. This one's batting. I guess I don't really have an opinion on this one yet, because we haven't quite gotten there. It seems okay. I'm assuming the harder it gets, the less pitches you get to throw a home run. I was so happy when Like a Dragon didn't keep changing up main characters. Yeah, Yokels, I was going to say that by the end of the game, but I think the thing that bothers me the most about 4 and 5... I don't think 3 did it, which is probably why I like 3 better. But 4 and 5 is just that you constantly switch characters. I really don't like switching characters because it makes it less... It makes me feel less invested. You know what I mean? Like, I just did a whole bunch of stuff on Haruka to get her diamond all maxed out. But now, I don't know if I'm even going to play as Haruka anymore, but I'm going to assume I probably won't. Like, maybe for her final concert in Tokyo. But it just makes me feel like I don't really have to care too much about what I get for the character, like leveling their weapons, their skills. It doesn't make me feel connected to the character as such. And it also doesn't allow you to be emotionally invested. I'm emotionally invested more so in Akiyama and Haruka because one, I really like Haruka. And obviously Kiryu because it's Kiryu. But it's largely because I've spent so much time with them and I really like them. But this is the first game I've met this guy. Like even Seijima I'd already met before. But it's the first time I meet this guy, so I have to build a whole rapport with him first before I know how to feel about him. And by that time, like we're already on chapter 2, if it's the same as the previous ones, we'll have 4 chapters. I only have another 3 chapters to get attached to this man, and he's not doing a very good job so far. Love how accurate and beautifully RPG studios adapt all the Japanese cities in this game. Felt like taking a virtual tour in Japan. I will take pictures when I go to Japan. Just to compare. Manager Majima! Hostess Club makes these games better than the main story. I spent so much time in there because I loved it so much. With the free Like a Dragon Yakuza games, 5 has the longest main story according to How Long to Beat. At 36 hours without side stuff, with 0 being the second longest at 31.5. Wait, really? Are the other Yakuza games that much shorter? But in Yakuza 0, I was also really invested in doing the side stories. I'm not at all invested in doing the side stories in 4 and 5. Because they're not as funny. They haven't been as funny. Depends on the city, but I love Kyoto. I want to see some of the smaller cities. See some of the old temples. Yakuza is only 14 hours? No way. No way, that's really short. But I guess without side stuff. The Gigants were the one I won against, right? I'm pretty sure. Do we not like Fujita? Or is that part of our main story? Is he the one who sold us out? Or is he the one who had set up the match? You want to fight? Yes. I hope I get money when I beat them up. It's kind of why I want to skip right to Like a Dragon. I said this... What did I say this? Oh, I said this to Carson. I was watching Carson, and we were talking about Yakuza. And he really wants to play more Yakuza games as well, because he has really only played Like a Dragon, I think, and he really liked it. But I basically told him straight up, I wouldn't recommend doing the entire series the way I've been doing it. Like what he told me he liked about Yakuza, I'm fairly certain he would not enjoy 5, for example. And I don't want to put people off the Yakuza series, you know? I really don't want people to burn out on the Yakuza series. I think for me it's easier because I'm because I'm streaming it, so I get to talk. I get to talk about my feelings while I'm playing, and I think that's interesting. But if you don't have that aspect, I think for 5 or 4 and 5, I think I would have probably stopped halfway through, and I would have started watching the movies on YouTube instead. I think that's what would have happened. Okay, they don't actually pay you though. That's unfortunate. Hold on, let me scroll. Yakuza Like a Dragon is 45.5 and Infinite Wealth is 57.5. Both without side missions? But everyone loves them, right? Hi Catnip, welcome in. Smaller villages are definitely worth visiting. You might even meet people who have next to zero previous contact with Westerners, but they're usually very welcoming and sweet when you're respectful. Yeah, I also do want to make sure that I learn enough Japanese to make myself, what's the word? Understandable to a degree. Pirate Yakuza 19. I'm really looking forward to Pirate Yakuza. I really am. Doesn't take that long to get through the series, just a year or two. Yeah, noob, if you want to get into Yakuza, play 0 and then Kiwami 1 and 2, because I love all of those. I liked 3 well enough, but not nearly as much as 0 and 1 and 2. 4 and 5, I only enjoy on stream. And otherwise, there is a 90% chance that I would have skipped and just watched all the cutscenes on YouTube. I just want Big Mobsters play Hostess Club. Is that so much to ask? And apparently, that doesn't happen anymore. Apparently, there is no more game with the Hostess minigame club, which is very funny because it was so popular. Just need to mainline the story because we're so story-focused over here. Yeah, I like story, but I also like talking about the story with you guys. So, it's harder because it's in Japanese, but I'll probably always play them in Japanese. Having played the entire series, Infinite Wealth is a super huge payout if you stick with the entire thing, but I think 5 is the only one that could be safely skipped. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that I got all the story, because like I want to be connected to what's happening. I want to be like, oh, it's that guy, you know? That's how I know that I don't know this guy, but this guy is new. Yeah, we do like to talk shit, we do. Conversational, yeah, that's a good word actually for it. That's a good word for it. Sumimasen! Yeah, I'll probably say that a lot. I am singing Telegram. Gulo, hello. Thank you for the biddies. I got the words Yakuza and Yakuza confused. Now I'm in hot water with the Japanese mafia. Okay, I know that's a pun, Gulo, but when I was a kid, I did that. I kept calling a Yakuza. Because I'm Dutch, so I said Yakuza instead of... I think in English you're supposed to pronounce it Jacuzzi? Maybe? But I would always call a Yakuza. Like, I want to go into Yakuza. And my dad had to laugh about that. Bad game. It's usually not how it works. I lived there and went to school there and learned Japanese. When you make mistakes, they'll usually switch to English. Even when they can't speak the language, just to save you the embarrassment of making mistakes. But if they don't speak a single word of English, though, does everyone speak some version of English? Paragraphs and snackies, let's go. You're in the Yakuza, so dreams do come true. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I need more health. This is slow going with my health. In English, it's hard. Jacuzzi as opposed to Yakuza. Yeah, because like in Dutch, it's the yay. That's J, yay. So you say y instead. So we don't like this guy, I guess. Maybe? 頑張ります。
こいつ、あの野球賭博事件の時のワイバーンズ監督だろ。いや、監督よくできたもんだわ。しかもよりによってあのギガンツの監督になるとは。名古屋の人間バカにしとるのか？
I would never call you Yabluk, except for right now. Yes. Do you want to get beat up by me?
親の出からワイバーンズ一筋のあいつはなワイバーンズ時代に不正そんな証拠監督は
It's true, there was never any proof.
ちょっとか
You're coming with us? Where? What do you mean coming with us? What the hell? Did I just get beat up by 2 guys without being able to defend myself at all? That's a little strange. What? Why did I let them beat me up? Why did I let them beat me up? These 2 men would be very easy to beat up, but I'm very confused. I'm very confused. Huh? I guess I just stopped wanting to fight. When I did a run through of all the games, 5 was the one I skipped midway through. Not because I thought it was bad, but by the time I made it to Shinada, I was just burnt out on the game. I fully get that. That's why we're focusing so hard on the main story. That's why I also skipped dialogue. I'm gonna come eat their food. They all learned it but never used it since everyone is Japanese and speaks Japanese, so they forget and also don't want to make mistakes. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that if you're in Japan and you're trying to go to dinner anywhere, you're the best guy around. Lenny, welcome back! That's so close to being a year. Now, like, it's this close. Backwards, but still. Lenny, welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. Hello, hello. But yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that if you go and try to get dinner anywhere, sometimes they'll say no foreigners allowed because they are afraid of making mistakes in English, so they don't want to serve English-speaking people. 6 languages in a trench coat. Yeah. One of my Swedish friends, he says yoke instead of joke. Wait, but that's a whole different word. I usually think it's cute. Well, I guess on the flip side, I pronounce a lot of Europeans' names properly immediately. The way they assimilate words with katakana scrambles with their minds on how to use English. It's a weird but funny world. Yeah, here they say it a lot as well. Like they'll suddenly throw out a good job out of nowhere. That's the yoke. Nice. If your population is big enough to support a dubbing industry, your English generally suffer. That's true. That's true. Yakuza 5 adds actually nothing to the overall narrative. Really? Also, hi Centurion. Did I even say hi? Hello? Welcome in. Yinzi playing a Yakuza. Don't think they had a direction for the series when they wrote 4 and 5, so it was just more of the same. I think, yeah, we talked about this before, but I think it's correct to think that they were trying to figure out another protagonist. Because they'd already done so much with Kiryu. But here's the thing, you don't need to change your protagonist. Kiryu is perfect. Apparently the new Like a Dragon has a good protagonist too. But I think they were just trying to find a new guy that sticks. Smaller countries where they don't dub are usually quite proficient at English. The Netherlands! I thought the no foreigner thing was because of Americans being jerks at those places. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I just know that they don't want to, like a lot of the Japanese population, especially in a service setting, they are worried that they can't provide adequate service, I guess, to English speakers. Many restaurants have menus as kanji hanging on the wall with prices in kanji as well, so good luck ordering anything if you don't know what it is or what it costs or how to order it. That's why I want to make sure that I know enough. That I know enough, or at least something, you know? I've also heard that sometimes they'll have English menus, but it's more expensive if you order from the English menu instead. Which, that freaks me out a little bit. Don't be afraid to just travel there. You'll get along and will survive. It's an amazing experience I can recommend to anyone. I think the main thing before I want to go is just trying to figure out, to make sure that I don't do anything outrageous. You know what I mean? And I know that there's 5 million shorts on YouTube and everywhere else where it's like 5 things never to do in Japan. And okay, I've absorbed all that, but I'm mostly worried that I'll offend someone by doing something that is super normal to me, but definitely not something you should do in Japan. They usually have menus with pictures for foreigners, and we went to a restaurant with only kanji menu. We tried translating, but mostly ordered blind. Just give them a bundle of money and they'll give you correct change. I feel like a lot of them also have those displays, right? They'll have a display where they show you exactly like a replica of the food, basically, that are actually really, really well done. Do not call the Emperor a bitch. He is a bitch, but that's not the point. I'm assuming it will never come up in conversation. Miyu-chan, you're kind of run down. I feel like you're a side quest. Am I wrong? You seem like a side quest. Ice Spookums! Hello, hello. Wax food displays. Yeah, those! I'm not gonna follow her. Unless I am? He just won't stop staring. She's very sad. But that does seem like a side quest, though. Okay, no, I gotta be strong. We're not doing side quests. I gotta be strong. Thank you, Spookums. You seem like a side quest. It's like saying NPC behavior, I guess. Things you shouldn't do in Japan, such as walking and drinking a beverage at the same time. Yeah, I feel like a lot of them are apparently very overblown, though. A lot of those, don't do this in Japan, is very overblown. Is that Milky? It is. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me pause. I'm pretty sure I skipped accidentally. They expect you to do everything wrong as a foreigner. If you're not generally rude, you'll be fine. So still remember that sumimasen at every corner, right? I got beat up by baseball fans.
ミルクちゃん、忘れちゃいたい過去ってある？
そりゃこんな仕事しとるとね。
Maybe I did do what they say I did. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Follows are anonymous. That's her name. Her name is Milky-chan.
別の自分になってやり直したいって思う時あるわ。
I like her hair.
俺もそう思ってこの街で生きるようになってもう15年。
懐かしいがね。たっちゃんが初めてこのお店に来た日。
Maybe we are dating.
あの日は寂しくてしょうがなかった。誰でもいいから俺のことを知らない人と話がしたい気分だった。で入ったのがこの下の太ももクラブ。
ほんで着いたのが私。確かフリーの50分。
ミルクちゃんは何も聞かずに抱きしめてくれたんだよね。
For 50 minutes?
そりゃそうだわ。それが仕事だで。
It's a very long cuddle.
ミルクちゃんにとっては仕事。でも俺はミルクちゃんのぬくもりに触れたから変な道に進むことなく踏みとどまれたんだ。それなのに。ねえ、二人でどっか行っちゃわない？明日の始発でこの街を出るんだ。
素敵ね。映画みたい。
知らない街に行って知らない人間になってさ。
どうせなるんだったら
This is a terrible plan.
小さい頃の夢だったんだわ。
なれるさ、絶対なれるって別の自分だもん。俺は何になろう。あ、そうだな。
はい、フリーで40分。はい、今すぐ降ります。
Shut down. Unbelievable.
ありがとね、たっちゃん。
She says it's a nice dream, but we're not doing that.
さあ、向き合わないかんわね。現実に。
ミルクちゃん。
Aww, she's too down to earth about it.
もう逃げるには遅すぎるんだわ。
He's gonna take the job. He's gonna take it seriously because he wants her to have her dream, I think. It's gonna turn out that way, I think. He is dead inside. But now he has a reason. Now he has a reason. Hold on, let me scroll up so I can read. Yakuza 1 was supposed to stand alone? Was popular, so bring back Kiryu for 1 sequel. Oh, was still popular. Bring back for Yakuza 3. But they kind of retire him. Oops, it was popular. 4 protagonists in 4. And 5 protagonists for 5. You know what? The Yakuza series seems like it's going to stick around. So we should make a narrative for 0 and 6. So we have to address how the meta-narrative is a fucking mess. Oh no. Went to a sushi bar and let the cook serve me anything he thought it should try. Oh yeah, you can pay for that, right? You can tell them to give you just all of the chef's recommendations. I think there's a specific name for that. Where they do that. It's quite expensive. More like a MILF. 45-minute cuddling is the maximum. You'll get 50 eyes, don't worry. They kept asking a friend I was visiting when I was coming back, since I had pickled herring without fear. Very Dutch of you. And like right down the gullet, right? On the tail? It's a cute scene. That was a cute scene, yeah. Glimmer of hope in her. Yeah, maybe. Maybe if we get the 20 million. Or so many people eavesdropping on random personal conversations in this game. That one Yakuza is very invested in this particular loan. Called into work today and keep going back to sleep only to wake up Jinzu saying to jump. Wait, what did I say jump? Ring ring. Oh. The office says you're fired. Never mind. Are you also a side quest? We received some gifts from affiliates. They'll be gone by tomorrow. Huh? Why would they be gone by tomorrow? People come into your office and steal them? Is that my actual quest? Yes, it is my actual quest. Interesting. If you're not gonna drop money for me to go to the batting center, I don't want to hear it, sir. I don't know. Oh no. Okay, I feel like, honestly, he's better with the damage when he just punches people. Like, regular punches seem to do more than the actual stick, so I don't think I should use it. A bronze plate! I can sell that. Someone's gonna be like, hi, you look nice today. And then the camera pans around and someone is mysteriously listening behind a pillar. Thinking to themselves, I do look nice today. You're right. Game takes place before we had quality content like this to entertain us, so listening to other people's private conversations was all there was. It was 2012, though. I need a job? Who said that? Who said that? You did? Oh! Okay. Well, no. Don't talk to me. I have to go pick up stuff. Join me for tea? That was the angriest join me for tea I've ever heard. Hi, Skull! Hello! I'm the last one. A stamina royale. Yeah, I need it because I got beat up. Now to call it a night. That's it? That was all I... Okay. Well, maybe we'll still pass some shops. Never mind, I'm gonna get beat up again. You look like a side quest. You're definitely a side quest. Goodbye. Oh, I do have to pass there. But I'm not going to talk about it. They keep trying to get me to do side quests, but I won't. Bats will get better once you level up by doing minigames and getting a better bats? I don't actually know. I don't actually know if that will also be usable in combat. Oh wait, I'm supposed to press the triangle more, right? Whoops. Oh, and I can also throw you. Oh, I should try that more often. Well, not right now. But it looks goofy, must be a side quest. That's just how it is. I would do them if I thought that they were very, very good. I would do them if I thought it was, like, extremely worth the time. But it very rarely is. Oh wait, you're actually here. Don't talk to me. I am chicken shit. Oh, you also want to fight me? Everyone wants to fight me! No! Don't do it. Don't do it! Oh my god. No one ever obstructs the street punks, just me. He does get his, oh, that's just a regular throw. He gets his... I was gonna say fury, that's not what it is. He gets his heat back really, really quickly. Maybe that's his thing. Just getting heat really quickly. He gets incredibly heated. Psycho's energy? No, I would interact with you. Look, don't worry. I got some actual yen! I could go to the batting center! Not this guy. I could, though. I could go to the batting center. The Imperial Nobility guy is one of the few I actually thought was worthwhile. Maybe if I run into him again. And Sidecast a reason to play Yakuza? With the older or the newer ones, yes. They're not very good in 4 and 5. 3 also not really, actually. Promise I will progress the narrative with meaningful plot or character dynamics, or at the very least be extremely entertaining and funny. I'll take either. Oh man, you could at least clean up a little. My face is doing better. Yeah, he needs 20 million.
そもそも当時ニュースになった
15年前の一打サヨナラのチャンスにワイバーンズ藤田監督、それがプロ初打席となる無名のルーキー。
Okay, he sent me out. So he was probably part of the fixing. The guy who's now managing the Gigants.
ギガンツのエース澤田の必要なカーブを俺はカットして粘り、澤田が初めて投げたストレートを俺の人生で。
だが
その翌日、あの相手チームのサイン、それが野球。
お前がサインと行っていたという証拠。
いや。
なら。
Yeah, so there was zero
ギガン
evidence.
ツのサインを盗むように命令して、スタンド席からそいつの証言が元で。
So a random guy accuses you and everyone believes it?
この野球部の後輩だった。俺
だが
当然でしょ。金。
じゃあそいつが。
さあね。俺もそのすぐ。
Oh, is he dead?
さあ、とにかく俺は。
Huh.
サイン。
ことが野球賭博に関係
I'll
している
recap
と
in a
見ら
minute.
れたからね。挙句チーム。
ってことはワイバーンズを潰す。
そうだとしたら、それにあとは
藤田か。東京で監督に復帰したみたいだな。
この人はあんなに
お前が一軍にいたのが一日。
そんなことない。二軍の指導法じゃその後
恩師み。
でも考えたことなかったけど、だとしたら俺。
まあ本当ってなきゃ。とりあえずだ。
球団を辞めてからさっき今さ唯一知ってるとしたら。
Oh my god. I don't know why that one froze. I have no idea what that was a freeze. I'm sorry. Yasman, hello. I do not know how to rap, unfortunately. You are just getting a very regular hello. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi Tante. Hi Holistic. Hi Faru. Welcome in. The doctor is in. Hello, hello. Hold on. Let me actually tab because I couldn't read earlier. Got super tired of side quests. They're super fillery in 3, 4, 5. Yeah, yeah. The ones in 0 and 1 and 2 are very good, though. I think they're very good. Good luck, Lander! Thank you for hanging. Guilty until proven innocent. Yeah, I'll recap. I'll recap. Don't worry. Hello, Alhongo. How was the rest of Diablo? I love this franchise. So good you're playing this. We're on... It's not... Hold on. It's not the last chapter, I think, but we're pretty deep in. Like, we're kind of connecting all the dots right now. We're on part 4? I don't know how many parts there are, but a lot of parts. Thank you for the follow. Follows are anonymous, in case you want to hang and not be perceived. My name is Jinzy. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm a variety streamer who focuses mostly, almost exclusively in fact, on first playthroughs of story-heavy games. We're doing Yakuza right now, because I'm trying to also get to Like a Dragon. Because I really want to play Like a Dragon, and I wanted to know all the stories, so I've gone through all of them. And they've been very good. 5 has a lot more text. That's why I've been skipping, because they talk a lot. But I recap whenever there's something actually particularly interesting. So right now, what we just heard is, in case you don't want spoilers for Yakuza 5, what we just heard is that one of my high school friends apparently was the person who said that we had cheated. And he got paid off, he said. But obviously that's a lie, and then he disappeared when we tried to ask him more about it, so we don't know what happened. He may be dead, I don't know, potentially. I keep forgetting to save? Fire of Nudity is slowly carrying us through the victory. Oh no, wait, did you lose all your gear? As a streamer, I do love not being perceived, right? It's probably one of our favorite things, I think. I love part 3, where it's this Kiryu bumming around in Okinawa. Yeah, I still like 3 a lot. 4 and 5 have been kind of hard for me. 4 and 5 has been, because you keep switching characters, so I can't really get attached, but I liked Akiyama. Akiyama is in this one too. I like Akiyama a lot. Haruka is in this one. Well, you already did her part. I really like Haruka. Kiryu wasn't in the start, so we haven't seen him since then. Majima has a whole thing going that I won't tell you in case you don't want any big spoilers, but it's just Yakuza 6 left to go before Like a Dragon. Yes. And that one was made after Yakuza 0. To respect your wishes, I will watch with my hand over the top right corner. Thank you, Jebluke. I super appreciate that. If you do not know Yasman yet, Yasman does a lot of retro, very chill vibes, unless you raid, because if you raid, you're gonna get a little rap about you, about your streamers, about whatever's going on in the chat. I saw this for the first time when you got raided by Glitch, because I came along on a Glitch raid, and all of a sudden this man just pops out and starts rapping. And it was glorious to witness. If you don't like retro games, hang out anyway for the opportunity to see someone raid and experience a rap by Dr. Yasman. It's very worth it, I promise. Freestyling is tons of fun. It looks fun. I could never do it because I would probably just stop and think, what rhymes with orange, you know? I can't do it. I can't think hard enough for that. I'm too ADHD. I support the interest to get to Like a Dragon, so it got me through 3, 4, and 5, but I think 6 has the dramatic oomph to put real time into. I think so too slow because it came in after 0. So this was actually the game they made before 0. So they made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then they made 0, and then they remastered 1 and 2 to Kiwami as well. I think 6 was literally just right after 0, but 0 is my favorite Yakuza, so I have high hopes. Bye, Shadow! Good luck! I also have a channel point redeem. You don't even have to wait for a raid. Just hang out until you have the channel points to redeem a rev. You have to wait. Door hinge? Exactly. A pirate I was meant to be. I like my wallet text suggested that they actually sat down and figured out what they wanted from the series. Yeah, exactly. And I do look forward to playing 6 as well. We're gonna take a break from Yakuza again after this one though. We need to take it in pieces, in bits and pieces. And we'll see what we play after that one. I have a few things on my list. I like retro. On retro I play, or on Tuesdays I play retro. We're currently playing Phantom Hourglass. Very important. I've learned how to blow by pressing a button. Your favorite Yakuza so far? True. There's a lot of Yakuza still to go through. Maybe Pirate Majima will be my next favorite. I could see it. Also, if you need to raid and run, I know I'm yapping, but do not let me keep you. Obviously, if you need to go dissociate, stare at the ceiling, I fully understand. That's what I do after stream, and then I also eat a lot of food. So if that's what you want to do right now, that's what you should be doing. Retro Tuesdays! Yes! It took me actually 4 or 5 years of taking Yakuza in pieces, so big mood. Yeah, because they're chunky games. Are you an expert on blowing? I am! And screaming. Both. I haven't really tried the screaming very hard, but I can't imagine it's much different, right? Anyway, yes, let me continue this man's talking. I am skipping him a lot because he is saying the same thing often. I have to go to an acupuncture clinic about it. Together with the Yakuza. I'm sure he doesn't mind. He is a Yakuza, right? Yeah, he is. Meet up with Uno to get the erotic acupuncture massage. Oh yeah, I should probably warn you, the character we're playing right now, he is... I wouldn't necessarily call him a sex pest, but he is a little bit... How do we put this? He has certain interests, and one of his main ones is baseball, but one of his other main ones is 100% just the ladies. That's why he's in a lot of debt. This guy? Yeah. Very this guy energy. It's not tacky, are you sure? Is the loan shark turning into our dads? I think so. Haruka has 4 dads right now. It's Kiryu, Majima, Akiyama, and to some extent Seijima. 4 and 5, it's cool how many people you play as. I prefer to play as one character, so I can get connected to them and invested in them. Oh, he's also broke.
そんな時は決まって写真
じゃあ
探しに
He's taking
宇野さんは新人好きだか
pictures?
ら新しい子が入っ
Oh my goodness. Nobody here knows how to manage their money, apparently. Are you gonna play Judgment? I'd highly recommend it. It is in the Yakuza list, which is funny, because I looked it up. I looked up the list for all Yakuza games in the series, and Judgment actually showed up there, both Judgment 1 and 2. So I was considering it. Are they actually part of the story? Like, do they have Yakuza influences, I guess? Like, does Kiryu show up or something? Is it important to follow the story? You just want Kiryu and Goro. Yeah. Yeah. You got me. Hi, Danny! Hello! I especially enjoyed spending like 15 hours hunting as Seijiman. This is sarcasm! Like, the hunting was kind of chill, though. Like, I didn't mind that too much. I didn't really have to do it. Trying to resist the urge to make a little frick joke. You already made it, Duke. It's too late. Maybe they invested in Kiryu so long that he grew onto multiple characters with dividends. Then which part of Kiryu is the sex pest man? Because Kiryu... I'm sorry, but Kiryu is incredibly aromantic and asexual. He doesn't have time for that. He's too busy winning at mini-kart racing. Judgment is self-contained, so I don't have to play it like in the middle, right? Tiny little references but nothing required. Yeah, and I'll play it probably on its own merits. I play it outside of doing the series. Think you know which part? No, I don't think so. Didn't say I was successfully resisting the urge. Wow, Duke. People from Judgment kind of show up in later Yakuza games, but as someone who did not play either Judgment games, they aren't mandatory. Oh, it's just Easter eggs though, right? Most Ace Man can be. What about Ace Attorney? No. I'm pretty sure Phoenix has a very steamy relationship with Edgeworth. Judgment is best to play anytime after 5. Just Judgment 1 though, right? Alright, we'll consider it. We'll think about it. I have so many games on my list that I still want to play. My backlog is actually just growing. Never thought my job would have me hunting down a pervert hunting for prey. You didn't? Well, I did. Who wants to email me? What is it? No. I should have known better. Have you seen a pervert? I'm also looking for him. Someone new and exciting. Momoe-chan. From Resort Boing? Boom and bust? Oh dear lord. Momoe-chan's 29 years old with a hefty pair of Ds. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's good to know. We can just go and ask them about it. Does it really matter? He'll be at one of them. Oh, they're literally on opposite sides. Okay, well, we're already pointed this way. Why they call him Ace Attorney? Because he aces all of his romantic endeavors. There's a tiny Yakuza 5 spoiler in it, so I wouldn't play it before 5. Well, we're almost done with 5, I think. Boom and bust. Hello, have you seen a man who is very strange? Did a balding middle-aged guy come around asking for your new girl? Yup. Just across the corner. Define pervert, like just watching weird or stalking. Apparently taking pictures of the youngest girl he can find. Which is definitely interesting. We'll just call it interesting. Very interesting hobby. Oh no! Jeez. I actually know this guy. What's up, man? Hmm? I did tell him about 2 of the newest recruits. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. We're just going from place to place. It's okay. I don't really want to read about how hot the young women are. That's okay. No, that's okay. That's okay. Thank you, though. Thank you so much. This one's around the corner, so it's probably not going to be that one, right? This one's too close. Don't fight me. I already have so many problems. Interesting is not a word I would use. It's not? Well, could possibly think of any others.
Yeah.
And like, okay, I'm sorry, but the constant mentions of how if you're over 30, you're straight up past the point of expiration is definitely a choice. Like, if you're past 30, sorry, you're 35. Okay, I guess you're decrepit. I guess you're dead insides and outsides. I guess you've turned into little disgusting old lady ashes. No, see, for Skull, for the men, it's not the case. For the men, it's not the case. You can still do whatever you want. But if you're a woman, you're over the edge, I guess. Someone has gone to school with 16-year-olds. I can without a doubt say that they are babies.
Yeah.
Fine, we'll go to the rub and tucks. Over 30 and dead inside? Well, I'm about to be 35, and I do not feel dead inside. In fact, I have never felt better in my whole entire life, physically and mentally, than I have in my 30s. In my 30s, I finally started feeling like a human being. Truly. Last time I was here, we talked about how many of us here weren't hot until our 30s. No, it's true. I actually, like, was it literally just yesterday? I looked in the mirror and I was like, Jesus, okay, well, high school me could never. Could simply never. Women in their 30s, yes! When women are just like living dead after 30s. Well, I don't agree with that either. That is him, potentially. He fits the description. Oh, it's this guy! What kind of cheapo comes to ogle photos for half an hour? Yeah, that's a very good question. Derbies only have 3 ages. Young, daddy, mommy, and old wizards. 30 and currently dust in the wind. Someone else was talking about that recently and I feel it. I'm about to be 32 and life finally feels different, right? I don't know what it is about that threshold where your brain just clicks. Where it says, actually, I'm fine. I'm great, actually. I know what I want now. I know what my course is.
本物の新人発見したんだ。しかも業界未経験、平成生まれ。
働きなよ、宇野さん。鍼灸院ほったらかしてこんなこと
I
ばっ
hope
か
none
り
of
して
y'all
る
had
か
to read what he
ら。
just said because what the hell?
てめえが言ったこと。ちょっと待って。金が先だ。
No, Stick, you can't say it. Don't say it.
いや、
なんで？風俗行けるんだから。
俺はお前と違ってやばい。
別に借りるわけじゃなく。
やなくって。だが、お前からいつか。
I was not reading. You don't want to read it. It's okay. You don't need to know that. Where can I get that click asking for rent? I will talk you through it.
Huh?
Give me his work number so you can entrap him anyway.
もしもし。宇野鍼灸医さんですか?
What a good voice he's using.
今から施術をお願いしたいんです。はい。
Well, we know where to find him. So I can kick him? You definitely want to kick him.
風俗代が手に入ると思ってウキウキしてたぞ。
じゃあ。
Ugh. Yuck. Gross. Disgusting. See, but we are friends with that person, so what does that say about us? You kind of are the friends you keep, you know? Oh. Well, did I just get robbed? I feel like I just got robbed. Not that I have any money. Maybe they know I'm starting to look into things. Rip? My body started refusing to cooperate, so the gotta get everything done clock started getting more urgent. I feel like I got more into exercising to stay strong. Like I've never been this strong. Like I actually have muscle. It's such a stupid double standard with women in their 30s versus the way society talks about men in their 30s. Yeah, with men in their 30s, usually what people will say, oh, he's becoming a silver fox, or men aged like fine wine and blah, blah, blah. But then with the women, it's like, oh, you got wrinkles? It's time to hit up that Botox. It's time to get yourself that facelift, girl. Like some of the videos I see of these very young girls who are talking about having started all of their facial, like their masks and the skincare when they were 12 to prevent fine lines. And it's like, okay, I have fine lines from laughing, from smiling. I like smile lines. I think they're neat. It means people smiled a lot, and I think that's a good thing. Steal more years to be older, to be happier. Yes. What happens when I turn 40? Will I shatter into a pile of glass? Does that mean that, actually, if you're a dust, okay, let's say we turn into coal. That means that after enough pressure, we'll turn into diamonds. How about we look at it like that? Guess we'll find out. Braids of a feather flock together. The pedestrians getting stuck on Shinada are sending me. I am just a mountain of a man, apparently. Working on the exercise thing? Never had to in my 20s. Yeah. Well, now I also feel better, and I've realized that it helps a lot with my ADHD. If I work out every single day, to some extent, I feel better. I have better brain activity, you know? I like your lines? You better. I'll stab you. Being a man in your 30s is like, people barely talk about you as any different from being in your 20s half the time. But then if you're a woman, the sexism comes out and people are listening like, oh, this fuck! Yeah! Like, just the expiry dates. And it's even worse when you listen to the podcasts about it, where it's like, oh, all women have to offer, like their currency is their youth and their body. Sorry, our currency? Okay, and what do you bring to the table? Greasy one-liners? My god, like they always try to play it up. It's like, oh yeah, and the men bring the money to the table. Which really just tells me that you want a young girl who doesn't think for herself. That's their goal. That's why they want the, okay, because that's the thing, right? You have to be really wary of all the men who say they want them young or they like them young, or it's like, oh, they're legal now. Be so wary about that, because 90% of the time, the reason they want them young is so that they can like influence them. They can mold them. You know what I mean? Where they can tell them how the world works and make the girl believe everything he says, because you're so easy to influence. I'm talking as someone who has unfortunately also been targeted by people like that, and it worked. But now I'm past 30, and now you can't trap me like that. So that's why they go for younger girls. The only reason I would get Botox is to help with my migraines, if it helps. Cannot with the podcast. Yeah, no, it's super messed up. You look great. Everyone here looks great. Oh, damn. No, I know. But thank you. No, I'm happy with how I look now. I am happy. I don't let people say otherwise. Like, I saw somebody on Blue Sky say this as well. That apparently, big boobs are out now. Small boobs are in now. And it's like, what do you mean? What do you mean your body part is out of fashion? It's a body part! What are you saying? It's so wild. Like, we went from like, oh, if you don't have a thigh gap, you're ugly, or having any kind of lines is ugly, or like anything on your body that is supernatural is like, oh, that's ugly now, you have to get rid of it. It's like, stop! So weird. Keep petite teens your storied prompt, cries she with silent lips, give me your middle-aged, your thick, your huddled masses, yearning to free. Removes grease from my one-liners. Thank you, Jabluke. Thank you. Love for cats. Yes. I'm about to say it. You're not making it easy. Stick, don't do it. Control yourself. I believe in you. My disdain for fetishization of youth will honestly be the basis of my supervillain origin story. Yeah, groomers. You can never win. Well, that's the thing. You can never win. It doesn't matter what you change about yourself to please someone. You can never win. It will never be enough. They will never be satisfied. Hi, Meepsy! Hello! All boobs are good boobs! Yes! You've always looked fabulous. But now I also know it myself. I didn't used to know it. Thank you, Maverick. The thigh gap thing is so wild. Because like 90% of people have thigh gaps. Who don't have thigh gaps. Like, it's actually kind of good to not have a thigh gap most of the time. Insane Mr. Incredible meme. Boobs are boobs. Your huddled MILFs yearning to breathe free. All boobs, good boobs. Boob is boob. Boobs are in. Boobs have always been in. They will remain in. Chet passes to check. Thankfully, my migraines are currently under control, but who knows what the future holds and what meds I might need to start taking. Wait, I was gonna say, because like I thought you found a combination that works now, right? The MRA incel crowd have this whole weird belief system about sexual market value, which is where the currency thing comes from. Yeah, but that's the problem, right? A lot of people listen to it, especially the younger men will listen to it. So they start to believe that they can't have the good woman unless it's a virgin, like an 18-year-old virgin, freshly turned 18, who only lives and breathes to serve them and support them in anything and everything they do. Like, it's really weird. Like, do you want a pet or do you want a partner? You know what I mean? Thick thighs save lives. Cats fall through a thigh gap? Why would you want that? Why would you ruin your little cat basket? That is your legs. I would like to take the controversial stance that I support boobs. Jablook? I'm gonna support you in that, I think. All booba good booba. These thighs can hold so many kittens. I've just stopped caring. Me, admire me or walk on. Tyndall, I will happily admire you. I will happily admire you. You're very admirable. Yeah, ew. I think we all admire Tyndall, right? Together? Tay and many others like him have done a lot of damage in that regard to young dudes. Yeah, and it's not like it goes both ways as well, because they also like they'll tell them things like, women don't want to see you cry. Women don't want to see your weakness. You can't have emotions in front of your women because the female will think you're gross if you have feelings. It's like, sorry, what? If my partner cannot come to me with their problems, if they don't feel like they can be vulnerable in front of me, then I think I have a problem. I think I need to fix whatever I did to make him feel that way. Like, damn. You're supposed to be supportive of each other. They want a replacement for their mother. Oh, yeah. No, but actually though. Shouldn't treat a pet like that either. I don't know. I feel like a dog probably believes everything I say. I doubt most men even know what the thigh gaps refer to when all those people were pushing it. I guarantee that a lot of the problems that are sold to us as problems, most men don't care. That's the thing. Most men really don't care about any of that. The problem, I think, is more the Instagram filters, right? When it's smoothed out and you don't see any lines, you don't see any pores, like your skin doesn't have texture on Instagram, basically. Like, I think those are the problem, because there's so many people who say that we're getting like uglier as a society, which is such a wild take in the first place. But then they'll talk about going outside and they'll say, oh yeah, we don't have any beautiful people in our town. But what they mean is they don't see the Instagram filters in real life. They'll be walking outside and they'll see real people with skin texture, and they'll maybe not always be wearing makeup, or because they're just going to the store. You're not supposed to look like a supermodel all the time. Like, they'll have circles under it. I literally heard somebody say this, and I think it was a podcast again, I only ever hear snippets, where they said, I don't think you're healthy because you have circles under your eyes. And it's like, they're genetic. Babe, they're genetic. I can't exercise them out, and it doesn't matter how much I sleep. They're gonna stay. It's so weird that people are so warped in how they see things anymore. Can do all those things without shame? Wait, hold on. What are you doing without shame, Skull? You're gross overall, Skull? Objectively untrue. Objectively untrue. As the arbiter of things that are true. One time I shed a tear in front of a woman, immediately 7 snakes sprouted from her head and I turned to stone. It's kind of AFK. Are we talking about the thick thighs? Yes. They save lives, Faye. They save lives. You're all legit the most supportive, kindest, sweetest, and most baddest group of people I'm glad to be a part of. Tyndall, I actually agree with you. Yes, we are. My chat is actually very dope. Becoming an uglier society because people are trash inside Vrishiro. I do go on our Instagram reality. I love their Sanity Sunday. I love when women are humans. Yeah, that's why. Okay, like I did that thing before. Hi B, have a good lurk. I did that thing before where I got up because I was wearing a midriff top. So I decided to show off what a body looks like. It's supposed to look like when you ate food, right? Because everyone has some kind of belly when they have food in them, because that's just like where our organs are. But whenever you see photos on the internet, Like, everyone's sucking in. Everyone's sucking in. So then people will say, oh, you need to train more. You need to become thinner because you have a small belly when you wear this dress. And it's like, no, that's supposed to be there. Otherwise, it means they're dead. Kiryu canonically listens to the girls working at his host clubs and pays attention to their problems. He cares a lot. Be like Kiryu. Thick thighs are lifesavers, or for consensually coming close to ending them, whichever you want. When organs are so hot. I love when women have functional organs and are allowed to stay alive. It's probably one of my favorite things. Alright, let's go talk to this man. What a simpleton, because he wants to see the hot lady. Love when women can knife. Organs are so in this year. I think it's probably a recurring trend. Typical alive women fetish. Hello.
あの闇金屋の金だろ?
その闇金屋ならここにいるけど。
He's becoming sad that he's only ever the lone shark. Wait, am I actually just here for a massage?
俺も性感以外のマッサージを受ける。宇野さん以外に。
トレーナーに。
宇野さん。宇野さん。
Wait, was he your actual trainer?
はそうはいない。
チームに帯同して日本中の風俗巡りできるのは良かったんだがな。だから早朝割引が使えなかったのが悔しい。
まった。
He doesn't like waking up early. Oh, never mind. He was fired.
15年前。
Okay.
お前が追放されたのとほとんど
So in this year. Have you seen a TikTok discussion about why are they far apart? No, wait, hold on. Tell me more. I'm not on TikTok anymore.
開幕前に契約延長して。 少なくともそのシーズンは専属が決まってた。
Harvest those orchids for sure. For your collection?
知らなかった。
お互いそれなりに花のあった野球界からこんな生活もお互い。
いや、俺が球界を
どうした？得をした人間いるわけねえだろ。おまけに
Even the Yakuza lost out?
お前の
Oh no.
当時この辺りで賭博の利権を持ってた2つの組もよ。
2つの？
ああ。
Was it Tojo and Omirengo?
東上会と
Yep.
近江連合だっけ？
Yep. Suspicious.
お前、あん時
大丈夫だよ。
なんだみんなただ野球。
結局。
Huh. Well, I guess our only lead here is that we know it's the big clans again.
当たり前だ。
悪いね、宇野さん。
Dog is sleeping on me. Oh, cute.
ま。
じゃ、ありがと
う。ん？
You forgot your phone. He's reading my phone immediately?
No.
Why are you reading my phone?
宇野さん？
思い出した。まさか。
Oh, he got an epiphany moment.
ほら、さっき実はあの時も。
A player forgot his phone in the massage room.
あれは
Manabe.
ああ、マナベっつったら。
The Wyvern's former cleanup hitter?
そうだ。これ。
And he was really mad he lost his phone.
マッサージルームに忘れた。おい、どこだ？
He's like mad. I'm assuming that he's part of the match fixing. Look at his face. He's got an angry face. This young femme influencer wore a dress and people were commenting on how her breasts weren't smashed together. There was like maybe half an inch between them at most, and apparently there were a ton of comments from men. Why are they far apart? What? A lot of femmes ran with and were like, tell us you've never seen a woman naked. That, like, I was gonna say, huh? Like, what do you mean, why are they far? Sorry. That is very... Hold on. I have comments. I'm gonna go quickly grab some more water in the break. I have thoughts. Hold. Okay, hello. Sorry, but I know that everyone in the chat knows this already, but I think, Faye, when they said that, I swear they've only ever seen a woman wearing a push-up bra. Like, anyone who has actually, like, seen anyone femme presenting without their clothes off knows that boobs don't do this, okay? That's not what they do. They don't do that. That's not natural to do. Like, everyone who said that in the chat, everyone was like, yeah, why aren't they closer together? Why are they far apart? They literally just full on with their whole chest said, I have never, ever seen a femme naked. Ever. My God. Oh, your emotes are very nice and cool. Thank you, Dante. I think so too. Thank you so for saying so. Also hosted Doggo on Discord. Oh, buddy. I'm gonna look at Doggo right now. Oh, y'all are comfy on the couch. Give her pets from us. And maybe if you have snacks nearby, also give them snacks. And on break after the ads are gone, I'm so sorry. Yeah, when you haven't seen a woman naked, literally. I wear right, hello. I gladly watched the VRX stream for the 2.5 minutes that Twitch decided I didn't need to watch ads today. I'd rather there's no ads, honestly. Thank you for welcome back, Fanta. I'm not going to watch Daredevil. I'm extra not watching it on French. What if you learn French instead? They do now. Otter, hello. I don't care what boobs do. If I see boobs, they're cool. Yeah. Like whatever their current activity is, very cool. Has to be it. Push-up bras put me off personally, but I wager you're correct. They can make a lot of outfits look really good. Like there's outfits that look great with a push-up bra. But like, you should probably not wear a push-up bra all the time because they're kind of uncomfortable. I don't know. Are there people who think they're comfortable? I don't wear bras anymore at all because I just don't think they're comfortable. Frameworks. Have you been finding Yakuza so far? I'd like to play ones too. If you're gonna play, definitely start with Zero. Start with Zero! Zero is so good. I love Yakuza. I love the series. If they're supposed to be smushed together, why isn't it one booba? Very good question. Otter, have you considered baking? We'll give her treats later. Thank you. Tell her it's for me. Oh, oui, sacre bleu. Nice boobs, boob haver. Exactly. Oh, these? Otter, it's terrible. I hear it all the time whenever I see boobs now. Did you know Otter's finally in Act 2? For Baldur's Gate, for the gate that boulders. Sports bra, baby! Sports bras are great. Can start with 0 and aim for all achievements. I won 5 of them so far. Kiwami 1 and 2 are very good as well. The best act, I fear. I loved when you found, you know, oh yes, I see. You know, that part. I won't say the other part because like spoilers, so it's tiny spoiler. Boober's Gate, an expert in boobs. Should they stick together? Boobs. I think he means boobs. Just in case that you were confused about that, Otter. Daryl. Oh, okay. Let's go find him. And that's why he got fired. Okay. Let's go find him. He's probably also in the Yakuza. He kicked you out of his yakiniku place? That's not right. As an expert on poops, they are not boobs. Jabluk, I'm willing to support you in that as well. Honestly. Oh, it's like every yakiniku place. Oh, never mind. It is just the taxi. Sorry, I guess there are no yakiniku places here. Do I even have the money for that? Excuse me? Okay, yeah. People are trying to murder this man very aggressively at this point. Oh, it's an M store. Wait. I want to go home. Hold on. I need to grab myself a weapon. Don't know why I changed boobs into poops. Is that just what you talk about more, maybe? I would like a gift. Because I am very poor. Alright. Patriarch driver? Wait! Is that a bat? Oh no, that's not. That's what that is. Okay, well... Yeah, no, it is what it is. This belt helps you lift heavy enemies as if they weigh nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Duke, thank you very much. Thank you for the biddies. Wait, was that supposed to be an alert? No, okay. Just making sure. Wait. I removed Stompy Stomp? I'm putting that one back. That's outrageous. That's not correct. I thought I hadn't done that, but I had! Stompy Stomp is good though. Stupid sexy Flanders. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. It's a good thing he didn't say I want to go home in front of the woman or never be respected again. Having feelings?
Shut up.
In front of women? Ooh. You're enjoying time with my wife. He's romancing a different wife. He's romancing one of my wives. Question about boobs? You know, like, when, like, they fall out and, like, you have to, you know, you go on. Go on. No, I want to know more. Hold on. I need some details, I think. In written form. My mom trying to make me sleep all day by trying to give me cold sleeping medicine? Okay, but sleeping a lot is nice. I like sleeping a lot. Wasn't up to me. No, it was also a good choice. It was a good choice. I feel like maybe the guy I'm walking with, maybe Lone Shark should not be walking as closely to me. Oh my god. It actually costs money though. And I don't have an option not to pay. That's crazy. I don't have money anymore. You should only show anger and nothing else. The rest go into the box. Conceal, don't feel. Oh. Alright, well, I don't have money to buy yakinori. Yaki. I don't have money. Period. I don't have money. But I guess I'm just here to beat him up, and also you have no customers.
Manabu-san. 覚えてませんか？そうっす。ほんと思い出してもらえ。
身なりが変わってまって聞いた。
バッターとしての品田が。品田の連れ。
マナブさん。
何の用だ。
おいおい。それともこいつに鍵ま。
He is right to the point. Right to the point. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Does this Yakuza have mahjong? I'm not sure. I know it has cards because I got an item for that. I haven't found a mahjong parlor, but there usually is one. So probably. The rest of the emotions are for when you are by yourself and watching a sad movie. That's when you have to get everything out, just in case, so you don't do it in front of a woman, right? We were a simple baseball player, and we got into trouble, and now we're just hiding out, having changed our name and never caring to learn about what the trouble was. Yeah, I'm not sure why he was so opposed to learning anything about it either, Loneliest. I want to say it was just the shame, maybe? Of having cost his team everything, but it's a little strange. It's probably why I cried multiple times this weekend. Really opening up that box! Oh, Fanta! You could have cried in my arms instead. Been learning mahjong for Yakuza. I usually just try to find the pieces that let you insta-win. Hence feelings are Pandora's box, never to be shown or opened. Cry into my mouth? That's very specific, and that would be hard to aim, Otter. Be very hard to aim. Just gotta have one really big cry, so you don't have a bunch of small cries here and there. Great Red. It's just a huge reaction for only knowing you hit a home run that became scandalous. Yeah, like, it seems like there must be more to it, but he lost his dream. And then he was on the news everywhere as being the guy who match fixed, which I'm assuming is where his shame come from. And we also have to remember, Loneliest, that in Japan, shame is a much bigger deal. Which is why, like, the Yakuza have such a hard time, if they stop being Yakuza, they have such a hard time getting back to work. And if someone in your family does something that is bad, then the entire family is also held accountable, and it can like, completely destroy people. So I feel like for now it seems like it would be Shame. So nice out today, 67 degrees Fahrenheit, I'm hoping. Then he pulls out a knife. Is Uno in danger now? I'm okay with that happening.
確認しておき、当時ワイバーンズの中心選手だったあなたの口から
He could just
野球
lie.
賭博はな。
野球賭博は
Not all games were legit. No, yes. People actually have shame in Japan, unlike the US. No, I'm sure there's some shame in the US going on right now, unfortunately. Hundreds of years ago, you paid the ultimate price for dishonor, especially if you dishonor your family. Yeah. Especially if you're like from a bigger family, then you're super screwed. Because I actually have legal issues integrating into society, like a Dragon Infinite Wealth go into it a lot. Oh, I look forward to playing it. But shame is definitely also a part of it, 100%. I only know this because I watched an interview with a Yakuza. With an ex-Yakuza who did eventually successfully reintegrate, but he said it's very difficult. Fahrenheit, okay, you're not dying. He says, I think you're mainly disowned and everything. Yeah, well, I remember that there was this one family, that's what, because I was so confused about it. There was this family, and I think it was their son who had done something bad. And it wasn't even like anything that was particularly bad. They were just, let's say, not a good functioning member of society. Let's just put it that way. And the entire family basically crumbled because that one son was not doing a good job existing. Which was a lot to take in and confusing for someone who doesn't live in that society. Makes me think of Shenmue. Oh, I can see that. Hi Yasman! Thank you again for the raid. I super appreciate it. Again, if you want to hang out with a rapper / retro gamer, very cozy vibes, streams before me, obviously, so you can have a nice little cozy morning streamer. Go hang out with Yasman. We'll give him a follow. Let me do a fancy shout out if it's not on cooldown. You never know with these. It is not. I feel the shame, unfortunately. What if I go streaking in public and shit in the streets? Will I be shamed for that? Probably not if you do it in America. Definitely a lot of shameful things going on in the US right now. I hope there's some shame. I'm straight up, I'm ready to enlist in the Canadian Army. Honestly. I'll do it. Dante, thank you very much for the biddies. You must lurk, have a good lurk. Shunning was like the ultimate punishment for OG humans, yeah. Putting them in the pillory is a fun one too. Pizza making time, enjoy pizza! So they do these days, disown and shun them, act like they don't exist, yeah. What son? I don't have a son. I've never heard of my son that I don't have. Impressively psychologically effective, it is. It's a joke about Canada buying Alaska and Minnesota. Take me away! Come join us. We'll bring you maple syrup. Ordering me to steal signs and throw games.
そんなでもずっと球団
あんたは一軍にたった一日おっただけだ
They didn't think he was gonna hit big. So they didn't think he needed instructing.
こういった食べれ線筋を手間暇かけてきれいな野球にだって出す必要もだでよ
Well, you could just, play game. You could just play game. What do you need behind the scenes? They're like, no, actually, you have to have corruption. It is impossible to have sports without corruption, is what he's saying. Oh, weird thing to say.
真鍋さん、あんたはもう野球界その黒
思わんこともなかったが
It's true. I mean, I am getting attacked left, right, and center. In an accident. Just things falling, cars racing into our face.
最後に一つ聞かせてください。危険だということ。
結果的に
All the illicit stuff stopped after you left the game.
俺が追放されて
Well, that's because they couldn't do the match fixing anymore. Didn't they say that earlier? Like the Yakuza couldn't keep it afloat anymore? Uh-oh, we about fights. I heard the bell, I heard the door. Wait, are you just a regular guy? Nope, just a regular guy. Never mind, we're not gonna fight. Someone doesn't want it looked into. Well, it's gotta be Yakuza. I should get to his clinic and let him know. Oh, he's dead, right? He's dead or dying, right? Let's be completely real right now. There's no way that he is alive right now. I don't believe that for a second. I'll show you dead. That doesn't further the story, Honor. You have to stay alive. Sorry. I am a loser, sorry. I'm a loser, baby. So why don't you kill me? I will not miss him, I'll be honest. Because if I was getting attacked already and he talked about it. Oh, he's alive? I am actually surprised. He's finally caught up to my son. Okay, so the Nagoya family then is the one. Right? The Nagoya family. Ta-da!
まさか15年前のホームラン
It's fucked up! Fucked up! For now, yes, Cal. Oh, hello! Otter died? I can be in chat now? Hello! How is the Futurama game? I don't get to watch you all the time anymore, because I actually go to bed all the time now. Shinada puts it together 50 years later. He didn't want to think about it.
それが真相だ品田
名古屋組か俺も名古屋組の
I was gonna say, why would he put his neck on the line for that?
なんでそうすりゃ
俺は別に
高杉さん
Forget about my fingers. Stop thinking about my fingers, man. I'm keeping my fingers. You're not connected to the Nagoya family? He lied? He's just a regular loan shark? Not connected to anybody?
じゃああんたなんかにビビることなかったって
なんだとこら
I guess he could still beat you up technically.
ケツ持ちのいねえ金貸しなんだ
I'll sue? How would you do that? You have no money. Futurama's like Dirge of Service. Is it a good game? No. Am I having a good time? Yes. That's all that matters. Alright, let's go do that. This is a crazy thing to read without context. Yeah, Faux plays a lot of licensed games. You will see some wild shit coming along on Foe's channel. And he streams like late. He streams when no one else is streaming anymore. Ah, that's called murder, sir. Just break the door. Because he clearly locked it, right? No? He did not! He started a gas leak and then he didn't lock the door? Well, that's dumb. You should at least lock the door. Wow, he's really going at it. Not well, but he's going at it. Oh, he is speeding now. Sir, I can't get a straight line for throws. Thank you. Oh, that only slowed him down? I feel like that should have killed him. I'll be perfectly honest. Am I not allowed to catch up anymore? Oh, I'm losing health doing this too. Fucked up? He should also lose health doing this. I mean, he did. Oh my god! Yo! Why is he this? Am I not allowed to catch up to him at a certain moment? Does it have to be further down the line? Babe, I don't have the energy. I would have already died if I hadn't upgraded my health. Okay, so it had to be here. Apparently it has to be here. I'm also losing health when I run. He's just a regular guy. Oh my god. Welcome back to the land of the living, Dave. It's fun playing Futurama because I will never be #1 in the game category due to Spanish channels just straight up streaming the TV show. Oh my god. I don't understand why Twitch is okay with them just streaming TV shows because it doesn't get them anything. People don't sub to those channels, right? As the 5th of Yakuza, I skip a lot of text. I'm a drunk hentai who likes baseball. For a moment that all of these stories are somehow supposed to come together at the end. Does anyone even remember Seijima's story? Or what Kiryu was doing other than driving a cab? No, he was literally just driving a cab. No, I do remember pretty much everything, so don't worry, I got you. Something, and he's busted out with that one fella, and the Kiryu's just trying to run from his past and driving a cab. I find it very funny. You know what they run all the time in retro? Is Malcolm in the Middle. Constantly reruns of Malcolm in the Middle. I don't know why. Shifty man. I was just what? You were what? You're sorry. Another one. This cannot keep happening. And he's dead. Well. Nobody bats an eye. My favorite retro game, actually. I'm so sorry. That's true. It was kind of a banger. He did not press his QuickTime event. Obvious. It'd be so funny if it's like one guy. It's someone you know? Him?
Sakai?
Sakai-san.
He's the guy. He's the guy. Why? What do you mean take this inside? Let's talk about it right here where it's safer. We should, okay, we are going to follow him anyway. It's okay. Gulsey, hello. Hello. I'd like to imagine that Breaking Bad is a sequel to Malcolm in the Middle. It could be. We're gonna fight now. I don't know why we keep trusting these people to go somewhere out of sights. We are not smart people. Was the entire Wyvern team on the Yakuza? Were they trying to make a new Yakuza? Oh, this seems rude. I also still have that other... I have the other weapon to use too, but like right now I'm just pounding this man. What? But I heated you. You can't do that while I'm heating. I like how they're just standing there. This could be a very easy 3 against 1, but no, they have to be there clapping. I'm doing such a good job. Hold on, let me get my batter out. Yo! Hold on. Am I crazy or... No, don't touch me right now. Don't touch me right now. Am I crazy or... Oh, he already has really high levels. I wonder... No, it doesn't carry over. I know it does. This is a very good weapon. I should fix this weapon. I should never lose this weapon. What a good weapon. They wanted to start a gang. Yeah. They did. Themed gangs.
たまたまあの時よ。おめえが一軍に昇格してきたことでよ。一軍の中でおめえだけが事情を知らせん。
Oh no.
都合のいい状況が生まれてまってよ。
We did smash. I am Panda who smashed. You'd be getting Panda by Shinada. You still want them? You've never regretted sacrificing me. Incredible.
おめえは名古屋のために犠牲になってまったんだわ。名古屋の犠牲って。
There it is. There it is.
どういう意味なんだよ。はっきり言ってくれ、酒井さん。
He's about to die. Yep, there it is. There are a lot of people dying right now. Just an outrageous amount of dead people today. People don't die this often. Like, this is the most that people have, like, aggressively died in a Yakuza game? Gross! Sir, are you serious? They just wanted the Tojo and the Omirenga gone. That was the whole point, because they didn't want them in the town anymore. Honestly? Like, people died every 3 seconds in Yakuza 4. No, it's way more here. It is so much more here. Like, there was that one scene in 4 where there was a lot of death, but that was one scene. We could all use a puppy right now, yeah. Lenny, please share the puppy.
本当にもちろんまた明日も明後日もホームランボールのいでもだい俺自分で打った球とかをお客さんからなんかほらそのボールが高い値で売れるよ一応これも証拠品に回しとけ
Is that the guy who's currently... Is he the guy?
Huh?
Is he gonna be the guy? He sounds a little bit like the guy. Right? The detective? He sounds a little bit like him, I think.
加減吐いたらどうなんだだからやってないもんはやってないんですってっていうかいい加減返してもらえませんか明日から広島との A クラスをかけた試合もあるんで
じゃあこいつを見てもまだそんなこと言っとれるんかな
Somebody stole his shirt. He doesn't even look like the guy from behind. Like, Shinada has a way broader back.
地元の後輩です
この写真の男が
And someone conveniently took a picture? Very convenient. If this isn't the most obvious setup. Oh, he's calling them idiots. Fair enough, because true. Full on idiots. You hear he bet 2 million? You're going off this fixed evidence photo? This circumstantial evidence? Incredible. Incredible stupidity. They can't, they're police, they don't do that. Hey, Atom! Oh my god, really? They're pressuring him into this? Okay, Atom, you show up when you show up. This is not a job for you. For the circumstantial evidence. It's a literally it's not even circumstantial. It's like obvious fake. Ugh. I wish it worked that way in Japan. They're so weird about it in Japan.
ちゃんとお風呂で稼げばさ、借金返済、身も心もきれいになって出直せるってもんよ。ん？顎が痛い。そんなの当たり前だろうが。借金まみれの女が泣き言言ってんじゃねえよ。だいたいそんなこと言ってっからお前な。あ、悪い。いい、こっちの話だよ。いいから文句言わないで働けよ。それじゃあ。
Now the loan shark is also kind of pathetic. So you've not been punished enough. It's just like very shoddy police work. But they like to have their 100% rating, you know?
何見てんだ？この15年間の沢田の投球データだよ。
Sure, Eyes, sure.
データ？
Like he's suddenly the weakest man in the house. Loan shark.
なんだよこれ。プロのスコアラーが作ったみたいなやつやね。
I read that as sorcerer instead of scorer, which still counts, I think. Reminds me of what happened with Tanya Harding. She was given the choice of a lifetime ban or prison. She chose the ban. It's so weird. It's like, why would she believe it so easily? I'm assuming there was actual evidence with the Tanya Harding case. This is again that badass Yakuza guy where we beat up a bunch of people. Yeah, but we're not currently playing as the badass guy. We're playing as some guy. It's true, Ice. No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I hacked it. Did I hack it? Never mind. I'm just really interested in baseball.
12球団全1。なんで？高杉さん。前に球種が実はあれ。プロの世界じゃ来た球を打ち返相手の配球を8割方。そのうちどのくらいの確率で前にだ。じゃあお前は。ああ。6球連続カーブの後。で、配球データの奥に。いや、真鍋さんや坂。なんでそれ。真鍋さんは俺が9回を確かにデータを見る限り、ワイバーンズは15年。素人目にはわからないレベルだが。そんな野球。なるほどな。それだけじゃない。それまでの地元出身の選手を優先的に取る方針から。それじゃ酒井ってやつが言ってた話と逆じゃねえか。あれってそうなんだよ。酒井さんの言ってもっと大きな町。俺も高杉さんももしかしたら名古屋組を探るには15年前あの事件が誰かその辺の。
Okay, so what is happening in Nagoya that everyone cares so much?
顔役商店街会長をしてるダイニングバー。俺がこの辺に流れ着いたと。
Like if Dojima cares, the Tojo and the Omirenga were here. They set up a baseball game to get them out of here, but now they care again? I don't know, man. I don't know what they want, man. Shina is decidedly not badass. Anti-badass. She had no choice. Her husband at the time was a true culprit, but she was considered part of it or something. Oh, that's even worse! That's taking the fall for it. Oh, that's gross. Wait, are you a very rich guy? Oh my god, it's a rich bastard! Okay, yes, I am definitely okay, if I see anyone in a very white suit, I have to beat the shit out of him. And I can become very rich immediately. Right? With his silver suit, a gold plate. Alright, you know what? I'll take it. It's not direct money, but I can pawn it. I can go to the pawn shop. How's my health doing? Pretty good. Oh, it's this guy again. Alright, let's listen in. I'll come back when I'm alone. Never mind, I'm not allowed to do it right now. Alright, sorry. Luigi it up, yeah! Always, Atom, I'm so strong. And also, I put it on easy mode. Oops. Wait, we have money to buy stuff now, right?
Oh.
Yeah, can't I put it on his other guy's tab?
付け代を。
ああ、あんたか。品田。
どういう風に聞いてるか知らない。
All my clients love me. Uh-huh. That means I get extra interest on it now. That's a terrible deal.
で、名古屋。おお。
I'm very concerned, thank you. I have to write a non-sexy article?
この辺りっていうのは15年前とか。例えばそう。
なんだ？あんたら名古屋組について。
どうして？
俺らは恩義。15年前、本日町通りを境目に登場。
Oh, they were in the middle of a turf war. Okay. Well, that explains something.
当時、まあ、賭博の利権に限らず、ほんでもある事件が15。
He doesn't know I'm that baseball player either.
その事件で野球賭博への警察の監視が強まり、それぞれ東上会と近江連合と入れ替わりで、この辺が極道にゃか不名誉な事件が起こった。
Okay, so that's it. They just wanted things to be more peaceful in town. I see.
あんたら何のためにそのボスが誰かなんて知らん。この町で商売。
But I need to know for 20 million. I have drink coasters if you don't put the drinks on the coasters. Very good question. Oh no, Milky! Milky lost her brother again! Oh, it's them. Okay, yeah. Are they Yakuza though? Because that guy was dressed like Yakuza. But don't worry though, they're so protective and everything is fine now. I didn't order the coffee, so. Milky-chan and her brother can't stop getting into trouble, man. Port of Nagoya. A cab again? I don't have money for a cab, guy! Okay, where is the place that I can sell things at? It would have to be a store, right? Is Ebisu? No, I think it would tell me if it's an actual pawn store, no? Dagaya? Which one of you? What are you? Kamiyami Works. Okay, maybe it is. Maybe I feel like I vaguely remember Ebisu Pawn being something. That's next to the cab. So that's probably for the best. Stop it! Oh, is he also in trouble? Get out while you still can. They showed up and he's also probably dying. Do you have to choose where to go? Okay, well, before I do that, I still do want to go to the pawn shop. I don't have any money. Is this the right way? Yes. Okay, I don't want to fight you. You're not a rich bastard. I will only... No, I only want to fight the rich bastards. If you're not a rich bastard, I'm sorry, but I can't beat you up. Please be a pawn shop. I have no money. Yes! Hello. You can have most of what I have, I think. That's a slightly... The special worm. I will keep the special worm. You can have one of these. You can have this one. You can have... You know what? You can have two of these. I do need money. Okay, the gold plate was very good. Hold up. Okay, now I can go batting as much as I like. And take cabs. I'm not a rich bastard, so I'll even apologize. No, Jabluka, it just means I'm not gonna beat you up. It means you're safe from me. No, don't Oni-san me. If you are a rich bastard, I'm sorry, but I'm going to beat you up and take your plates. Maybe don't wear shiny silver suits. It's kind of a giveaway. Although everyone pops in very slowly. I don't know, like, the pop-in of NPCs is tragic. Just start existing. You're so welcome. Well, you're not dead. Unfortunate.
しっかりして、宇野さん。
俺が救急車呼ぶ。
高すぎ。
後で俺も行くから。
Well, now I'm alone. I could go do that side quest, but probably also not because time sensitive? You're in good hands. Are you sure about that? Oh god, they can't stop emailing me. How can I help you? Haven't seen you around. You haven't been skipping out on your baseball training. Don't talk to me. I have to be literally anywhere else. Oh, where am I? I think, wait, the top one? The top one. Let some rich bastards pay good money to be beaten up, which solves two problems at once. It's true. If they're into that, I will happily oblige. If you want me to step on you for money, I got you. That could be a much better side. Don't even try it. The wharf, right? No, storage room. Wait, why can't I go to the wharf? What's at the wharf? Oh, probably fishing, actually. He's just a little guy. He doesn't even have money. Oh, is Milky-chan also here? I thought it was just her brother. Why do they care about Milky-chan? She didn't break any bats. Pencil face. Oh, yeah, they did take her too. Probably as bait for me this time, considering. Maybe take off the... Yeah, maybe you should have started with that. Ow! That's duct tape, dudes. You sold them out! That's the chef! This is so uncalled for. I thought she was nice. I don't think they let her. I think she's also a bitch. This fucking guy. I knew it. It's just the whole town. It's just the whole time. And I came here as an outsider. This is bullshit. Explains why they let her keep the jacket. Even the batting cage lady? The batting cage lady? Who's wearing socks in her open high heels? You've been throwing glass pane windows at me, Milky. Milky. Unbelievable.
言い残したいことはあるが、15年付き合った仲だ。
あんたら全員善人のくせに。俺は勉強もできねえバカだけど、人の心を読
Are
む
they
こと
good
はできる。
people? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true
俺に心から
anymore.
接してくれてたじゃねえかよ。あんたらがあんなことするなんて俺は信じねえ。
The gangster acts?
街で俺が危ない目にあったのも、酒井さんの事故も全部あんたらの仕業だってのか。
How many people did you kill? Don't think I trust someone named Milky. Definitely not after this. The lady who commits crime against fashion is willing to commit other crimes too. Worse crimes, almost. Close though. This poor man. And a point to them being good people. This situation, right now, and also all of the murder.
お前ら全員名古屋組の人間だ。
ほうだ。
I was gonna say, I knew it.
我々一般市民で
That means they also fucked me over.
筋もんと同じにされるのは心外だが。
牛島さん、あんた殺そうと思えばいつだって俺をや
Did he not know who I was,
でも
maybe?
そうしなかった。 誰かに命令されたんだろ？あんたら
He's probably still either backing the Tojo or the Omi, but I'm assuming it's the Omi. Like, he's probably backed by them.
誰なんだよそいつは。ミルク。
何言っとるの？
I was gonna say, you're making Milky do the murder.
俺は。
Oh my god, it's the Futomomo manager! The horror bar manager is also in on it! Unbelievable! This is not right. This is not correct. None of this is correct. What do you got there? A knife! I'm gonna get saved though, right? Because, like, he's a main character. Can't even have to speak to the manager. Damn. Don't pretend to be sad. Ah, there it is. Why would you even show yourself? They were almost there. You could have left and none of this would have had to happen. Kinecho? Wait, what? What the? Who's driving? Oh my god, it's the loan shark, isn't it? Is the loan shark driving up? Oh my god, it is. Please get him life insurance first. Oh my god! Guy! You're not gonna drive the truck? Oh my god. Now he's just like dad figure, I guess. From loan shark to dad figure. He's just protecting his investments, honestly. Wait, is he gonna help me fight? He is! I hope they know. Oh, of course. It's also them. It's also the guys from the office, because they're all in on it. Every single person in this town is just a gang member. Who do you exploit at that point? If you're all gang members? It's not really a throw. It was more a shove. But I'll take it. Get out of here. You're not dead yet. Oh, it's you who's not dead. Sorry. Wrong, not dead guy. He can't pay if he's dead. Exactly. Guys from the office? Even Jim and Pam? Yes. Them especially. I mean, have you seen The Office? Those people are conniving. Fully into buddy comedy tension. That's okay. I like that. Oh, Jesus. You missed. You missed again. I could stay behind you and you could never hit me. You missed again. Oh! The back can also hit me? Bullshit. Oh, okay. You missed. Oh, you didn't miss. Hi, Rain! Hello! It's okay, though. I have heals. Oh! That was cheeky! On my end, not on your end. You don't know what you're doing. You missed again. Loser behavior. I missed a heal! I could go back for it, but I won't. Oh, I probably should actually. Well, I'm sure I can use items too. What? What are you gonna? What are you? Bitch! Oh, I was about to get trucked. Literally just a plot of hot fuzz. This is also the most agile forklift truck I've ever seen. Normally they are not this quick. With the music as well. Talk about being Forklifts cannot go that fast. As an observer, a previous observer of forklifts, this is outrageous. And he got 2 pipes. But I have a driver. I think mine is better. Yeah, no, it objectively is. This patriarch driver, absolutely fucking him up. Hold on, let me just... I want to do heat actions, sir. Oh, well, I guess I'm already at the end of your lifeline. Sorry. I was gonna do the thing, but then I didn't. Heals! I did put my heals away. Here, are you... Okay, this is not an endless iron pipe. A driver! Oh my god! Hi, Marshall! Hello! Hold on. Now I want this one. Oh, sorry, that's not a driver. It's a baseball, but it's the same thing. Oh, he is very excited about this. Sir, what? Wait! Did I just unlock a baseball thing? Is that what that was? I thought I had just... Did I unlock something? What the... Okay, hold on. Okay, I need one more level, then I can finally boost my health again. Can I see it? No, it won't let me see it. I swear I just unlocked a bat or something. I'll take it. I'll unlock bats. That's a pretty good one. I like the long traffic cone connector. I hope we get to have more traffic cone connectors. Here, step on him. Oh? Never mind. Oh no, that was the wrong one. I didn't know we were gonna do more. He's already dead. Wait, are you? Oh, you're not. But I am taking your knife. You have a gun? I'll take your gun. Don't try to shoot me again. Can I take your gun? Oh my god, yes. Hold on. This is straight up just a gun! Thank you for giving me gun. Incredible. Leave my lone shark dad alone. I need to run you into spikes or something. I want another baseball bat, please. I wasn't really able to use it, but... Oh, he's just beating up in the back? Incredible. Let me help you with that. Sorry to leave you like that so long, Dad. Was not on purpose. I feel like I'm not using his special very well. Okay, no, he's already dead, I think. Knife! Oh, big knife! And a heal. No, that's my dad now. You're my dad. Joe was streaming yesterday. Joe's gonna be streaming more often again. Oh, I leveled up. Good. Now I can get that health I wanted. Thank you. He does not get a lot of health either way, though. Oh, we get it twice in a row. Never mind. I lied. He's doing great. Okay, there's gonna be people fighting me here, because... What? There was a healing item right there. Hold on. I just realized I missed chat. I'm sorry, I was fighting with a pipe. You must understand. They can go quite quick. You just need to be a good forklift drivers to pedal to the metal really hard. You were forklift observers. I have observed some forklifts. It's been a bad one, not gonna lie. Do you want to talk about it? Gotta do some fucking self-care. It kills me. Get yourself a nice little snack. Got 2 pipes and looks like he only benches 70 pounds. I guess they didn't do very much. That's true. They were not very effective. I have the best meal on the face of the planet. Shit on a shingle? Is that actually what it's called? Is that actually what it's called? No, 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 no! I wanted to do the cool heat move! Let me. You have to let me. Okay, because I only have 1 charge left. That was too important. Okay, now I'll beat up your friends. It's okay, I already beat up your friends. That was very quick also. He just keeps running away with his pipes. Come back with your pipes. Well, I guess that technically lost me experience. That or they all came together in here. Okay, this is a good way to use him. A little bit of a group tackle. It's Pipe! Wait. What up? Pipe. Not Pipe. You know what I mean. This guy! A long traffic cone! I love long traffic cone. Oh, it's really going for it. Come on, Dad. These guys can't take us. Quick time event. Every time. Cream chipped beef on toast. Creamed chipped beef. I have to see a picture, because I cannot imagine this. I don't know what cream chipped beef is. Oh, they took my weapon! Why would you take my weapon? I worked really hard for that! Not losing my experience on these guys. Thank you. Oh, and Ad is gonna play, but it's okay, because I'm just fighting. Oh, right. I got 2, right? Yes! Oh, I fully just entered him into the wood. He is now one with the wood. On multiple different levels. Damn. Are you hurting my dad? That is my dad, sir. Oh, ow. Okay, I guess I can't do it for very long. It's too important. For now. This is much easier when you have a friend. I worked with someone new today, and although I'd like to think that I'm a patient person, they got on every single one of my 3 trillion-ish nerves. Oh no. Were they just incompetent or just annoying as a person? You used to love Shidan Shingo when a kid? I've never had it. I've never even heard of it. Kick this man! Okay, wait, I have to see it. That man is dead. So many of them are. Oh, okay. So it's like little. Okay, I can see it. Okay, I can see it. That makes more sense in my brain now. I thought the beef was creamed for some reason. Like, that's what my brain said. It's like, no, you creamed the beef. Kept trying to serve regular coffee espresso when someone asked for decaf, using whatever kind of milk was closest to their hands. Sending shit that was so subpar. Ew, so they're just terrible at their job. Oh no. Well, maybe they won't stick around. Maybe they'll just leave because they're like, that was terrible. Oopsie, hate working the expediter station. Oh, well, at least they had you to kind of pick up for all the mistakes, which I'm sure was exhausting. Terminology dates back to as early as 1935. Yeah, it does sound like an older dish. But it looks very much like comfort foods. Of course I'll beat up this guy. Oh, he has a gun. Of course he has a gun. Now I have a gun. Hold on, I have a gun now. Sorry. Weapon skill improved. Very good. I wish I could put it in my pockets. I cannot. I wish I could. Ukraine, it just sounded strange, you know? It sounded strange to me. My dad is helping me, holding people in place so I can beat the shit out of them. Some people do not care about the quality of their work. Yeah, apparently. Don't beat up my dads. This guy's say, how are you beating up both of us? Or how are you not getting beat up by both of us? Gun! No, I'm gonna shoot you with my gun. Try again. Try blocking that. And now I'm just pistol whipping you. Because he's being held by my dad again. Don't do it. Ah, but gun! Throw gun! Oh, come on, you're literally dead. Okay, you can't run this time. Oh, so unbelievable. At one point it said, lol, I'm making this so badly. If manager saw, she'd be so mad. Then why are you doing it? What the hell? Maybe try again. Maybe try harder. Blanks? It must be. Very painful anyway, though. Well, not all of them. Also, they're not good people. I don't believe they are. It's like all my friends are dicks. They tried to kill me. Yeah, Dave. If it works, it works. Sometimes we fire blanks at people's faces.
どこか知らない町だよ。今度こそ誰も俺のことを知らない町に行くよ。
何言ってんだよ。確信まではあと一歩なんだぞ。
次は誰を疑えばいい？優しかった大家さんか？
Yeah.
それともあんたか？
Maybe. I don't know.
やっと見つけた自分の居場所だと思ったのに。
But everyone sucks.
ああ、借金ですか。それならどうぞ指を潰しちゃってくださいよ。またバットを握れる日が来るかもなんて淡い期待を持ってたけど、俺は最初から野球選手なんかじゃなかったんだ。ただ利用されただけのバカな駒なんだよ。
You can be both.
利用されようが、たった一度だけの打席だろうが、お前はプロ野球選手だった。あのホームランに感動して希望を持てた客だっているんだ。バカ野郎が。
You ever an inspirational dumbass? Yeah, his one fan. Was that him? No, it can't have been him, right? Nah, he looks so different.
1年前、お前が金を借りに来た
He
時、
looks so different though.
借用書の名前見て驚いたぜ。まさかこんなとこで再会するなんてよ。
ずっと俺の正体知ってたってことですか？
ああ、そうだ。こんなに落ちぶりやがって。まあ容赦なく取り立てができる分気持ちは楽だったけどな。
じゃあ、あのホームランボールをマスクの男に渡したって。
俺だ。あの男がお前探して俺んとこに来たんだ。
But they took it for evidence.
なんだか知らねえが、お前に高い金で頼みたいことがあるって聞いてな。
He had it for evidence.
お前にその依頼を引き受けさせるために一役買ったってわけだ。だがまさかこんな結末が待ってるとはな。夢にも思わなかったぜ。
ああ、嫌だ嫌だ。じゃあ何を？結局みんな俺のこと知ってたってことですか？
ちゃんと返せよ。
This man is never gonna trust anyone ever again.
借金とあのボール。
He's not gonna have trust issues.
大切に。
You're gonna look this man up on the dictionary and just see trust issues next to his face. He embodies it at this point. And I don't even blame him. We're gonna talk to the boss. Seriously?
はい。久保田はしくじりました。代わって私が
Seriously?
始末します。
Seriously?
報告します。
真鍋さん。あんたもなのか？
I don't know why you're still
お前が敵
surprised.
だったらどうして俺たちに尻尾をつかませるような情報を与えたんだ。
尻尾？俺は八百長は確かにあったと言っただけだ。それ以上探るなときつく忠告したはずだぞ。
そんなんで俺が止まるとは思ってなかったでしょうに。
まあ、ほりゃほうだが。だが俺らは腐っても野球選手。勝負の世界に引き分けはあれせん。ちゃんと勝負の幕を引くしかにゃよう
だ。なるほど。さすが俺が憧れたバッターは言うことが違います。
A murderer?
そろそろゲームセットにしようまいか。
You look up to a murder. Okay, fair enough. Okie dokie. But I took a lot of beatings already. Okay, they did give me heals, I guess. And my dad is not gonna help me. How unfortunate. Okay, so my biggest attack does not actually work against them. About against anybody. Hold on, I want this one too. Yeah, I guess he would have a knife, wouldn't he? Is his knife eternal? I think his knife is probably eternal. I can block his knife though. So that's nice. Hold on. Let me go grab a little bit of heat. Oh, yeah. I love Kart-sama. What about this? Oh, that's also a knife. Sir? Hold on. Stab you real hard with my arm and oh my goodness. Oh, yeah, no, but like he's dead, right? Like this kills a person. This is what I mean. That definitely kills a person. He has died. He is in the ground. But they don't allow it. And now I'm gonna do it again. But he's gonna be fine, I'm sure. He's fine. He's fine. He's already dead. Stop. I guess we need to have the heat moment, right? Feel the heat. That was it? That was the heat moment? Oh. I guess. Yeah, I guess. Oh, I almost leveled twice. Damn. Is he called the debt collector dad? Yes, he's dad now. Hi, Ragnats.
わかりやすい人だな。負けるためにわざとやってくるなんてね。
Just a flesh wound. Yeah, don't worry about it. Non-fatally.
忘れちゃったんですか。
He bored Majimas.
ワイバーンズ最強の4番を打っ
Thank you
て
for the
た
follow.
人で
Welcome
すよ。
in. Follows are anonymous.
前も話したように、一流のバッターってのは裏の裏まで読めるような
I
人
knew he
間
was
のこ
gonna
とを
die. Just but a flesh wound, yeah.
真鍋さんは負けるって分かってて、この勝負をしに来た。そうですよね。
Oh no, he's still standing. He's still standing. Watching Kitty absolutely brutal heat actions whispering that man's dead. Kitty never hurt a man. Not once.
あんた、本当は
You can walk
俺
it
に
off,
名古屋
yeah.
組の真相を知ってほしくて、こんなやり方をしてるんじゃないですか。
People die when they are killed.
教えてください。一体誰なんですか？15年前の事件を仕掛けたのは。
Is
あ
it
な
the
たたちを
Omi?
使ってこんなことをさせている
I
張
feel
本
like it
人は。
must be the Omi. It just feels like it should be the Omi. You know? He's gonna die before he gets to tell us again. Kitchen knife would have instantly shattered being stabbed into the asphalt. He has a special one. Yeah, thank you, Ragnats.
その耳で確かめてみろ。
Mosh mosh! Dad collector, yeah.
声を聞きゃわかる。
He missed every single vital spot. Every single one. Around his stomach. We're all tired, yeah. This section has been a lot of double crossing. Everywhere. Betrayals left, right, and center.
始末は無事に終わったのか。真鍋、どうした？おい、返事をしろ。真鍋。
Is it the team coach? Is it his old coach? Yep, okay, there it is. Okay, but we suspected him the moment he switched to the other team, right? We already suspected. Enjoying the Shinada storyline? I feel like a lot more happens with him, but maybe it's because I'm going... We're already on chapter 4? We kind of flew through this. I don't think I'm following anymore. And evil. Well, you have a cat, Marshall. Little evil cat. Who's not stabbed him in the back? No, well, Dad, I guess.
これで全て決着がついたとは思ってませんよ。代替わりしたと言っても、名古屋を守るのが私の宿命だということに変わりはありません。
Yet, too slow.
ええ、手は打ってあります。品田はちゃんとこちらで始末します。
I do not want to sip this game. No, this is not a sip game. No, not at all. Not even close.
私流のやり方でね。では。
Still weird, yeah. I don't know why he lied about that. But I guess everyone in town kind of did. Guy on the TV, yeah, that's him. That's fair. I don't... Yakuza 5 is my least favorite one so far, and I don't think that will change. That doesn't mean I'm not enjoying it, but I am... It's not that kind of game for me.
無茶言ってるのは分かってる。でもどうにかして勇敢に差し込めないか。頼む。
What are we squeezing in?
これには俺の野球人としての夢がかかってるんだ。
Baseball can't mean that much, sir. We are. Yeah, we're doing main story like a shot. But like that's the thing. I'm really just interested in knowing where the main story is going. That's it. I just want to know what happens next. I just want to turn the page and figure out the mysteries. I have to report to that guy. That guy? Yeah, that's how we did 4 as well. For me, Horny Guy and Haruka are the best parts. Yeah, his story is crazy. But also we met Dojima again. I wonder if he's gonna take off his mask and actually tell him who he is. Maybe I'll step out for a bit. Oh. Do I have anything in my inventory that I want to have? That I want to keep? I guess I'll just put this in a box. I'll keep all the healing items though. Oh, I just saved already. Main story's pretty good in 5. I feel like it won't really come together until the end. Like by the end, when we get all of the... Everything will be tied up together and we'll make sense of things. I'm looking forward to that. This guy really does remind me of Mirio's outfit, like that other person said. The older Ryu from Shenmue. It's just the jacket, right? The jacket that does it. It was a baseball, not a cop. Yeah, yeah. No, it is a different guy. Wait, so what is my... Oh, I can upgrade skills. Whoops. I did not try the chicken race. I don't like chicken racing as a concept. Oh, that was my max upgrades. Oh, okay. Maybe I can find a rich guy. No. You're not rich. Why would I want to beat you up? You're not rich enough. Where's the batting center? Is it up here? Yes. I have a new bat, I think. I want to see. Busty babes are waiting for you. No, they're not. Objectively untrue. Oh god. I was gonna go bats. My steak! Have a great rest of your day. What? Never mind, I guess we're not going batting. You little shits. Better mosey on home with a spring in my step. Why did they do this to me? Why did they do this to me? The jacket and white t-shirt and jeans with him being a martial artist. And I guess his hair a little bit. Like 2 points. Oh wait, I have to be here. This is where I live. Not a very good minigame. There's some funny chicken names. I'm gonna assume it's probably sex related, right? Given the most of his stories like that. Oh, Karage Kid. Karage means chicken, right? Can't believe the busty babes didn't wait for me. They're not waiting for anyone. I'm always late. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna regale him with everything I learned. Yeah, fried chicken, yeah. Busty babes always waiting for Jinsey. The busty babes would never lie. For me specifically. Yeah, fried chicken specifically.
この土地の自警団的な組織として15年前から存在してきた。
Oh my god, they literally are the world's most violent neighborhood watch. Oh my god! He's so right! That's very funny to me.
15年前この町は東西を二分して
He doesn't know I'm Tojo.
それぞれの組の資金源がワイバーン
つまりお前の9回追放で両組織の名古屋
And then he could match Fix instead, eventually.
一方で名古屋組という極道組織がまるで
But they kind of are little bits.
それも昨日で終わりこうして真相がバレ
お前を襲った
今朝
They all turned themselves in? The entire family turned themselves in?
牛島さんとミルクちゃんという彼らは彼らで15年間ずっと辛いな
That's crazy. I mean, it's crazy that they did it in the first place. Funny, but also insane, yeah.
敵をこの目で見
どういうことだ
We know who the real enemy is.
彼らは決して藤田さんの指示で動いていたことは事実だが
酒井という男が
それだけじゃない何日か前の登場会と
There's just one guy running around murdering everyone.
人を殴ることすら躊躇する彼ら絶対に
謎の組織名古屋組のなるほどやはりあの男が
It's another Matrushka doll of criminals.
あの男
俺が名古屋組を追いかけていたのはだがこれ以上のこと
Oh, we're going there together? Or are you going there solo? I want to come with you.
ご苦労だった
Seriously? You're not bringing me with you?
ちょっと待ってよあんただったら俺も一緒に
Yeah, let me come with. Say yes, Dojima-san. Say yes.
ここから先は
He's revealing himself.
俺の仕事だもう手を引くんだ
Does he know who he is from just taking the glasses off?
達夫ってあんた
俺を覚えているか
Wait, so am I supposed to have known
堂島だ
my character?
お前と同じカムロ西高にいた
God, Dojima, it's very smash, honestly. This man aged very well on the first few times we met him.
まさかあの
Be gone, Milky traitor. She likes Shenmue? I've never played Shenmue. And I don't know that I should. Of how soapy Yakuza is. I know. School jumps? Wait, actually? In homeroom 1?
確かに俺は1組だったが
なんで
退学になったからな
He was expelled for being a
3年の夏
Yakuza.
にちょっと揉め事を起こしてなそう
引率って
Oh no, he was in jail the whole
やり合っ
time.
ちまったんだ
カムロコってやちょっと待てよ
And he beat them all up. That's very funny to me.
あの時でも決勝戦の
They all got sent to the emergency
おかげ
room.
で俺らは決勝戦に
Incredible.
結局甲子園ではヒットはお前のホームランのみ
でもまさか君が
He likes beating people up. That's his thing.
それがあの頃の俺。いや、カムロに。
夢？
ああ。
Look at this beautiful man. Can't recommend Shenmue's gameplay experience, but it's a fun game to watch. You're like, I would watch you suffer. Like, if anything, you must have had a special connection. Maybe they were roommates. He does seem to like him very much.
それが敵対する高校の手によって壊す。だから俺にとってそう。
He didn't even have to use his Yakuza for it.
それで君がそこまで。
バカな話だと思うかもしれない。自分の叶えられなかった夢。そうやって自分の叶えられなかった夢を。
This is referencing back to Haruka, I'm assuming.
いつか自分もあの人。
だから。
当時の俺には。でも夢のなかった俺は親の家業を継ぐことが決まっていた。
The family business, yeah. I mean, becoming a Yakuza. You know, he didn't really need a diploma.
目を背けたくなるような現実に立そう。
堂島君。
登場会6代目会長。
He's outright telling him.
今素性を隠して行方をくらませている最中。
He's in hiding. I went to juvie so you could play baseball, yes. Way to watch you suffer, and also the dialogue is very goofy. I don't know that that's enough for me to like want to play through it, to want to suffer through it. And there's so many good games I want to play. Like more Yakuza.
だからここから先は俺に任せてくれ。
Am I gonna play as Daigo? That would be very cool. I don't think I will though. I don't think they'd let me.
お前は十分人に夢を与えてくれた。
Honestly, a Yakuza game with Daigo at the head would be pretty good, I think. I'm kind of surprised they never tried that before.
すべてに型がついたら、球界に取り合って、選手としての復帰が無理なら、コーチ。今はとりあえずその金を使って、安心しろ。今の俺は、腕力以外の力も持う。
I have more going for me than just brute strength, yes. He also has a very pretty face.
東京に着いたら、また
You guys growing on me? The drunka guy? I guess I didn't have to make him drunk at all to win. He says no, I'm still coming with you. What the fuck?
結局は同じかよ。
どういうつもりだ
You don't want this,
15年前と同じだっつってんだよ。ヤクザに振り回されて夢を失って、ヤクザに助けられて
That is also true.
そんなんじゃ、俺の夢は戻ってこねえよ。誰かの権力を使って球界に復帰したって、意味ねえんだよ。
I think that's not a thug.
だが現実を見るんだ。
I think he's very well dressed. He's a very well dressed thug.
お前は一生この街でその日暮らしをすることになる。
He says it is what it is.
お前は人に夢を見せる側の人間だ。
For someone who just got absolutely decked in the face, he's pretty calm about it.
お前には球界に戻る資格がある。
When did they kiss? I mean, maybe they're about
もっと現実に目を向
to.
けろ。過去にこだわっても、お前の失った時間は取り戻せない。
Also, he was not like head of the Tojo clan at the time. So Daigo had nothing to do with it. I hope you know that. Daigo had fuck all to do with it. Oh, wow, the shirts are coming off, but you don't have the tattoo!
勝手に語ってんじゃねえよ。
We're gonna beat up Daigo? Are you also gonna... No?
こっちはこの15
They said, we created this body, we're gonna show it off.
腕立て腹筋1000回。
Take shirt off is okay too.
とも休んじゃいねえんだ。
Very straight. This is very straight behavior, yes.
あんたに言われなくても。
Daigo break his heart? No. Daigo would never. Daigo would never. Getting that home run back? Hey, oh my god, he's doing it! Oh, yes! Let's fucking go. There's the tattoo. Wait, is this my favorite chapter now? Accidentally?
お前の友人としてもな。
俺がそんなに嫌わな男かどうか。
I guess cut Kitty's fist so many times that shit. He's swole though, I mean.
覚悟はいいな。
10 years of Nishikiyama Breaking Bad. I miss Nishiki. He also had a glow up. Louder. It would be so funny if that's the entire fight. That would be very funny. I hope he knows that. They can kiss after. Kiss and make up. I'm gonna get my shit kicked in for a while, I think. Can I grab? Can I grab? No? Let me grab. Let me grab. No, let me grab. I just want to grab this man. Just give me 1 second to grab this man. Whoa, okay, I did it. Well, I grabbed this man. Hold on, I gotta do a heat move. 1 second. Do I have anything that's just heat? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I have these. These are tiny. Sorry, Daigo! I think you're super hot and cool, and I love you to death. But I am gonna have to love you very, very harshly for a minute. This is the harshest love you've ever seen, and now I'm gonna take my Patriarch's driver out to beat your shit in even harder. I'm so sorry. I feel terrible about it. I hope you know. I hope you know I feel really bad about doing this. Genuinely, I'm so serious. Just to wake up in each other's arms after having knocked each other out. Oh, romantic, though. Wait, I actually love that. He absolutely busted my ass there. He has a very wrestly fighting style. Oh, that was already enough. I just had to hit him once to get to this, I think. Feel the heat! Sorry, I felt the heat. Because I'm so close to Daigo. Damn. Damn! I'm into it. I love that. Welcome back. Everyone went well. It's beer. I like beer. He likes MILF. I like MILF.
どうやこれなら文句ないでしょ
How are his fans still impeccable? Incredible. Whoever loses gets kissed. Let me help you. Okay, so now everyone is gonna meet up in Tokyo, right? Because Kyudo's going to Tokyo. Seijiman's going to Tokyo. Haruka and Akiyama are going to Tokyo, and now he's going to Tokyo too. With Daigo, his boyfriend. Taking out the Patriarch's driver to drive that Patriarch. Oh, it drove this man, alright. Incredible. A kiss. Last session with that one. Tomorrow's the last one for physical therapy. Hope that one goes well too. And Daigo impeccable pants, Dojima.
なら今のうちにできる限りの準備をしておくんだ。東京で何が起きるかわからんからな。
There will be trouble, is what he's saying.
わかった
There will be so much trouble. Wait, we did... Oh, yeah. We ended... I guess we technically... overtimed. Not even technically, but we did 2 chapters? I know they'll probably let me save again, but just in case. I'm bringing my special worm to Tokyo, okay? I need my special worm for Tokyo. Even more extra dad. Oh my god, yeah, Daigo's totally also a dad. And I feel like Drunk Man is now... Tatsuo is also... He must also be... Oh wait, do I need to talk to him? Or is that... I wonder if I can just talk to him. What happened to Haruka on a new episode of My 4 Dads? Yeah, I think maybe I forgot because of daylight savings. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel correct. Maybe I should get the drunk one though. I think that would be good. Then I can just make him drunk the whole time. I like that one too. Guard regain is nice. I didn't really give him many abilities.
Tatsuo.
Yep.
ああ。そうか。
あ、ちょっと。
言ったそばか。
Can you go down first? Well, that's very forward of you, but okay. Listen. Can you? Can you? Wow, we're still in a private space? They knew what they were doing. Oh, absolutely. As much as I lament, you know, doing all the sub-stories, the Amon fight in this game is total bullshit. I just, I'm very invested in the main story. Like, the main story is really picking up here. I really liked his main story chapter a lot, because it was so fast. Like, it moved so fast. And then I got to play as Haruka earlier, so it's like, I don't know. I obviously like playing as Kiryu. I guess maybe the interruption with Seijima was just not it for me. Yes, my love. I don't know what we did, but we did something. Good phrasing, good work of the writers. I will go down on my homies. As friends, platonically. Was just putting my pants back on, sorry. Took me a while. It's just worn out, you know? How is there not much in your wallet? Don't you have 20 million? Did he take back the 20 million? Do you not have 20 million? Yeah, maybe don't say it that loudly. Oh my god, dudes. Can't bring him anywhere. I'm sorry, but this is definitely a boyfriend arc, okay? I don't give a shit what the writers were thinking of. This is a boyfriend arc. They are boyfriends, canonically. Fight me, I'm right. Is he reading about Majima? No, that's not Majima. Why?
堂島君は先に東京行って。何？俺ちょっと行かなきゃならない場所があるから。おい。あ、ごめん。
Huh? I think I missed the connection here. I missed the connection here, something fierce. Bear punching? It was okay. It was okay. Wasn't that much bear punching though. Oh no. Is he about to get killed? Oh, he gave him the 20 million. I forgot his stats. Like the whole 20 million? Get your children something nice with what's left over. 20 million! Why is he all worked up about the guy whose pitch he got? I'm confused. You should close the box. That's 20 million. Maybe not smoke in front of the 20 million in a box. Okay, dokie. I would simply not have fire around 20 million in small bills, but okay. That is fair enough. How did he survive without Daigo? I know! Oh, maybe he's not gonna die. I don't know, for a second I thought something terrible was gonna happen just because he showed up right there. Cares about his son. I think he cares about the money a little bit. But I also, like, okay, maybe weird to say, but at this point, aren't they older players? Like, how long are baseball careers usually? What age do you have to, like, tap out? I'm too invested into this story. Was he also supposed to be a fall guy, maybe? It feels like he's trying to save him from something.
お前なら俺がここにいるってわかるんじゃないかと思ってたよ。よく来てくれたな、篠田。
勇敢を見たよ。まさか休暇。
藤田さんとの約束だったんだ。
I would take his place?
気づかなかったよ。藤田。
Oh, he's the Nagoya family boss now. I see.
そうだ。
I see.
お前、俺がこっちの出身だってことは知ってるよな。
ああ。中京学院のエース。名古屋が生んだ10年に1人の
Retire at 20 as a village elder.
それ
True.
がお前の高校時代の呼び名だった。
だが人生ってのは不思議なもんだな。くじ引き一つで名古屋出身の俺が東京に。
You can start training as soon as you're
東京出身のお前
legal?
が
But like,
名
when are
古屋
you
のチームに入ることになっちまうんだからな。
washed up?
結果お前は全く関係のなかった名古屋のためにその野球人生を奪い取られる羽目になった。
Which was not fair, by the way, Sawada.
そして俺は誰もが認める球界のエースとなった。
でもお前はこうしてまた名古屋に帰ってきた。これもすべて名古屋組を藤田さんから引き継ぐためだというのか。
It's not even really a family.
ああ、そうだ。
どうしてだよ。どうしてそこまでして名古屋組
It's
なん
also
かを
matter when
守
you
る
rip
必要
like
が
a
ある。
Yakuza protagonist.
今の
That's
お前に
true.
はもっといろいろ守らなきゃならないものがあるはずだろ。
Like your pride, your
高校
honor.
の時の友達に言われたよ。
No friend
俺
from
ら
high
は
school.
夢を見させる側の
40-year-olds
人
in
間なん
MLB?
だって。
Okay, maybe. Maybe then.
俺やお前はただ野球やってるだけじゃないんだ。こ
Reminds
の
me
グ
of
ラ
the
ウンド
Truman
に立つ
Show.
人間はいろんな人間の夢背負って野球やってんだよ。もう聞いてるだろ。牛島さんや真鍋さん、名古屋組の構成員だった人たちはみんな出頭した。そうだ。
I guess a little werewolf?
もう名古屋組は終わりなんだ。悪いことは言わない。これ以上名古屋組を使って誰かを苦しめるようなことはしないでほし
And
い。
to do that, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you.
やはりお前は何も現実が見えてないようだな。
何？
名古屋組が終わったなんてことは分かっている。俺は最後の仕事をするために
He's gonna sell the place to the Omi.
最後の仕事？
Literally an hour ago.
名古屋組のことを知りすぎたお前を始末
He
する。
brought a gun?
それが俺に指示された最後の仕事だ。
様だ。
I could have just left. I could have been gone already if I hadn't read the
警察に出頭した
paper.
人間は全員釈放されたよ。警察は何事もなかったように処理する方針だ。
なんだって？
篠田、この一件はお前が思っている以上に
It has to be
大きな力によ
Omi.
って操
It
作され
has
て
to
い
be
る
the Omi.
警察すら動かしてしまうような強大な力を持った人間によってな。
And I still think that that one detective guy is involved.
誰なんだよ。お前にこんなこと
It
さ
has
せて
to
る
be
や
the
つってのは。
detective guy. There's something about that man that I do not trust.
あいつら。
俺の見張り役の連中。
And it is the Omi Alliance. There we
近江連合
go.
の人間だ。
He knew it.
オミ？どうしてオミが？
Oh, he's the Omi dude.
あ
That's
れが
why.
答えさ。藤田さんも俺も
Got a gun to a
ずっと
baseball
近江
game.
連合のある組織によって動かされていたんだ。
ある組織
I am so tired of the Omi clan. You have no
近
idea.
江連合の出身団体神戸黒羽組。名古屋組はそれまでずっと名古屋を仕切っていた近江連合の連中を追い出すために黒羽組が中心となって作った組織なんだ。つまり近江連合内の島争いによってできた組織だったんだよ。
近江連合が近江連合を追い出すためだと。
It's another Matryoshka doll, but this time of Omi clan.
その黒羽組に魂を売り夢を手に入れた人間の一人だ。
なんだと？
篠田、俺はな、お前が思っているよ
Oh
うな
no, he
天才
actually
で
sucked.
立派な野球選手でもない。
Uh-oh.
あの甲子園だってそうさ。俺は黒羽組の力を借りて
What a thing to admit.
そんな、まさか。
本当だ。黒羽組は対戦する高校の監督の買収から選手への賄賂まがいの脅迫、手段を選ばず勝つための手段を取った。
まさか豊戦でカムロ校の連中を
Who
使っ
got
て
beaten up by
うち
Daigo?
の野球部に妨害を入れたのも。
そう、黒羽組の仕掛けだ。まああの時はお前の
Some
高校の
punk. Oh, if
計画は
only he
うまくい
knew.
かなかったがな。
それで俺らとの1回戦だけはガチの勝負になっちまったってことか。
And you got
道
the
理で俺が気づかなかっ
kick
たわけ
out
だ。
of you.
つまり俺にとっての甲子園とは1回戦だけが実力勝負、実質的な決勝戦のようなものだった。純真無垢の天才バッター品田達夫を抑えることさえできれば甲子園の優勝は約束されていたからな。そして俺はお前に勝った。結果1回戦で負けたお前はドラフト会でワイバーンズに拾われた。逆に俺は高校球界の司法と言われ、
He clearly didn't know
ド
how
ラ
to
フト1位
play.
でギガンツに入団したんだ。どうして黒羽組がそこまでして俺を甲子園の優勝ピッチャーにさせたかわか
No,
る
but you're about to tell me.
まさか。
そうさ、ギガンツ対ワイバーンズ戦、俺が登板するすべての試合で
You were the
黒羽組の
match
計画にのっとった
fixing
野球賭博を
pawn.
成立させるためだ。
Incredible.
誰にもバレない、展開の荒などに左右されない完璧な仕掛けの野球賭博を仕掛けるためにな。
そんなことが。
そもそも野球賭博ってのは八百長を仕掛けるのが難しいギャンブルだ。
Just having this
い
conversation
くら
calmly.
投手を
Gun
買
in my
収した
face.
ところで相手バッターが打ってくれなきゃ勝たせられない。いくらバッターを買収したところで相手のチームが点を取らなきゃ負けさせられない。だがワイバーンズのスタメン全員と監督、それに対戦チームのピッチャーが俺であれば
Look at his evil
完全な八百長が
eyebrows.
仕掛けられるってわけか。
そういうことだ。
I hate this guy more than other clans.
だが完璧な計画とはいえ、一度だけ八百長
When
に失
I
敗
was
したこと
on
が
the plates, I screwed everything, which is very
お
funny.
前がホームランを打ったあの試合だ。品田。
The lies don't stop, but they don't stop. He was scheming in a high
0
school.
対1でホームのワイバーンズが負ける予定だった。だが、9回裏までギガンツのバッターはワイバーンズから1点も取ることができないでいた。いく
Okay,
ら相
sorry
手
you
を勝たせたくても
sucked.
点を取ってくれないことには話にならない。だが、露骨なエラーをさせて相手に点を取らせることもテレビ中継の手前都合が悪い。
Touch grass.
焦った藤田監督は内野経験のないお前をわざとセカンドの酒井に変え代打に送った。
A mistake.
俺がお前からは打てないと。
I could easily get a hit off on you because you
踏んだっ
suck.
てことか。
Quite the plan. Yeah, it's
藤
so
田さんは誰より
convoluted.
もお前の得て増えてを知っている人だったからな。
それで監督はカーブを投げるようお前に指示を送
But
った
then
の
he
か。
didn't the last time. He hit the fastball.
じゃあ7球目あのストレートはどうして投げた？
Because you're an idiot? Is that why?
藤田監督の指示を無視して俺との勝負をつけたかったのか？沢田。
Oh, not again.
あれは監督藤田さんの指示だったんだ。
なんだと？監督の？
ああ、そうだ。あの時俺にストレートを指示したのは
Why?
どうして？
Why?
それは
Because?
喋りすぎだぞ。そうだ。
Okay, fair. That is so fair. True and fair. Another
お前が打たないな
gun.
ら俺が打つ。まあ、その時はお前も始末することにはなるがな。
分かってる。
He's shaking. His hand is
名
shaking.
古屋組の連中は名古屋組が
It's
黒羽組の裏
man.
で操られていたという真実を知らない。
I don't know this. That's
彼らは
the
名
Fu
古屋という
guy.
町を守るために藤田
Fujita.
監督や
I
俺
don't
を
think
信
it
じ
is.
指示に従ったに過ぎない。それは信じてやってくれ。
I don't know how that's supposed to make me feel better, though, sir.
覚悟はいいな。品田。
Is he gonna shoot the other guy instead? Like, how are we getting out of this? There are 2 guns pointed at me. Ah! He's gonna read the sign! Can you move as fast as a bullet, though? Ooh! There goes man! The match was fixed, buddy! I guess we didn't have to know who man was, because man is immediately dead! Good shots, yeah.
まあね、相手のサインを研究するのはバッターの基本だからな。
Oh, I guess we fightin'. Are we fighting? Or are we together fighting? Are we friend fighting? Oh yeah, okay, he doesn't look happy about it either. It's okay, we can take him. I've taken more. I can take a lot of men at once.
さだ、どうして俺を助けるような真似したんだ？
ずっと知りたかったんだ。どうしてお前が俺のあのストレートを打てたのかをな。
No, is that what I said?
それを直接聞くまでは殺すわけにはいかない。そういうことだ。
なるほどね。
And now it's a boyfriend collector, clearly.
15年前のホームランはサインを盗んでたのか。
さあ、その話はお互い生きてたら話すってことでどうよ。
それでいい。
それでいい。Kind of breakfast for lunch? Making wish I had some soft-boiled eggs to go with?
よし。それじゃ行くぜ。
I'm sure it is still delicious, Marshall. Only afford the 1 gun. And no more other guns. Bench clearing brawl. The uniforms are funny. Aren't they just wearing suits? Am I crazy? Hold on. Is this like a... Okay, no, it is. Enjoy! Oh, was that my friend? It must be. My friend is not doing a great job. But I think I might have just heard a thing fall. Oh, and I want that also. Hold on. I want that thing. I need it. Hold on. Did I not hear one fall? Oh, there! No, that's not there. Is he? Shut up. Hold on, I'm collecting items. My friend is dying on the side. And I'm doing laps. It's very Seijima of me. I want this guy over here. Don't walk away from me. Do I get bats? He doesn't drop his bats? I deserve bats, I feel. Hold on, don't talk to me. I'm leveling. Trans? Cute, we love the representation. I know. So the spicy chicken sandwich with tater tots for lunch. Delicious. Which one was it that I wanted? Ooh. That one's just taunting, I think. I want some more heat actions. And I want more heat gauge. Yes. That's actually a good idea. The chip texture has been somewhat lost. Remember baseball players wearing suits and ties? No, they do. It's just it's the right thing to do when you're fighting your opponents, to show them respect. I should throw them, I think, before. I think I'm still allowed to do that. Oh, my friend is getting the absolute shit kicked out of him. Genuinely! They just top roped the guy. I think that's probably the boss. No, I'm nowhere near this man. I'm sorry. I'm really not. But that's very cool. My poor friend was on the floor. The fucking teamwork. Are you dead? Good. There. Finally, you get to stand up. Ah, okay, the bosses, I'm not allowed to do it. That's fine. Can you die? Oh my god. Well, I did just learn a new one. What are we... I am sitting you to death. You've been sat to death. Incredible. Incredible. Is that a gun? Hold on. Can I use power of gun real quick? Is that gun? Oh, it's a stun gun. Oh, I can kill you with the stun gun? Oh, no, you just used your foot. That's okay. Would have liked it with the stun gun. Steal all the weapons. He dropped the bat. You just kicked it into the outfield? Did I actually? Right. Are you done? Never played this one yet. I think that's respect, like hitting them with a bicycle or a large scooter. They may want to go, but buy a woman. It's polite of him to pick up the guy afterwards, right? Always pick up your trash. Thank you, Flynn. So is the gun. Go on, tell him. He's earned it.
どうしてあの時お前はホームランを打てたのか。その前に一つ教えてくれ。
Well, you are stalling to tell him.
どうしてあの時藤田さんはストレートを投げろと指示したんだ。教えてくれ。
You should answer his question first. That's only fair. You still haven't told him. It's not correct.
藤田さんは迷っていたんだ。
It's not a very good reason.
迷っていた。
I'm conflicted every day.
あの試合の前夜。
I still don't do corruption.
金栄町のバーで藤田さんと飲んでいた時に聞いたんだ。
沢田、俺はこの4年ずっと悩んでいた。お前ほどのピッチャーにこんなことをさせていていいのかって。
He's not that
何言
good.
ってるんですか、藤田さん。
Nice, you're
こう
done.
するしかなかったんです。もう迷ったって仕方ない。たとえ明日品田と対戦することになっても、俺は藤田さんの指示に従うだけです。
カーブか。
I feel like I have to snooze the ads again.
あいつは変化球に弱い。
For the flashback.
本当はストレートで勝負したいんじゃないのか。お前にとって品田は永遠のライバルだろう。そんな勝負を犠牲にして
Okay, so he was only conflicted because his son was upset. Yes, we are gonna say this is his son now.
今さら後戻りはできないんです。俺たちに失敗は許されない。それだけです。
分かってる。そんなことは分かってる。だが
その直後、藤田さんは俺に言ったよ。品田だけは八百長の道具にしたくない。あいつは
Oh?
天才だ。
Never mind, he also carries.
あの才能を汚すくらいなら俺が球界を去りたい。
I feel like we're in a very good spot to get shot in the head in this open field, though. Probably not safe to just sit here like this.
15年前のあの試合。もしお前がホームランを打たなかったとしても、遅かれ早かれ、ワイバーンズの野球賭博疑惑はリークされていただろう。黒羽組の目的は野球賭博の存在をあえて明るみにして、警察の力を使うことで、名古屋を支配していた近江連合と東上会の組織を追い出すことだったんだからな。
Again, very convoluted plan. But I guess it worked.
だから藤田さんは決断したのさ。人生を黒羽組に捧げる代わりに、自分にとって一番大切なものを守ろうってな。
大切なもの。
大好きだった野球への思い。それを持ち続けられる人間をだよ。
You already match fixed. You already did it. Can't get yourself out of
藤田
this
さんにとっ
one.
てお前は八百長にどっぷり使ったワイバーンズの選手の中で唯一その思いを託せる人間だったんだ。だからそのライバルである俺に真剣勝負をさせた。
You just love game. Or Die Hard 3.
藤田さんは大好きだった野球を捨て去る前にその目で見たかったのさ。汚れのない
Which doesn't happen anywhere, because everything is corrupted apparently. You cannot have game without corruption. Is what they taught us. Can you learn this music?
さあ早くこっから出よう。黒羽組の追っ手が来ないとも限らない。
He's just so sad now.
お前のホームランの秘密は後でゆっくり聞かせてもらう。
Go on. He read the signs, didn't he? Oh no, you wanna play a game?
おい、品田、何やってんだ。
邪魔だよ。こいつらがいちゃ。
え？
Okay, yes, I'm gonna have to snooze these ads, because, man, I think they're gonna play a game. Use happy music to combat the sad, or sad music to sink deeper? A little bit of both?
グラウンドが汚れる。
は、何言ってんだお前。
He just said more thugs are gonna show up, but no, we have time. Are we straight today?
俺たちの勝負に。
We're only halfway, don't worry. I can't do a 12-hour stream again until I can breathe. Yeah, we just got invested. I just wanted to see how his story would go. But now this man's just playing baseball.
やるのか本当に。
We even turned on the lights.
知りたいんだろ。ホームランの秘密。
勝負すればわかるというのか。
ああ、わかるさ。お前が15年前よりヘボになってなけりゃな。
まさかお前本気で打てると思ってるのか。
You better not make me do his actual minigame, because I will cry. They're gonna make me do the actual minigame, aren't they? I'm gonna cry about it.
Hey. すごいじゃん。15年前、お前が打ったストレートはこんなもんじゃない。まだ肩慣らしだ。さあ打ってみろ。俺のストレート。
Ah, he sucks anyway, it's fine.
ずっとお前が打ちたがっていたストレートだ。
He pants the thugs and embarrass them in front of their friends? Here's incoming. They're gonna make me do the minigame? It's fine. I don't mind losing. I don't actually care if I win or lose. So he's not Haruka. He doesn't have to go on the great stage, you know? He just has to exist. He just looks mad there. It's like, were you about to?
お前、何考えてやがる。
次だ。
いいだろう。次が7球目。15年前と同じ。次の球で終わりだ。
That's a curveball, though. I kind of figured that they wanted a quick time event again. If you miss it, that would be sad, though. Don't cry. Quick time event, that's how. QTE, right? Same wickets. The way they were doing this, I was like, Did they always rotate it off? As long as you can still walk. It's okay.
ずっとお前のカーブを待っていたんだ。きっとな。
15年って。
Anime battle rules, yes. Exactly.
俺はお前のストレートで三振した。それから4年間、俺はワイバーンズの2軍で毎日お前のストレートを打つことだけを考えて
You
練
just
習
couldn't
し
stop
続け
thinking
る。
about him. But in Japanese accent, yeah, to like. Exactly right.
俺はお前のストレートを打った。でも
I'm gonna have to pause my ads again? Sir.
あの試合で藤田さんがもしストレートのサインを出さなかったら、お前がカーブを投げ続けていたら、
I would have been screwed.
正直俺は打てなかっただろう。あの日、俺はお前から
I
ホー
was
ム
a
ランを打った。
one-trick pony is what I'm saying.
自分の力で夢を叶えたと信じていた。でもそれが監督やお前の情けで叶ったものなら、そんなもの
But now he did do the curveball. Look at him go.
真実を
He's
教えて
learned
くれ
so
てありがとう。
much. When baseball players can throw balls hard enough to break bones? Oh yeah.
待った甲斐があったよ。
Their arms are just machines. Seen you and others play several Yakuza games and I still don't know a darn thing about them. Oh no.
引退できる。
Hold on, I'm interrupting you again because yeah, we gotta snooze the ads another time. Incredible.
ありがとな。そうだ。
Wow, that's boyfriend number 2. Ball can go 100 miles an hour, which is way too many miles per hour. Does that move to a different character? Okay, wait. No, we will not watch this because I just saved. I'm assuming that this will play again when I load up the save. I'm assuming it won't get skipped. I would be sad, but I could also just watch it online, I'm sure, if it is. Whoop. They don't call pitchers human trebuchets for nothing. Smash? Nothing better to straight up bond with some to play baseball after kicking the shit out of gang. Literally, that's what Yakuza is, right? Bonding after kicking the shit out of other people. I think that's just what you do. Okay, I am gonna be lazy because I am very tired and hungry and I overtimed. So we're gonna raid Otter. Because he's playing Somerville and it's like a cozy sci-fi horror. And I'm intrigued. I would like to know what that's all about. So I will see you tomorrow. We'll be playing Retro. We'll be playing Phantom Hourglass. If you are here for Yakuza 5, that will be on Thursday again. And we might finish it? I don't know. I think we're doing pretty well on our plot. I feel like we're grasping the lines. You're very welcome for streaming, Wicked. Loneliest. Thank you for hanging out. Serena Williams can probably turn my belly button from an attitude permanent anyway they serve easily. Well, I mean, same, and who wouldn't? Mario Girls! Bye, dog. Thank you very much for hanging. Bye, Wall. Hold on, let me actually start the raid. I cannot type. I'm so hungry I cannot type. The hunger is infecting my fingers. Bye, Jeff. Bye, Eyes. Bye, Noob. Bye, Sussy. Bye, Maverick. Bye, Skull. Bye, Riodon. Bye, Fanta. I need to know what happens to my hourglass. This is important for you specifically. Bye, Landar. Bye, Bowman. See you a bit more tomorrow. Yes. Bye, Nyan Nyan. I'm Marshall. I hope your dinner was very delicious and you feel a little bit better now. And I hope that at least next time they will be better at the kitchen. All right, kids, stay hydrated. Have a snack.